Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to Audiobook Dynasty. If you want early access and even more parts for free, make sure to join me on Patreon.
Chapter 51, Genre has changed? Yu Xian narrowed his eyes and stared directly into the shadows. With his soul vision still active, he no longer saw mere darkness. Instead, faint, luminous blobs in the shape of wolves shimmered within the gloom. There was an entire second pack hidden there, smaller than the one the others were fighting but still dangerous. Multiple early-stage chi condensation wolves crouched in silence, with a few mid-stage among them. But what caught Yu Xian's attention was their leader, a hulking wolf hiding in the deepest part of the shade. Its aura radiated strength and cunning. It was a peak chi condensation beast. Not quite as powerful as the Greyford Alpha his companions faced, but only slightly weaker. If the Grey one is 9th substage of the chi condensation realm, this one should be in the 8th, Yu Xian calculated quickly. Though cultivators casually lumped stages into early, mid, and peak, each of those tiers contained 3 substages for a total of 9. And this wolf was near the summit. After analyzing them through soul vision, Yu Xian calmly deactivated the divine ability. He didn't need to overthink this. He unsheathed his sword. Crimson energy flared to life, coating the blade like liquid fire. He raised it, aimed it toward the tree lean, and released a swift slash. A red arc of sword energy shot forward with a hum slicing through the air and streaking toward the shadows. But just before impact, the shadow twisted, transforming from a flat surface into a dome-like, 3-dimensional shield. The red arc crashed into it. Boom! The shield resisted for a second. Then both collapsed in an explosion of dissipating light. The wolves were exposed. Unlike the previous pack, these wolves had black fur darker than midnight. Their eyes glowed with eerie intelligence, and their bodies radiated stealth and aggression. The leader bore a long, visible scar across its snout. Yu Xian stared. This must be a rival pack, he thought. And they waited watching. Probably hoping the Grey Wolf's pack would weaken us, then swoop in for the kill. He smirked. How cunning. And that strange shadow manipulation. It hadn't been illusion. The Black Wolves had hidden their body within the darkness itself. Is it bloodline ability? Or an innate talent or something other? Yu Xian wasn't sure. When he used soul vision, he hadn't seen their physical forms, only their soul signatures. That made facing them now, in flesh, almost underwhelming. The wolves growled as they emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with savage bloodlust. But Yu Xian wasn't intimidated in the slightest. I'll end this quickly, he thought. He stepped forward. Then raised his right hand, fingers curling slightly, as if grasping something unseen. Telekinesis activated. Suddenly, every wolf froze mid-step. They floated. One by one, their bodies lifted off the forest floor, suspended helplessly in midair like puppets cut from their strings. Panic flashed in their eyes. They struggled, thrashed, and clawed at the air, but nothing worked. Even the peak stage leader was lifted without resistance. Then Yu Xian closed his fist. Crack! Their skulls collapsed in unison. Blood sprayed briefly into the air, but their bodies didn't fall. Instead, they hovered, twitching slightly. Then crunch. With a subtle twist of his fingers, Yu Xian crushed their bodies together with his telekinesis. Bone snapped. Flesh twisted. Energy compressed. In a minute, it was over. What remained was a dark, pulsing orb, black and red, roughly the size of a clenched fist, hovering above his palm. A condensed sphere of beast flesh, blood, and essence. Yu Xian examined it casually. It contained all the spiritual energy and biological material of the wolves, but also impurities, useless for cultivation. If I knew alchemy, maybe I could turn this into something useful, he mused. With a sigh, he flicked his fingers. The ball shot into the forest, vanishing among the trees. Maybe some lucky beast will find it. A crude lucky encounter, but it might spark a change in its life. He chuckled lightly. And just like that, the story had gone from slow burn cultivation to casually overpowered in one breath. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the large Grey Wolf finally made its move. With a flash of motion, it lunged directly at Ming Tianmei, seemingly designating her as the biggest threat. Its claws collided with her sword midair, sending a shower of sparks flying. Unlike the other wolves, this one's strength couldn't be casually dismissed. Ming Tianmei, though physically weaker, countered with sharp technique and calm precision. She parried the strike, skimming backward, her expression focused. But before the next clash, a sudden figure flew in from the side. Yu Lingluo. With a clean, well-aimed kick, she struck the wolf right in the abdomen, pushing it off balance. What are you doing? Ming Tianmei shouted, clearly displeased. She had just seen Lingluo abandon the wolves attacking her, only to insert herself into her duel. And sure enough, the wolves Yu Lingluo had left behind immediately shifted targets, rushing toward the others who were still recovering from their fights. TCH, Ming Tianmei clicked her tongue. But instead of retreating, she charged the boss wolf again, intent on ending the battle quickly. The rest of the group watched with mixed expressions. Each had the same silent thought. Next time we go hunting. I'm not going if those two are coming. Now teamed up, Ming Tianmei and Yu Lingluo launched a coordinated assault, blades and kicks flashing as they surrounded the Grey Wolf from both sides. The wolf, sensing true danger, bared its fangs. Regret shimmered in its eyes. Why did I pick a fight with this weird group? It seemed to think. Then, all of a sudden its fur began to spike. Thousands of sharp bristles detached from its body, launching in every direction like steel needles. Both Ming Tianmei and Yu Lingluo reacted instantly. Still, a few of the barbs made contact. They escaped serious injury, but suffered minor cuts, especially Ming Tianmei, who now had a faint red scratch on her cheek. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone froze. A chilling aura suddenly erupted from Ming Tianmei's body, dense, cold, and dangerous. Her face darkened. She touched the scratch on her cheek, then muttered under her breath in a voice low and furious. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. How dare this mutt scratch my jade-like face? What will he think? Without hesitation, without mercy, she raised her sword. A shimmering silver arc shot forth, faster than the eye could follow. The boss wolf didn't even have time to react. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even bones remained. Gone. The rest of the group watched in stunned silence, shivers crawling down their spines. No one said a word. Only one shared thought passed through their minds. Never, ever provoke that madwoman. Chapter 52, Pseudo-flirting unsuccessful. The remaining wolves, seeing their leader obliterated into a fine mist, were thrown into disarray. Their formation crumbled. And one by one, they fell. Within minutes, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Though the group sustained a few injuries, none were life-threatening. Scratches, bruises, and some torn sleeves, nothing they couldn't handle. They slowly regrouped near what remained of the big grey wolf. Or rather, what didn't remain. There was no corpse. No blood. Not even bones. Just empty space and lingering dread. Senior sister, why you re-terrifying, I mean, strong, said Yu Swecking, still wide-eyed from the spectacle. The others shared the same thought. If the fight could be ended so easily, what had they been struggling for? The realization left a bitter taste in their mouths. They had bled, bruised, and really roared from the bottom of their hearts and then watched someone else wrap it up in a single stroke. They wanted to look cool in front of each other. But apparently, coolness had levels. And they were still stuck in the tutorial. Humph, Ming Tianmei snorted, crossing her arms. Yu Lingluo arrived beside her and said in an exaggeratedly betrayed tone, "You traitor, you stole my kill." She delivered it with such a straight, innocent face that the others began doubting their own judgment of who was normal here. "Shut up," Ming Tianmei muttered coldly. The faint red scratch still marked her cheek. Her voice hadn't thawed yet. Yu Lingluo didn't seem to mind. She knew her best friend had occasional mental events. Sometimes her entire personality flipped without warning. Still, she placed a hand over her heart and whimpered dramatically, so heartless. Then, shifting topics in a blink, she looked around and asked, "Wait, where's Yuener?" She scanned the area, turning left and right. No sign of Yu Xian. Mo Lin, standing nearby with a smug grin, said proudly, "I think, after witnessing my supreme battle skills, it's finally time to change who we call young mast." Thunk! A small pebble struck him squarely on the forehead. Gah! He winced, a fresh bump already forming. From above, perched casually on a tree branch like some omnipotent spectator, Yu Xian looked down at them with a slight smile. "Looks like no one needs rest," he said calmly. "Shall we keep moving?" "Damn," Mo Lin muttered under his breath, rubbing the bump. "What should we do with all these wolf corpses?" Yu Bo asked, surveying the battlefield. Ming Tianmei replied flatly, "Store them in your space rings. We might be able to sell them later." The others nodded at the suggestion and got to work. Each of them had their own basic space ring, nothing too flashy, but useful enough. Inside were healing pills, cultivation pills, a couple of poison antidotes and poison pills, some offensive and defensive talismans, and even a few liquid concoctions for emergency wounds. They might have looked like a band of arrogant brats, but the clan had invested heavily in them. They weren't prodigies for nothing. Meanwhile, Yu Xian, watching them collect wolf corpses like loot from a dungeon, felt an overwhelming wave of regret. He stared at the empty space where his wolves had been, the black-furred ones from earlier. Wolves he had crushed, pulverized, obliterated into paste. He didn't even have their bones left. A hollow laugh echoed in his mind. He had gone full god mode on them, and forgot to loot the damn drops. He felt stupid, so stupid in fact, it felt like someone made him do free labor. He sighed and sat back on the tree branch, sulking slightly. "I suffered a massive loss," he whispered under his breath. Looking down from the tree, Yu Xian noticed that while the others were busy collecting wolf corpses, Ming Tianmei stood motionless, staring into empty space. Curious, he leapt down with a superhero landing. It could also be said, in the privacy of his thoughts, that Ming Tianmei had once been his first crush in this new world. Not that he would ever admit it. "Tianmei, what are you looking at?" he asked casually as he approached. Over the years, the two had developed a fairly solid friendship, though Yu Xian still found her a little unpredictable at times. Ming Tianmei, snapped out of her trance, turned to face him. Her gaze landed on the all-too-familiar face, the same one that had been haunting her dreams nightly, like corrupt officials haunting the treasury. She looked at his eyes. "What, amazing eyes," she drooled internally. "Nothing," she said aloud, her face completely blank. Yu Xian raised a brow. With her, this was normal. Sometimes she spoke too much, other times not at all. Without saying anything more, he pulled a small handkerchief from his space ring. It materialized elegantly in his hand, almost like a magician's trick. He stepped forward and gently began to dab the scratch on her cheek. "You should be more careful when you fight," he said, his voice soft but clear. She nodded slowly, her expression dazed. "Yes." Yu Xian frowned a little. "Are you even listening to me?" he asked. Yes, she replied again, her tone barely above a whisper. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. He said dramatically. See that rock over there? It's basking in the sunlight. Yes. A talisman just grew wings and flew across the sky. Yes. Before he could finish, a swift kick landed on his back, sending him tumbling forward like a rolling cabbage. He staggered up and turned to see the furious expression of Yu Lingluo. Flirting in front of me, she snapped, her voice practically hissing with annoyance. But her internal monologue told a different story altogether. My brother from the same mother is flirting with my sister from another mother? Unforgivable. Ming Tianmei, meanwhile, turned her head calmly and wiped her cheek with the back of her hand, whispering under her breath, but he touched my face first. Yu Xian, caught between the two, had one thought, save me. Chapter 53, Current Status. After dodging Ling Luo's attacks a few more times, each one increasingly aimed at his dignity, a temporary ceasefire was finally called. Both sides quieted down, though glares were exchanged like veteran warriors signing a peace treaty they didn't believe in. The rest of the group finished collecting their wolf corpses, storing them into their space rings with a sigh of relief. Then they gathered again, forming a loose circle to discuss their next move. Should we go deeper into the forest? Mo Lin suggested, sword resting lazily on his shoulder. Shut up, son of Mo, Yu Zhen replied. Yu Bo nodded in agreement, wiping the sweat from his brow. I really don't have the energy to fight other beasts now. My arms feel like noodles. The one to truly surprise them all was Yu Hao. With his muscular physique and unshakable presence, no one expected what came next. I think I'm gonna vomit, he said, his face pale. The group reacted instantly. Everyone took a full step back as if he'd just admitted to having a deadly virus. Nope, not today, said Lin Fan, holding his nose dramatically. How about we eat something real? Yu Xian offered, eyeing the group's condition. There were murmurs of agreement, and before anyone could respond, Yu Xian added, just wait a few minutes, and vanished on the spot. What speed? Lin Fan gasped, his eyes shining. He clenched his fists and set his resolve. I will definitely run like that one day, and then I'll surpass him. This is the classic Lin Fan, hard-working plus overly ambitious protagonist. His name may have sounded generic, but his spirit certainly wasn't. Within a few minutes, Yu Xian returned, holding few hammer-horned rabbits by their legs. He dropped them on the ground with a grin. Now, who wants to do the honors? Naturally, it was time for another round of rock-paper-scissors. And the unlucky soul this time? Mo Lin loses, someone shouted. Mo Lin groaned dramatically. Why me? I'm the cook, the scout, the meat shield. Your son of Mo Yu Bo said flatly. While Mo Lin got to work preparing the meat with an exaggerated scowl, the others set up a small fire. Yu Xian sat to the side and made a mental note, buy seasonings later. Rabbit meat is too bland without spice. Picky eater problems. As the aroma of roasted rabbit filled the air, their moods lightened. They talked about random things, food, cultivation theories, funny rumors about sect elders. Time slipped by. Evening descended, casting a golden glow over the trees. Eventually, full and somewhat refreshed, the group got to their feet, brushing off crumbs and ash. They began their walk back to their quarters, tired but satisfied. The day had started with food, dodged orientation, chaos, and wolf fur flying, but it ended with laughter, roasted rabbit, and the comfortable silence that came only from shared hardship. They were, after all, disciples of the Heaven Immortal sect now. Yu Xian now sat on his bed, deep in thought, reflecting on the day and considering what he needed to do next. He didn't have a concrete plan, not really. Most days, he just lived as things came. Sometimes, it was nice to let life unfold naturally. Still, he wasn't someone who'd let every day pass meaninglessly. Before going to sleep, he called out mentally, status. A sleek, golden black screen shimmered into existence before his eyes. Status window ===. Name, Yu Xian. Age, 14. Species, human. Title, Reincarnated, Young Master, Young Genius, Flower of Yu Clan. Traits, Soul Vision, Mental Resistance, Adaptive Mind. Cultivation Realm, N/A. Physical Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Strength, 100/100. Soul Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Root, Origin, X. Cultivation Technique. Technique, please enter name. Martial Technique. Technique, please enter name. Physique, Darkness and Light. Origin Physique, X. Bloodline, the darkest light, M+. Deo Comprehension, N/A. Arts, Magic Swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial Family, E+. Skills, Telekinesis, B+. Immortal's Gaze, SS+. Fated Encounter. Talent Evaluation. Quests. System Shop. He exhaled slowly. Sure, the rabbit hunting trip had been chaotic, but he hadn't gone just for meat. There was a small ulterior motive, even if he hadn't admitted it to the others. With a mental command, he navigated to the quest tab. A notification greeted him. equals 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 equals. Normal quest, completed, repeatable. You've stepped into a realm of endless wonder where powerful beasts lurk in shadows and reclusive masters may walk disguised among normal people. Due to certain hidden desire they might even be beggars. The waters here run deep, while your cultivation remains shallow. Begin your journey as an explorer and uncover the secrets that lie hidden beneath the surface. Maybe you may stumble upon something that can change fate of many. Objective, explore the new realm. Reward, 1 SP, shop points. Equals 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 equals. So the system had actually counted his random forest outing as exploration. He didn't mind, but only 1 SP, he muttered with a deadpan expression. The very first quest he'd received from the system had rewarded him with a whopping 100 SP which he used to buy his first art, magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family. At the time, he didn't know its true value. Now, with how little he was earning, inflation hit me too, huh, he sighed. Still, 1 SP was 1 SP, and the quest was repeatable so he didn't find any problem. He navigated to the system shop tab. Equals 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 equals. System shop, balance, 1 SP. Skills 10 available. Cultivation techniques 10 available. Martial techniques 10 available. Magic arts 10 available. Artifacts 10 available. Equals 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 equals. He wasn't sure what logic the system used to decide availability or pricing, but he did know what he wanted to check. Skills, he thought. He already had a cultivation technique and martial technique though he hadn't named it yet and he had a powerful magic art too. As for artifacts, his parents had given him several, which he barely touched. So he entered the skills section, eager to see what he could afford or at least window shop. A list of names began to scroll before his eyes. Chapter 54, Too Broke to Afford. Skills. Equals 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 equals. 1 fireball, 5 SP. Launches a simple fireball. Basic and reliable. 2 water ball, 5 SP. Shoots a condensed ball of water. Great for putting out fires, or playing. 3 charm, 10 SP. Charm others regardless of gender. May cause awkward situations. 4 enhanced senses, 10 SP. Greatly boosts all 5 senses. Smell everything. Hear everything. Everything. 5 go hairless, 10 SP. Greatly increases physical strength. Side effect, you become completely bald everywhere. 6 success addiction, 10 SP. You become obsessed with surpassing others. Failure is not an option. 7 villain eyes, 10 SP. Your eyes become narrow and dangerously charismatic. Intimidates most people, unintentionally. 8 technology genius, 20 SP. Grants high-level understanding of science and tech. Very useful in certain weird cultivation world. 9 emotional control, 20 SP. Your emotions are calm and stable. Unshakable focus in all situations. 10 treasure hunter, 20 SP. You can instinctively tell trash from treasure. No more accidentally selling ancient artifacts. May break some protagonist trope. Equals 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 equals. Yu Xian felt like a joke had just passed around the room and somehow, he was the only one who didn't get it. The skills list offered by the system still didn't show any ranks. He didn't know if his system was extremely advanced or just casually lazy. The first 2 skills fireball and waterball were decent, basic, classic and safe. Maybe, he thought, one day he'd train fireball to such a degree that he could summon a miniature sun in the palm of his hand. The ultimate move, the sun strikes. Waterball, on the other hand, had gardening potential. He imagined himself being hired by a sect as a full-time gardener, watering spirit plants and playing tag with children of immortal life goals perhaps. Charm was a hard pass. He didn't want boys or girls stalking him just because his skill made them swoon. Not realizing, of course, that he was already being low-key stalked on a regular basis. Enhanced senses sounded useful. Battle awareness, improved perception, even just being able to taste better food, all positives. Go hairless? Out of the question. The thought alone made him shudder. The system wasn't even subtle with that one. Success addiction looked great on paper, but Yu Xian knew it didn't suit him. He wasn't the teacher's favorite in his past life, nor did he want to run around trying to outshine every person he met. That sounded exhausting. Villain eyes? He already had sharp, mesmerizing black eyes, no need to downgrade to cliché villain mode. He preferred looking mysterious, not terrifying. Technology genius baffled him. He glanced at the skill like it had wandered in from another novel entirely. Cultivation worlds had their own technology powered by spirit stones, arrays, and weird formations that glowed in the dark. Though, it did sound fun to mess with. The last 2 skills, emotional control and treasure hunter, were extremely tempting. A calm heart and the ability to identify hidden treasure? Absolutely essential. And yet, he only had 1 SP. 1. Single. Pitiful. System point. Yu Xian stared at the number like it had personally insulted his entire ancestry. He was reminded of an old joke from his previous life. A cold, emotionless character broke down crying after getting rejected by his crush. His friend had looked at him and asked, "Wait, are you crying? I thought you didn't have a heart." To which the man replied, tears streaming down his face, "Yeah, that's what poor people have instead of money." Yu Xian sighed, eyes glistening. "I feel you, brother." And just like that, with 1 SP in his account and dreams of skills out of reach, he pulled the covers over his head and went to sleep. Tomorrow, maybe he'd find a way to earn a little more. The next day, everyone gathered near the same registration crystal they'd visited the day before. A small group had already arrived ahead of them, chatting among themselves. Yu Xian and his companions joined in, and within minutes, all 73 disciples had assembled. Right on time, senior disciple Yingye appeared, radiating his usual friendly aura. "Nice to see you all again," he greeted with a bright smile. "Now then, shall we begin our little tour?" With a dramatic wave of his hand, he pulled a small, intricately carved boat out of his space ring. Several disciples gasped at the sight. A flying treasure boat? He'd summoned it so casually, like it was no big deal. He must come from a powerful background, many thought. Definitely someone worth befriending. After all, in the cultivation world, making a friend was almost always better than making an enemy. And if you couldn't win over the strong, staying on their good side was the next best thing. A/N, homies. Build your squad before the plot thickens. Come on, get on board. Yingye called out with a wave. This brother is generous, though I have not been here too long, I'll make sure you get a tour worthy of the Heaven Immortal sect. Excited murmurs broke out as the disciples boarded the boat, which was much larger on the inside than it appeared, a classic spatial compression artifact. Even after everyone climbed aboard, there was still room for more. Of course, Yingye had his own motives. He wasn't just doing this out of kindness. Cultivators with strong potential were always worth knowing. And now, among these fresh-faced newcomers, was one with the status of inner disciple. He stole a glance at Yu Xian. Yingye had earned his own inner disciple status through hard work, near-death battles, and years of training. Yet here was someone who walked into the sect already wearing the same badge, and rumor had it, there were more like him. Since when did getting into the Heaven Immortal sect become this easy? He wondered, randomly imagining many things. Still, envy aside, this tour was an opportunity and cultivators never passed up those. Walking to the front of the boat, he approached a pedestal where a sleek, small control orb about a size of fist hovered slightly above a platform, something akin to a joystick fused with a formation array. He placed his hand on it. The boat hummed gently, then began to rise into the air, ascending slowly until it hovered above the buildings and forests of the sect. Then he turned back to face the group. His cheerful demeanor faded into something more solemn. His aura slowly settled, his voice calm yet laced with weight. "This is a place where dreams can either come true, or perish," Yingye began, his gaze sweeping across the gathered disciples. "You will make allies, and you will make enemies on the path to immortality. But above all, do not become blinded by your own desires. Don't let ambition turn into chains. Be free." He clearly tried to look cool saying that. And for a moment, it worked. Then he cleared his throat and added in a lighter tone, "Now, I'll walk you through the do's and don'ts of this place, but remember, experience is your best teacher. The most important advice? Don't get scammed. Trust me, they're everywhere these days." It sounded oddly personal. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but tease, "Senior brother, you sound like you've been scammed." Yingye's head whipped toward the voice. "Who said that?" he asked, even though he knew who said that. He didn't point out, and his tone wasn't truly angry. "Shut up. I'm not sad." A few chuckles spread through the group, but no one dared claim the joke. He sighed dramatically and muttered, "I'll forgive it this once. First-timers and all. But I'm telling you, not everyone in the sect is as great and forgiving as me. Offend the wrong person, and your life can become very difficult." Some disciples glanced at each other nervously. One boy in particular broke into a cold sweat. Yingye folded his hands behind his back and resumed, "You've already received the basic information through your medallions during registration. But let me be clear, that's surface-level stuff. Foundational. It's common across many immortal sects and worlds." He paused, seeing several dazed expressions among the crowd. "Forget it. Just assume it's the most basic of basics," he said, deciding against explaining more. He may have come from the immortal realm himself, but for these new disciples, that concept might still be too far-fetched to fully grasp. He moved on quickly, gesturing toward the distant landscape visible from the airship's bow. "Now, while I'd love to give you a tour of the entire sect, that's pretty much impossible. Why? Because the area we're currently in is neutral ground shared among all entry-level disciples." He pointed into the sky. "The various heaven peaks, each with their own domains, are spread out across the sect. They function almost independently within the larger Heaven Immortal sect itself." The disciples listened with interest. "There's even a large fighting arena on this neutral ground," he added. "Monthly tournaments are held there to measure disciples' progress. You don't have to participate, but those who do receive various benefits." He let the words sink in for a moment before smiling. "And don't worry, matches are categorized by cultivation realms. You won't be thrown against someone 2 realms above you, usually." That usually wasn't exactly comforting. But the atmosphere had already become more relaxed. The disciples murmured among themselves, the idea of competition both exciting and a little terrifying. Yingye smiled inwardly. His job was just beginning. Accidentally reincarnated in Cultivation World. Chapter 55, Yingye is generous. Chapter 55, Yingye is generous. As you all know, Yingye began, his voice clear and confident. The Heaven Immortal sect has 10 major peaks, each with numerous minor peaks beneath them. However, the most common peak where new disciples begin their journey is Azure Sky Peak. He paused, glancing across the crowd. It's where your foundations are built properly, before you either specialize in a major peak or continue your path there. Some among the disciples exchanged looks, as if unsure whether that sounded impressive or not. But don't look down on Azure Sky Peak, Yingye added, his voice firm. It's not called a major peak for nothing. It holds strength, heritage, and experience equal to any other. Letting his words sink in, he asked, so, who among you was recommended to Azure Sky Peak? More than 30 hands rose in response, drawing gasps and murmurs from the group. Yingye simply nodded. Don't be surprised. It's actually quite normal. Many of you may not have had proper guidance in your early cultivation journeys. Being recommended here, to a place that can shape you is a stroke of good fortune. Some of the disciples lowered their hands, their expressions shifting into pride. Others silently absorbed his words, reminded that luck, too, was a part of a cultivator's rise. We'll look around for a bit, he continued casually, and then you're free to go for the day. The group visibly relaxed, some whispering to each other, others just stretching. But then Yingye's tone turned serious. There are 2 things I want to warn you about. First, do not, under any circumstance, go to the extreme northern region of the section. I don't know the exact reason, but that area is forbidden by the elders. Even we inner disciples are barred from going there. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd. And second, if you intend to perform a summoning ritual, do it only in the registered zones, he added. We are in a special, delicate spatial domain. Performing unregulated summons could result in dangerous consequences. Nods followed, some solemn, others curious. In truth, summoning wasn't rare in the cultivation world. Many cultivators bonded with beasts, using their strength to supplement weaknesses or forming lifelong partnerships. But it came at a cost. The ritual of summoning followed the principle of equivalent exchange. And depending on the contract, it could mean exposing your vulnerabilities, or worse, losing control to the summoned being. Most low-talent cultivators sought beasts to obtain special abilities or physical advantages. Higher-level cultivators, however, searched for beasts with intelligence and personality, ones who could walk alongside them, not beneath them. Yu Xian, standing in the crowd, pondered the idea. He too had thoughts of performing a summoning ritual one day, maybe even summoning a mystical fox that could transform into a seductive lady. It was a fun idea, but he also knew the chances of that happening were low. Many beasts had pride and their own lineage, not all were willing to form bonds with cultivators. His thoughts were interrupted as Yingye pointed to the horizon. Now, we've arrived at the local market. This one's nearest to our grounds, though there are several others across the section. The disciples leaned over the railings of the boat, eyes lighting up. Down below, a vibrant marketplace bustled with life. No shouting vendors like in mortal towns, just calm stalls, flowing robes, and simple exchanges. People browsed everything from herbs and talismans to toys, art, calligraphy, and books. There were even spirit food stalls. It looked like a slice of the mortal world infused with cultivation charm. Everything here requires sect points, Yingye explained. Each month, you'll receive a base allowance depending on your cultivation realm. You can also earn more by completing missions, participating in tournaments, or selling items and creations assuming you have talent. The boat slowly descended, landing in a quiet corner of the market. Once they disembarked, Yingye waved his medallion, and a chime echoed as if a notification had been delivered to every disciple present. As a token of goodwill, he said with a smile, I'm giving each of you 100 sect points. Buy what you need. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is generous. Senior brother, you're so handsome. A sudden wave of praise erupted, disciples flattering him from every direction. Yingye chuckled, clearly enjoying the attention. I'll be waiting here in 2 hours, he said over the noise, don't be late. With that, the disciples scattered into the market. Yu Xian and the others followed suit, their excitement bubbling beneath the surface. What are you all planning to buy? Yu Xian asked, genuinely unsure of what he needed. I'll buy a scabbard. Mo Lin declared immediately. See you later. And just as quickly as he spoke, he dashed off into the crowd like he was afraid the scabbards might sell out. I think I'll save my points, said Yu Sueking thoughtfully. I'll save mine too, Lin Fan added right after. Yu Sueking glanced sideways at him, frowning. Are you copying me? Not at all. Lin Fan replied with an innocent smile. Then, he continued, would you like to stroll around the market together? Yu Sueking hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's go. Yubo, watching the interaction, muttered under his breath, so smooth. The others around them were equally stunned. Yubo, Yu Hao, and Yu Zhan exchanged looks, then simultaneously said, I'll head out too. They stared at one another again, nodded like comrades sharing the same mission, and marched off together like 3 musketeers, following in Lin Fan's footsteps. Yu Xian blinked, baffled by the sudden departures. One moment he had a group, the next, half of them had scattered like leaves in the wind. He looked around but didn't see Yu Lingluo anywhere. Only Ming Tianmei remained at his side. Where's Lingluo? He asked. Ming Tianmei pointed toward a stall farther down the row. Following her gaze, Yu Xian spotted Lingluo. Chapter 56, Food. Yu Xian spotted Lingluo near a spirit food stall. The rich aroma of spirit herbs and sizzling oil danced in the air, catching the attention of several passers-by. He approached with Ming Tianmei beside him and asked, "Are you seriously spending your sect points on food?" Ling Luo didn't even look at him, her gaze fixed on the sizzling pan. "Are you treating me, then?" "No," he replied without hesitation. "How much is it?" Ming Tianmei asked. 150, Ling Luo said, turning to her. "But I bargained and got it for 100. Uncle, I'll have one too. With 2 pairs of chopsticks, please," Tianmei told the stall owner. The chef, a middle-aged man with a seasoned face and a clean white apron, sighed as he glanced at her. "Young lady, you're putting me in a tough spot. But you already gave her a discount, and we're new here. Can't you spare one more?" she asked, her tone polite but firm. His brow twitched. He clearly didn't want to, but his pride as a chef and the challenge in her eyes left him no choice. "Fine. I'll make spirit chicken noodles for both of you. Is that okay?" "Perfect," Ling Luo answered before Tianmei could respond. Then, the chef turned to Yu Xian and said dryly, "Young man, are you broke? Looks can only get you this far, so you should work harder now." Yu Xian's face darkened. First the system made him feel poor, now a food vendor he was beginning to suspect the universe itself was mocking his lack of money. In that moment, he swore to one day start a money-obsessed organization where no one was allowed to sleep without earning. Ignoring the insult, he asked, "Uncle, you must be confident in your cooking." The man smiled, clearly pleased. "Of course. Watch and learn." He gestured toward a nearby stone table with chairs and invited them to sit. Despite its rugged appearance, the polished black surface gleamed a blend of mortal craftsmanship and artistry. Though it looked heavy enough to crush a man, it floated slightly above the ground thanks to embedded weight-reducing formations. The chef rolled up his sleeves, pulled on a pair of gleaming silver gloves, and summoned a cooking utensil that looked like a wok but carved from enchanted obsidian. He flicked his wrist, and fire burst from his gloves, forming an even flame beneath the pan without needing any kind of fuel. With practiced grace, he drizzled golden oil into the wok, and immediately the pan hissed in delight. The smell was unlike anything they had encountered, rich, earthy, and spiced with something almost divine. He cracked a radiant blue egg, the yolk glowing faintly, and scrambled it midair with a flick of his fingers before letting it fall into the pan. Then came a handful of vegetables, crimson lotus pepper, spirit radish, and golden sprout shoots, each sizzling loudly as they met the oil. The noodles' fine, glossy strands that shimmered faintly were dropped in with a spiral motion. He didn't toss them, he danced with them. The wok moved as if alive, controlled perfectly by his gloved hands. And yet, nowhere in the process did Yu Xian see any chicken. A final toss, a sharp whistle, and 2 bowls appeared beside the pan with a flash of light. With one last elegant spin, he garnished the steaming bowls with chopped cloud leaf herbs and a drizzle of bright orange sauce, then placed them in front of the group. Yu Xian blinked. "Uncle, I didn't see any chicken." The chef looked at him with pity. "You must be from a backwater place." Yu Xian was roasted again. "The chicken is infused into the noodles themselves," he explained. "Each strand is crafted using spirit chicken's essence. You get the flavor in every bite, no waste." Ling Luo didn't wait. She dove into her bowl like someone who hadn't eaten in weeks. "Slowly, young lady," the chef chuckled. "Food is meant to be savored." She slowed down slightly, a happy glow on her face. The sight made the chef visibly pleased. Yu Xian and Ming Tianmei started on their bowl sharing, of course. To their surprise, it was incredible. The moment the noodles touched their tongues, a rush of flavor burst forth, rich chicken essence, a silky broth coating the strands. The texture was perfect, chewy, bouncy, and satisfying. It was as if the noodles themselves were dancing with every nerve in their mouths. Just as they were starting to really enjoy it, a third pair of chopsticks suddenly dipped into the bowl. Ling Luo had finished hers and was now stealing from theirs. They didn't mind, until the bowl was empty. "Can't you eat your own?" Yu Xian asked, wiping his mouth, even though he already knew the answer. The food had been that good, almost as comforting as his mother's cooking. Ling Luo didn't reply. Instead, she simply showed her medallion to the chef. He brought out his own, and the transaction was completed in a flash of light. Ming Tianmei followed suit. The food was amazing. "Thanks, uncle," Yu Xian said with genuine appreciation. "Haha, I'm glad you enjoyed it," the chef replied warmly, clearly pleased by the praise. Many youngsters not even appreciate the value of good food these days. With that, Yu Xian and the others continued on, walking deeper into the bustling market. "What should I buy?" he asked the 2 girls as they strolled past various stalls, everything from talismans and spirit herbs to weapons like swords, sabers, spears, and even a big shield. Ling Luo lit up instantly. "Why don't we go to another food stall?" "No," Yu Xian said flatly. "The food was great, but I'm not spending my sect points on eating." He casually glanced around, hands behind his back as he took in the sights. Ling Luo, pouting slightly, fell in step beside them. "You two really don't understand the joys of food." Yu Xian gave a fake smile and said, "We do, but we just enjoy it in moderation." He really missed his home's food. "N, this is completely irrelevant, but something good happened to me, so I am very happy today, and being superstitious, I declare, thou shall be blessed with luck and success." Chapter 57, Painting. After wandering the market for over an hour, Yu Xian still hadn't found anything worth spending his 100 sect points on. The prices were devastating. He had seen all sorts of strange and fascinating items. A glowing armor that lit up whenever someone struck it. A sword that changed its size with the user's will. robes that produced a continuous wind effect for drama, glasses that made the wearer look alert even while sleeping. He even came across a few suspicious-looking potions sold by vendors with too much mystery and not enough credibility. It was nearly time to head back when, on the way toward the meeting point, Yu Xian spotted a new vendor hurriedly setting up shop. The man was unpacking various brushes, calligraphy tools, and high-quality practice papers. Yu Xian's instincts kicked in. He was fond of painting too. Either way, he felt drawn to the stall and walked over. Ling Luo and Ming Tianmei followed out of curiosity. I only have 100 sect points, Yu Xian said honestly. What painting supplies can I get for that? He clearly had no bargaining skills. The vendor, who appeared to be in his late 20s, gave him an odd look but said nothing right away. He had arrived with a specific purpose and had performed a minor divination before setting up shop. It foretold a stroke of good fortune if he sold his materials to the first person who approached him. Now, looking at the pretty-faced young man offering a meager 100 points, the vendor had second thoughts. Was my divination rusty? Or did some senior mess with the fate lines again? He thought. Still, he decided to trust the omen. Good fortune doesn't always come in the form of money, he reminded himself. These were materials I never used, he said slowly, but they're still in top condition. I'll sell them to you for 100 points. No refunds, understood. Deal, Yu Xian said immediately, eyes lighting up. After browsing the market, he had a decent idea of what things were worth. While second-hand, the tools were pristine, and 100 points was a bargain. Back at the clan, he had practiced calligraphy and painting not to master them, but because he found peace in the flow of ink and brush. He wasn't a grand master, but his skills were far from amateur. And right now, he had the urge to paint again. Maybe it would offer inspiration. He completed the transaction and stored the items in his space ring. His point balance immediately dropped to 0. Now all three of them were officially broke. A perfect start to life in a prestigious sect. Eventually, they made their way back to the gathering point. A few groups had already arrived. Mo Lin was seen admiring the new scabbard for his treasured sword, and from the sheepish look on his face, he'd probably been scolded for clothing the sword without its permission. Lin Fan and Yu Sueking returned empty-handed. Following them were Yu Bo, now wearing a scholarly-looking hat, Yu Hao, clad in a robe that somehow made him look even more intimidating, and Yu Zhen, wearing a simple white robe that occasionally flickered with faint light. Yu Xian couldn't help but chuckle quietly. What are they wearing? Was it a show-off party? Soon, everyone had gathered. In the distance, they saw Yang Ye chatting with another disciple. With a polite farewell to his acquaintance, Yang Ye turned and approached them. Now then, he said with a bright smile. Shall we continue? He led them through different parts of the sect domain, including some lesser visited areas. Along the way, he explained the sect's layout and handed them each a basic map to help them navigate. His explanations were concise but informative, and even those who were zoning out earlier were now paying close attention. Eventually, the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon began to rise, casting a soft glow over the floating continent. The tour came to an end near the disciples' quarters. The day had been long, but fruitful. And for Yu Xian, something told him it was just the beginning. Soon, they arrived in front of the quarters. After exchanging goodbyes, everyone retreated to their rooms. However, Yu Xian had something on his mind and stepped out again. He found a quiet spot beneath a tree, where moonlight filtered through the leaves in silver strands. Sitting down with his back against the trunk, he looked up at the sky, his expression unreadable. Should I draw the moon? He thought. But it's fake. He quickly dropped that idea and considered drawing a person instead. Who should he call? His mind wandered to Mo Lin. Maybe he could bother him a bit. Just then, a door creaked open. Ming Tianmei stepped out of her room and, as if instinctively, her eyes found Yu Xian. She walked over to him, her steps quiet in the stillness of the night. What are you doing out here? She asked. I thought I'd draw something, he answered vaguely. I already know that, she thought, suppressing a smile. Last time, Yu Xian had randomly chosen Mo Lin to sketch. Since then, she had kept a hidden compilation in her space ring, a little personal book where she recorded events that could help her get closer to Yu Xian, as smooth as playing a game on a supercomputer. You really like drawing, huh? Back at the clan, you didn't do it that often. I suddenly felt like something was missing, so I figured a painting session might help. Maybe I have god-level intuition, he said casually. Tianmei nodded, already used to his peculiarities. He often muttered strange things and used odd phrases, but that was Yu Xian for you. So, what are you going to draw? Yu Xian looked at her for a second. Then, leaning forward slightly, he studied her face with narrowed eyes. Wait right here, he said. He stepped back a few paces, still observing her, and pulled a set of painting supplies from his space ring, easel, brushes, and canvas included. Lean against the tree. She followed his instructions with no questions asked. He dipped his brush into the ink and began his work. The first few strokes were shaky. The face didn't look right. The proportions were off. Frustrated, he scrapped the paper and started again. And again. And again. Eventually, he gave up on the distance entirely and brought his easel closer, sitting just a few feet away from her. That way, he could focus on the most important detail, her. The background could come from imagination. Over and over, he painted. Scrapped. Painted again. It's going to take time, he said quietly. Is that okay? That's fine, she replied with a soft smile. That smile struck him. It was bright, gentle, and for a moment, He was mesmerized. I'll make a painting worthy of that smile, he vowed silently. He continued for hours, deep into the night, exhausting nearly all the paper he had bought. His face was serious, his strokes precise yet never satisfying him. Tian Mei didn't complain. Not once. She simply remained by the tree, occasionally adjusting her posture when he requested it, but otherwise still. The moon drifted, and the stars faded as the early rays of morning crept over the horizon. Yu Xian sat silently for a moment, eyes closed. In his mind, he replayed every attempt, every mistake, and every detail that had gone wrong. He didn't even notice a system notification. Ding. Trait, adaptive mind strongly activated. His eyes snapped open. The light touched the sky in soft gold. It was nearing the morning. He took a deep breath, picked up the brush one last time, and began to paint. This time, there were no rushed strokes. Each line flowed with natural rhythm. His focus deepened with every motion, capturing the curve of her jaw, the gentleness in her gaze, the stillness of her posture. It took longer than the others, but when he finally set his brush down, he looked at the painting and smiled. Yes, this one, is it, he thought. Tian Mei, he called softly, come see. She walked over and gasped. On the canvas, a lifelike painting of her was present, eyes full of silent elegance. Her entire expression had been captured, and not just her face. Isn't it beautiful? Yu Xian asked, pride in his voice. It is, she murmured, smiling faintly. It's beautiful. Thank you, Xianer. She said his name so softly that he didn't quite catch it, but the warmth in her eyes said enough. Then, holding the painting, she quickly turned and rushed back into her room. Yu Xian stretched, a little stiff, then muttered, so much for my masterpiece. He packed up his tools and began walking back to his own quarters. A few disciples passing by had seen the scene but chose to ignore it politely. Except for one. A lazy cultivator reclining on a rooftop, book in hand, glanced at the spot where the two had sat. With a yawn, he muttered, wow, what an original idea. Then, he turned the page and continued reading his favorite novel. A/N, Ming Tian Mei's character art has been successfully added. Chapter 58, Departure. After a few hours of rest, Yu Xian woke up feeling completely refreshed. As someone who jokingly referred to himself as being at the peak of mortal stage, just a few hours of sleep was enough to restore him to full energy like a fresh leaf swaying in morning dew. After completing his simple morning routine, remembering he is still a mortal who has its own daily necessities, he stepped outside, only to find the others already gathered, even Ming Tian Mei. Young master, you're late today? Don't tell me you were dreaming something weird, Mo Lin chimed in the moment he saw him. Yu Xian, already used to his antics, sighed and replied, how about we get breakfast first? The others nodded in agreement, and they started walking toward the nourishment hall. Soon, the familiar scenery greeted them, disciples chatting in groups and wooden metallic puppets diligently serving food. After collecting their portions, the group found an empty table tucked into a quiet corner and sat down together. Should we go after breakfast? Yu Sueking asked, poking at her food with her chopsticks. Yes, Yu Xian replied. No need to delay. The sooner we arrive at our peaks, the more time we'll have to get familiar with the place. They had decided earlier that today would be the day they formally departed for their respective peaks. Though the sect allowed entry disciples to stay in the temporary dorms for up to a month, none of them saw value in wasting time. As Tianling, the artifact spirit, had said, this realm would only remain anchored here for 10 years. Every moment mattered, and they were all eager to begin cultivating in earnest. Thankfully, they had already packed their belongings into their space rings the night before. After they finished their meal, the group stood up, taking one last glance at the cafeteria that had become familiar in just a few days, and headed out. Has everyone added each other as friends? Yu Xian asked. The others nodded, and Lin Fan added, we did it this morning. You're the only one left, young master. Let's get this done then, Yu Xian said. He pulled out his medallion and tapped it against the others' medallions 3 times. A soft glow confirmed the connection. The medallions had a variety of functions, including friend lists and communication systems, making them invaluable for disciples within the sect. Yu Xian found it similar to one in his own world, thinking which reincarnator or transmigrator built it, or maybe some genius person from Cultivation world itself built it. They walked for nearly half an hour. Yesterday, during the tour, Yingya had told them where to find the nearest teleportation platform used to transfer disciples into the individual domains of their respective peaks. On the way, they passed by a man dressed in white and gold robes, marked with 3 glowing lines. Recognizing the uniform, the group offered a respectful salute. Yingya had explained that the lines on a disciple's robe indicated their cultivation stage and rank within the sect. With each breakthrough, the sect would issue a new robe, and while disciples were free to discard their old ones, most kept them as personal mementos and a badge of progress. Over time, this had become a tradition. Eventually, they arrived at a small town that served as a teleportation hub, one of many scattered across the sect's domain. While some were open to all disciples, others were restricted to certain peaks. They noticed disciples in different colored robes, some like Yingya's, others dyed in blue, white, red, and even black. Based on what Yingya had said, the group assumed the colors indicated the peak the disciple belonged to. A small line had formed near a desk where a senior disciple was handling registrations. As each disciple stepped forward, the senior would ask for their name and peak, then assign them to a group accordingly. Soon, it was their turn. Name and peak, the senior disciple asked. Lin Fan, Martial Heaven Peak. Mo Lin, Martial Heaven Peak. Yu Hao, Martial Heaven Peak. Yu Sweking, Martial Heaven Peak. The senior disciple nodded and pointed to a nearby group. Wait over there. Then he turned to his assistant. What time is the next teleportation? 11, senior brother, the assistant replied. It's almost time then. Start preparing the formation once registrations are complete. The assistant bowed and left to carry out the orders. Next, the senior disciple called. Yubo, Myriad Path Peak. Stand over there, the senior instructed. Yu Zhen, Order Heaven Peak. That line. Then Ming Tian Miai stepped forward. Ming Tian Miai, Celestial Heaven Peak. The senior disciple paused and looked at her for a moment, visibly surprised. That's rare. Please stand beside the desk for now. She did so without question. Next. Yu Ling Luo, Chaos Heaven Peak. The air suddenly grew tense. Not just the senior disciple, but even the assistants nearby paused and looked up at her like they had just seen a ghost. This is also unexpected. Please stand beside her, the senior disciple said, gesturing toward Tian Miai. Apparently, it seems Chaos Heaven Peak had quite the reputation. The senior glanced at both girls, thinking, are they perhaps from the same sect or clan? Then without any delay he continued. Next. Yu Xian, Elemental Heaven Peak. The senior barely looked at him. That line. After a few more entries, the registrations were complete. And with that, the groups were almost ready to be teleported to their peaks. Yu Xian created a group chat for them. Apparently it was similar to social media in creating groups. He just hoped that somehow he didn't join a weird group full of cultists going after people's life. Or maybe a group where powerful seniors are present and gave weird tasks. It would definitely be a plot for some protagonist, though all he wanted to do was avoid any trouble coming his way. Yu Clan's Prodigies. This was the group he created and there was option for the group to be public or private. He kept it private. Some group chats are meant to be private, and he knew that better than anyone. Chapter 59, Elemental Heaven Peak 1. Chapter 59, Elemental Heaven Peak 1 Uenvel.com. After some time, the assistant finally completed the teleportation formation setup. Turning toward the senior disciple, he asked, Senior brother, it's ready. Which group should we send first? Let's start with Azure Sky Peak. There are a lot of them, the senior disciple replied calmly. Soon, the disciples assigned to Azure Sky Peak were called forward and guided to stand within the formation. The ground beneath them was etched with intricate arrays formations that looked surprisingly similar to magic circles, pulsing faintly with spiritual energy. Relax your bodies, the senior disciple instructed. You'll arrive near a teleportation platform within your peak. If you need directions, ask the disciples stationed there. Most of the group nodded, though a few looked understandably nervous. Then, holding a small, disc-like device in his hand, the formation controller, the senior disciple declared, activate. The formation lit up instantly. Spiritual energy from the surrounding air was drawn in, and with a sudden flash of light, the group standing within the array disappeared. Transfer complete, the assistant confirmed after checking a smaller artifact panel. The senior disciple nodded. He had left all communication with the receiving formations to the assistant, ensuring that any issues on the other end could be handled swiftly. Next, Martial Heaven Peak, the senior disciple announced. Those heading to the Martial Heaven Peak stepped forward, Yu Sweking, Lin Fan, Mo Lin, and Yu Hao among them. As a final farewell, they waved to the others still waiting. Yu Xian gave a faint nod in return, a knowing smile on his lips. Moments later, they too vanished in a burst of light. Once the formation cooled and reset, the next group was called Myriad Path Peak. Yu Bo stepped forward, offering a respectful bow and a casual wave to the remaining members of the group. The array activated once more, and Yu Bo disappeared. Heavenly Beast Peak, the senior disciple called next. This time, the group that approached the formation was rather unique. Several were in beast form, towering wolves, coiling serpents, even a few avian figures, while others took humanoid shapes. Their presence drew curious stares from the remaining disciples, but the senior disciple didn't even blink. This was clearly routine for him. Once they were gone, the next name was called Order Heaven Peak. Yu Zhen walked up with quiet confidence. Before stepping onto the platform, he looked back and gave a respectful nod. Yu Xian returned the gesture, then watched as his friend vanished in a swirl of spiritual light. Now, only 3 remained from their original group, Ming Tian Miai, Yu Ling Luo, and Yu Xian. And then, the next announcement came. Elemental Heaven Peak. Yu Xian stepped forward. He paused for a moment, glancing over at the 2 girls still waiting. With a small, reassuring smile, he raised his hand in farewell. He wanted to stay back to be the last to leave, but this time, the order wasn't his to control. We'll meet again soon, he thought. Sooner than expected. Whatever his intentions or reasoning, only he knew. The formation activated once more, and Yu Xian's figure was engulfed by light, disappearing from sight. The journey to the peaks had begun, and each of them was stepping into a future that would test more than just their strength. It would test their very paths. Yu Xian felt a sudden pull on his body, and just as quickly as it came, it vanished. That was surprisingly smooth, he thought. Although teleportation formations existed within the Yu clan, not everyone had access to them. Even though he could have used one before, he had never done so. This was his first time experiencing long-range teleportation, and it wasn't bad at all. He had expected some side effects, a pounding headache, nausea, or at least mild disorientation. but there was none of that. Just a clean transfer from one place to another. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a town quite similar to the teleportation hub he had departed from. However, there were two noticeable differences. First, the temperature. The air here was notably warmer, a few degrees higher than usual. It wasn't unbearable, but it made him feel like he'd stepped into the early stages of summer. Second, the robes. While disciples here wore robes of varying colors, the dominant hue was red. Different shades of crimson, scarlet, and ember danced in the fabric of those walking past, giving off a subtle but fierce energy. As he was observing the area, a tall young woman approached. She was graceful, with striking red hair tied back into a loose braid, and a red robe embroidered with 3 linings, clearly a senior disciple. With a polite smile, she addressed the group of newly arrived disciples. "Welcome to the Elemental Heaven Peak," she said. "If you wish to take the entry assessment immediately, head to your right. Follow the path for about an hour, and you'll arrive at the main peak. There, your selection and further instructions will be given." Without another word, she turned and walked away. Yu Xian stood frozen for a moment. Was that it? He was baffled. Is everyone in this sect so irresponsible? He wondered, now having second thoughts. Still, he didn't want to waste time. Opening the map interface in his medallion, he confirmed his current position. Sure enough, there was a glowing marker indicating the direction of the main peak precisely where the senior sister had pointed. Well then, he muttered, stretching briefly. He decided to turn it into a challenge. Let's see if I can reach it in less than an hour, he thought, and then dashed forward, moving like a crimson blur through the winding paths of the sect's domain. Several passing disciples glanced his way, but no one commented. There was always a weird one in every batch. As he sprinted along the route, Yu Xian noticed something interesting. The farther he got from the teleportation zone, the more the temperature normalized. The intense heat he'd felt earlier seemed localized. Was that area a fire-blessed land? He speculated. If so, it would be ideal for fire element cultivators. A naturally enhanced land that aligned with one's elemental affinity could accelerate cultivation speed exponentially. That would explain the concentrated fire aura and the red robes. Along the road, he passed a few other disciples, some walking leisurely, others stretching or chatting. None stood out, and no one seemed to be in a hurry. Soon, the towering silhouette of the main peak came into view. With a confident smirk, Yu Xian picked up his pace again. The real journey was just about to begin. Chapter 60, Elemental Heaven Peak 2. Yu Xian arrived at the base of the towering mountain peak, where the cliffs seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. The summit was hidden behind layers of thick clouds, giving the illusion that the mountain pierced straight into the heavens. He had reached this place after nearly half an hour of sprinting, and as he stood there catching his breath, he looked up at the colossal mountain and thought to himself, this might actually be bigger than Little Mountain back home. In his home world, there was a peak known as Little Mountain, ironically the tallest in the world. To this day, Yu Xian still wondered who came up with such a crude and unimaginative name. Slowly, he approached the massive entrance gates of the Elemental Heaven Peak. Disciples passed to and fro through the grand archway, their robes fluttering in the wind. A steady stream of activity flowed through the entryway. He waited patiently for his turn. When it came, a tall man in blue robes standing guard at the entrance stepped forward. "I haven't seen you around before. What's your purpose here?" the man asked, his tone not unfriendly but firm, his gaze scanning Yu Xian's face. Yu Xian respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Senior brother, I've just arrived. I wish to join the peak as a disciple." The guard raised an eyebrow. "Ah, one of the new arrivals from outside, I assume." "Yes," Yu Xian confirmed with a nod. "You're lucky, then," the senior disciple said with a chuckle. Because of the recent influx of disciples, the disciple accepting ceremonies are being held almost daily. If you head to the registration hall now, you'll make it in time to be included in the next batch. The next one should start within a few hours. "I see," Yu Xian replied. "Could you give me directions to the registration hall?" The guard nodded and gave a brief explanation, pointing out a path that curved gently along the base of the mountain. "Follow the stone path straight ahead, then take left when you reach the three-speared pagoda. The registration hall is just beyond it, you can't miss it." Yu Xian thanked him with a respectful bow and turned to leave. As he jogged off toward the indicated path, the senior disciple chuckled softly, watching his retreating back. Fresh blood is always welcome. With more newcomers joining, maybe we'll finally suffer less. His voice trailed off with a sigh of relief. It seemed his workload would decrease and he would finally focus on his cultivation now. Yu Xian followed the directions given to him by the senior disciple. After walking for a while, he stopped in his tracks. Ahead of him stood a three-speared pagoda, towering like a divine monument. The spiritual energy around it shifted subtly, as though drawn to the ancient structure. To his surprise, each spire bore a distinct symbol. The left spire shimmered with the yin symbol, dark and cold, like a moonless night. The right spire radiated the yang symbol, light and fierce, like a burning sun. The center spire, slightly shorter, bore the symbol of Taiji, a perfect balance of yin and yang, its edges subtly rotating like a living seal. The atmosphere around the pagoda was intense. Powerful auras radiated from the disciples gathered nearby. As Yu Xian looked closer, he noticed that most of them had 4 lines embroidered on their sleeves or higher, a clear mark of their cultivation level, meaning most here were likely in the nascent soul realm or above. Seeing the sheer number of such elite disciples, Yu Xian's curiosity piqued. Whatever that pagoda is for, it's definitely something important. But he quickly shook off the urge to investigate further. No need to get sidetracked, he reminded himself. He was really tempted to explore further but decided against it. There would be time later, 10 years, if the artifact spirit Tianling's words were to be believed. Though 10 years felt like plenty now, he knew well that in the realm of cultivation, time had a way of slipping away too quickly. He made a mental note to return and explore the pagoda later. Leaving the pagoda behind, he continued on the path and soon arrived at a tall, wide building with glowing characters over its entrance, Registration Hall. The faint glow of the words seemed designed to grab the attention of newcomers, and Yu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like the sex marketing team knew what they were doing. He stepped inside. The interior was spacious, pristine, and spotless. To one side, he saw a group of new disciples gathered together. A senior disciple stood nearby, appearing to oversee the process. Yu Xian approached and said respectfully, "Senior, I wish to register." The senior disciple glanced at him and casually pointed toward the group. "You're just in time. Go stand with the others." Yu Xian nodded and made his way to the back of the line, falling in behind the gathered disciples. He was among the last to arrive. After a short wait, the senior disciple stepped forward, his expression stern as he addressed the group. "You will be evaluated before being accepted into the peak. That decision lies with the elder who will observe your potential. Do not make unnecessary noise or act like spoiled children throwing tantrums." It was clearly an attempt to establish authority. Though the other senior disciples shook their heads subtly, they knew well that anyone who made it this far wasn't likely to throw a tantrum. "Follow me," the senior disciple instructed, turning sharply and leading the group toward where the attending elder awaited them. He then led them through a side door, and they entered a quiet chamber where an elder with serene expression sat cross-legged in deep meditation, his presence vast yet restrained like a still ocean. The senior disciple stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Elder, these are the new arrivals." As Yu Xian's eyes fell upon the elder, he froze. Chapter 61, Panda. While the others merely saw an elder seated in meditation, calm and composed, what Yu Xian felt was something entirely different. The old man before them wore an amicable expression, yet to Yu Xian, it was like standing before a boundless abyss. He had a gut-deep certainty, if he so much as disagreed with this man, let alone challenged him, even a casual sneeze from the elder could erase him from existence. Worse, he sensed that if he dared harbor even a single ill thought, the old man would know. He didn't understand why he felt this way. Was it his system, his unique physique or bloodline, or simply an awakened intuition? Whatever it was, he trusted it. After all, a bud crushed before bloom would never grow into a tree, and he wanted to be a universal tree. Oblivious to Yu Xian's inner turmoil, the elder slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, twin galaxies seemed to shimmer within them. If someone saw him meditating peacefully in a remote countryside hut, they'd probably argue over who should inherit his property after he passed away. But Yu Xian knew better. Appearances could be deceiving. Even on Earth, makeup held the power to rewrite a person's impression, and this was a literal cultivation world, where someone could alter their appearance, age, or sometimes even gender at a whim. If some lunatic ever introduced the concept of personality-changing makeup to add extra charm here, it would be a true calamity. "All right," the elder spoke, his voice calm but firm. "One by one, place your hand and medallion on this." With a flick of his sleeve, a small transparent orb floated into existence, levitating gently in the air before him. The first in line stepped forward, a youth with sky-blue hair. Yu Xian had long abandoned the idea that cultivators followed Earth-like standards for appearance. Here, hair came in every color imaginable, and some that defied description altogether. His Earth-based logic about natural colors had been rendered obsolete on day one. The blue-haired youth placed his medallion into the orb, which swallowed it silently, then rested his palm on the glowing sphere. At once, the orb pulsed with a cool blue light, and a translucent screen hovered above it, displaying clear text like a hologram. Spiritual root, sacred grade. Affinity, water. The elder glanced at the result and gave a brief nod. "You may join the water minor peak. Collect your uniform afterward." With that, the medallion popped back out of the orb, now marked with the crest of the water minor peak. The disciple caught it with both hands, bowed respectfully, and stepped aside to stand at the back of the hall. Things continued at a steady pace, one disciple after another stepping up, placing their medallion and palm on the crystal, having their results evaluated, and being assigned accordingly. It was then a large, rock-like man stepped forward. His skin resembled polished stone, and his heavy steps echoed in the hall. When he placed his hand and medallion on the crystal, the result was different this time. Spiritual root, heaven grade. Affinity, earth. Physique, heavy earth physique, sacred grade. Oh, the elder raised a brow slightly. A sacred grade physique. Some will be interested. Though not every cultivator possessed a heavenly physique, those who did often held a significant advantage over their peers. Still, while the elder's comment showed mild interest, he didn't elaborate. This evaluation system was linked directly to the sex administrative system, meaning other elders had likely already been notified. The registration process continued smoothly, the glow of the crystal repeating itself again and again. However, with each result, the elder's expression remained neutral, even as disappointment faintly crept into his eyes. There had been no truly shocking talent so far. Then came the final two. One was Yu Xian. The other was a panda. Or at least, something very close. A plump, black and white, panda-like creature stood in line, belly slightly rounded, dressed in a pristine white robe that somehow complemented his belly and made him look even rounder. Despite his cuddly appearance, he carried himself with an air of utter arrogance, chin tilted high, as if he were royalty surveying peasants. Yu Xian glanced at him. At the same moment, the panda glanced back. Their eyes met. Then they both looked away, casually, naturally, as if uninterested, only to sneak another glance the very next second. It was ridiculous, the silent exchange of few more gazes, each trying to size the other up without being obvious. A bizarre little showdown of who's more mysterious happened. The atmosphere grew strangely comedic, until... Next, the elder called out, snapping them both from their mutual staring contest. The panda huffed proudly, his round belly wobbling slightly, and waddled forward. With practiced flair, he placed his medallion on the orb and rested his paw atop it. The crystal pulsed and then the holographic screen lit up. Spiritual root, immortal grade. Affinity, yin and yang. Physique, yin-yang physique, immortal grade. The elder's eyes widened, genuine surprise flickering in their depths. He knew something interesting would happen. Oh, now this is some enter. Before he could finish the sentence, what he hoped for happened. Boom! Two powerful auras collided in the air like clashing storms. Pressure rolled across the room like tidal waves. The people fighting weren't physically present, more like spiritual projections, but the oppressive force was very real. Phantom-like figures emerged in the air, one radiating yin energy and the other yang, swirling and surging toward one another. The elder moved instantly, raising his palm. A shimmering protective shield of qi enveloped the disciples, particularly Yu Xian and the panda, cutting off the overwhelming pressure. Humph! Greedy old fossils, the elder grumbled in his mind. He didn't have the courage to say that in front of them. Apparently, the panda's evaluation had drawn too much attention. Yu Xian, meanwhile, watched the chaos calmly. But inside, he had one thought. I really just got outdone by a panda. Chapter 62, Rise in Status. The clashing auras continued for a few more seconds before the elder seated in the room finally lost his patience. Elder Yin, Elder Yang, could you both not destroy the room while deciding who gets to train the disciple? He said with a forced smile. At his words, the raging energies paused, and two ethereal silhouettes slowly materialized in midair. One radiated a soft, blue light and took the graceful form of a woman, elegant and cold like the moon. The other blazed with golden light, taking the shape of a confident man, his aura bold and proud like the midday sun. Old Yin, let me take this disciple under my wing. You already have enough, the male silhouette began. Did you just call me old? The woman snapped mid-sentence, her voice sharp and dangerous. The man's face immediately fell. No, wait, I didn't mean. Too late. Words once left the mouth cannot be taken back, and the moment was gone, so was the peace. She attacked again without hesitation, light clashing with light, and the elder in the room quickly flared his qi again to shield the stunned disciples. A few of them crouched in panic. Yu Xian remained still but narrowed his eyes. If it weren't for the elder present, they would have all been vaporized within seconds. The elder clenched his teeth, holding the barrier firm, and cursed silently. Why do you two always have to show off? And in front of a room full of single people, no less. Yes. The clashing duo wasn't just the yin and yang peak masters, they were also a deist couple by bond. A very famous and very volatile one. Just listen to me for a second, the male said, nearly combusting in frustration. We can discuss this calmly. We will talk, later. One-on-one, the woman interrupted, throwing another devastating blast. Hearing that, the male silhouette paused mid-dodge, then smirked. Ha, fair. The old trick always worked. The elder's eye twitched. Can you two stop? He finally roared, unable to take it anymore. The two ethereal figures halted midair, their expressions sheepish. I would like to train this disciple, said the male, straightening his posture. You don't even have enough experience, the woman retorted coldly. The man flinched, visibly wounded. I have plenty of experience. Then name one good thing you've done in your life. The man opened his mouth. I married you, he thought. Before he could say it out loud, a third aura descended. This one was balanced, neither blazing nor frigid, and carried a stable, resonant energy between the two extremes. A new phantom-like figure appeared. Mom, Dad, said the composed voice of a young man. Can I make a request? The elder raised an eyebrow, while the previous two looked genuinely surprised. Their son, peak master of the yin-yang peak himself, rarely made personal requests. I want to take this one as my personal disciple. Everyone in the room, even the elder, paused. The woman nodded almost instantly. All right. Then, before disappearing, she turned to glare at the male figure one last time. Also, old Yang, you're banned from home for 10 years. What the man wailed, as if physically struck. 10 years could be a lot for many, but for them it was as nearly a day. Still he felt sad. Humiliated and sulking, he tried to salvage what was left of his dignity. It seems. I wasn't fated to train him after all, he said dramatically before vanishing. His son stared at the spot where he had been. Thanks for not arriving earlier, Elder Kun muttered dryly. The phantom of the young peak master bowed deeply. Apologies, Elder Kun. I should have stepped in sooner. The elder sighed. He'd watched this one grow up from an awkward brat to one of the most respected figures in the sect. That's fine, you are not the one at fault, he muttered. Though deep down, he still felt mentally attacked by Peak Master Yin's final parting words. Then the Peak Master of Yin-Yang Peak turned to the disciple who had yet to be addressed. The one and only Panda, whom for all this happened. You, he said. Are you from the Yin-Yang Panda clan of the Pandemonium realm? The panda straightened proudly. Yes, Master. I am Panda Po, of Pandemonium. He didn't miss the chance to claim his new status. The Peak Master smiled faintly. Years ago, I once received a great favor from your ancestor. It seems fate has a sense of humor. He nodded. Come to the Yin-Yang Peak after this is over. I will take you as my disciple. Yes, Master. Panda Po said, almost vibrating with excitement. Thus, a panda secured a Peak Master before Yu Xian. And Yu Xian? He simply watched, completely unfazed. Or maybe just quietly annoyed. After the commotion settled, Panda Po casually waddled over to the group of disciples who had already received their peak assignments. As he walked, he didn't forget to glance back at Yu Xian and made a smug expression that radiated pure, unfiltered arrogance. His fluffy belly jiggled slightly with each step, and yet somehow, he walked like a king. The crowd instinctively parted for him, clearing the way as though he were some noble beast who had just been crowned. Clearly, in a matter of moments, Po's status had shot through the sky. Disciples whispered, smiled, and a few even bowed their heads slightly eager to curry favor with the newly chosen disciple of the Yin-Yang Peak Master. Yu Xian stared at that smug, overly round face and felt something stir inside him. This bastard, he thought with a twitching brow. A peculiar emotion hard to name but easy to feel bubbled up within him. This must be why protagonists in novels always loved face-slapping moments. It wasn't just justice. It was simply healing after a hard workday. He glanced again at Po, who was now basking in admiration, the smug grin still plastered on his face. He suddenly had the strangest urge to punch that round belly just once and see if it bounced back like in those cartoons from Earth. He resisted that urge. Barely. Chapter 63, Irregular. As always, the last one left was Yu Xian. Elder Kun gestured for him to step forward. Yu Xian calmly walked up and placed his medallion on the crystal ball first. The moment Elder Kun saw the medallion, his eyes flashed with surprise. An irregular, he thought. Irregulars were extremely rare, a phenomenon that had only occurred a handful of times throughout the sect's vast history. Looking at the youth in front of him, Elder Kun instinctively had high expectations. Let's see what surprise this one brings. He was quietly grateful that he'd chosen to seal his cultivation and come here physically rather than sending a clone like most of the other elders and peak masters. There had been subtle changes in the destiny of several lower realms lately, and the old man from the celestial heaven peak had cryptically warned that something was coming, whether good or bad, they didn't know now for sure. Now, Yu Xian placed his hand on the crystal. He felt a faint probing sensation wash over him. He didn't resist. A moment later, the holographic screen shimmered to life, displaying spiritual root, immortal grade, affinity, all elements. Yu Xian first thought was simple, that's wrong. Something felt off. The device didn't even display his physique. He knew there were ranks above immortal celestial, for example. His sister boasted endlessly about possessing a celestial grade physique. And his was something far beyond that. So why did his spiritual root show only immortal? Was the device faulty? Or was it simply incapable of reading deeper? Just to be sure, he mentally called out. Status status window name Yu Xian, age 14, species human, title Reincarnated, young master, young genius, flower of Yu clan, traits soul vision, mental resistance, adaptive mind, cultivation realm N/A, physical strength 100/100, spiritual strength 100/100, soul strength 100/100. Spiritual root, origin, X. Cultivation technique, please enter name. Martial technique, please enter name. Physique, darkness and light origin physique, X. Bloodline, the darkest light, M+. Deo comprehension, N/A. Arts. Magic swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial family, E+. Skills, telekinesis, B+. Immortal's gaze, SS+. Fated encounter. Talent evaluation. Quests. System shop. Looking at it again, Yu Xian frowned slightly. His spiritual root was marked clearly as origin, X, something far beyond what this sex device could seem to comprehend. So was there an auto-concealment effect within the system? Was the probe blocked passively? Or was the device itself simply too limited? He didn't have time to think further, because at that moment Elder Kun suddenly shouted, "A natural one? How is this possible?" The crowd stirred. A natural all-elemental affinity. Even in the most powerful of sects, such a talent was equivalent to drawing a super ultra-rare god-tier legendary card in a card game. Cultivators could acquire elemental affinities through bloodline refinement, or treasure fusions, but someone born with a natural affinity to all elements. That was nearly unheard of. The only one Elder Kun knew was the Peak Master of Elemental Heaven Peak itself. Even spiritual roots could be artificially improved here, but true affinity could not be faked. Yu Xian caught the medallion as it popped back out of the crystal. He barely had time to inspect it, because the next moment, multiple powerful auras surged into the room. Far more than last time. Some were even more terrifying than those that had appeared for the panda. The pressure grew dense, and the room itself trembled under the weight of competing forces. The air turned heavy. Walls shimmered. The space itself began to distort. The room was now on the brink of collapse. The only one with a bad look was Elder Kun, thinking the fate of this room is to be destroyed today. Xian's Chronicles, My Ordinary Life. It's been a few days since I went adventuring with Ling Luo into the back mountain. Having been there once, I've gotten a rough idea of the forest's nature. It seems the forest is incapable of harming me or, more precisely, anyone connected to the Yu clan. I suspect the forest has a spirit of its own. I couldn't sense it directly, but I, Yu Xian, am far too perceptive to be fooled. Even when I used telekinesis to save us both, I noticed something odd. The river actually helped us. And in this world, rivers having spirits isn't all that uncommon. If I had to describe it in Earth terms, these kinds of places are like protected sanctuaries. Cultivators tend to leave destruction in their wake, so someone or something has to clean up after them. That someone ends up being Mother Nature herself. It's not surprising that nature eventually manifests a will of its own. I've read in the clan library that most of these natural spirits take on a female form because the Dao designated the title of nurturer to females only. That part remains a mystery to me. Maybe, because a group of men is called irresponsible? I am open to that debate. Anyway, I left that philosophical thoughts for another time. With a few candies in my pouch and a stick in hand, I headed to the eastern garden first. There, beneath the shade of vibrant spirit trees, I passed the time by shaping clouds in the sky, letting my imagination drift freely. Feeling freedom, I shouted, I am the emperor. Haha. Then later, as per my own tradition, I resumed my favorite pastime, poking the koi fish with my stick. There was one in particular koi fish slightly different from the others, with blue patterns tracing along its body. Unlike the rest, which usually swam away when bothered, this one always came back at me, with eyes full of anger. Its persistence amused me. I felt that the koi understood that I was annoying it. So I liked that particular koi even more. In fact, I began feeding it occasionally. Even when angry, it never refused food. Something tells me, our future is going to intertwine someday. To be continued. Chapter 64. Meanwhile, when Yu Xian departed for the elemental heaven peak, two girls remained behind. Ming Tianmei and Yu Lingluo watched his silhouette fade into the teleportation light, each harboring different emotions. After a few more groups were called and sent off, only the two of them were left. The senior disciple exchanged a brief word with his assistant, then turned toward them and said, Junior sister Ming Tianmei, let's start with you first. Just before she could step forward, Lingluo suddenly wrapped her arms around her in a hug and said, Don't forget me. Though, knowing you, you probably won't. And make sure to visit from time to time. I will. And if I can't, you're always welcome to come see me. Tianmei replied warmly. I'm lazy. I won't come, Lingluo said immediately and broke the hug with a playful pout. Ming Tianmei sighed. Her mood really could shift like a storm. Chaotic as always. Still, she was Yu Xian's only sister. And with some vague understanding of the future, Ming Tianmei had no desire to ever offend her because doing so would inevitably mean offending Yu Xian himself. And only she knew what kind of fate awaited those who made that mistake. She stepped into the teleportation array, waved one last time at Ling Luo, and as the senior disciple gestured, she vanished in a flash of light. Where she arrived was a quiet town, unusually still, almost like time moved slower here. But instead of being greeted by a fellow disciple, an old man stood waiting for her. His face was partially obscured by a strange cloth, making his expression hard to read. Welcome, child of heaven, the old man said, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Ming Tianmei's brow twitched. That cryptic voice and half-covered face always irritated her. Still, she bowed with polite decorum and asked, I am Ming Tianmei, elder. May I ask who you are? The old man clearly noticed her irritation but didn't comment. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, From this moment on, I am your master. But, I was told there would be a test, she said, looking slightly confused. You don't need to go through such formalities, he replied calmly. Ming Tianmei sighed inwardly. This so-called master of hers never answered questions directly. To this day, she still didn't know what exact position he held in the sect, only that he was highly respected, even feared, by some. Then what must I do to officially accept you as my master? She asked, already guessing the answer. The old man's voice brightened ever so slightly, and he coughed before saying with exaggerated solemnity, Come with me to perform the disciple ceremony. Judging by your calm demeanor, I can see you're truly a child of heaven, unbothered by trivial questions. Before she could respond with sarcasm, he gently tapped her shoulder and the two of them vanished in a blink. On the other side, not long after Ming Tianmei had teleported, it was finally Yu Lingluo's turn. The senior disciple overseeing the teleportation looked at her and said with a polite smile, Junior sister, when you arrive at the teleportation point, just proceed quietly. Try not to stand out. Yes, senior brother, Lingluo replied with a cheerful tone. But do you have a specific reason for that? I don't usually stand out anyway, she lied with a straight face. The senior disciple looked at her bright, innocent face and thought to himself, did I just speak unnecessarily? But brushing the thought aside, he continued, let's just say that most disciples from the Chaos Heaven Peak tend to have unique personalities. It's not uncommon for them to be involved in more than a few sect-wide disputes. Ah, got it, she nodded, completely unbothered. She stepped into the teleportation formation, and at the signal, the array lit up and she vanished. The senior disciple, now finally alone, let out a long sigh. I just want to relax now, he muttered like a tired office worker waiting for his bonus. Yu Ling Luo materialized inside a bustling plaza and was immediately surrounded by a chaotic crowd. OMG, new blood has arrived. This junior sister is super cute. I alone am the senior brother. Be quiet, you mongrels. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed like thunder, you sons of bitches, scram. The crowd scattered instantly like leaves in a storm, dispersing without a trace. A moment later, a short figure stumped toward Ling Luo. She barely reached her eye level but her presence felt overwhelming. Ling Luo blinked and asked with genuine confusion, are you a doll? Bonk? The short girl smacked Ling Luo on the head with a scowl. Is that how you greet your senior? Ling Luo rubbed her head, grimacing. That hurt. And then, it didn't. She had a feeling this girl was definitely a delinquent. The Peak Masters called you. Let's go, the short girl grunted. What? Already? Ling Luo said. I thought I'd get a tour first. And isn't the Peak Master supposed to be a lofty figure? Why are they calling me personally? Oi, brat, do I look like your babysitter? Just shut up and follow me. The shorty snapped and bonked her on the head again. Ling Luo silently vowed, one day, when I'm stronger than you, I'll stretch your tiny limbs like noodles. The short girl led the way, and as they moved through the peak's domain, disciples made way for her immediately. It was clear she was someone important. A real big shot. After several more head bonks and half an hour of walking, they finally arrived in front of a simple hut. The master is inside, said the shorty, then called out, Master, I've brought the new disciple. The wooden door creaked open. Ling Luo followed her inside and saw an elderly woman seated on a cushion, her face pale and expression distant. She looked so frail, it was as if she was one breath away from death's door. Panicking internally, Ling Luo accidentally blurted out loudly, wait, she's not going to die before handing me cultivation resources, right? There was a silence. The short girl looked at her like she couldn't believe what she just heard. The old woman's expression twitched. Her face shifted through several colors like a chameleon. Bonk! Yu Ling Luo was hit again. And thus, her first day at Chaos Heaven Peak began, chaotically. Chapter 65, Offers 1. The room was suddenly filled with powerful entities, beings who, under ordinary circumstances, didn't even bother acknowledging each other's existence. Some outright disliked one another. Bitter rivals, eternal opposites. But for now, it wasn't the time to fight. The atmosphere was tense, but also curious. Something, or rather, someone had drawn them together. Elder Kun had just left Yu Xian in the room, and with a casual wave of his hand, transported the remaining disciples outside. He didn't want them to witness what was about to unfold. Not because it was dangerous, though it very well could be, but because of what it might do to their hearts. Elder Kun knew the disciples well. They might appear composed and mature on the outside, but aside from a rare few, most were still arrogant, pampered brats with fragile egos. Witnessing a peer stand on the edge of such recognition could crush their confidence, plant seeds of inferiority, or worse, create heart demons. After sending them away, Elder Kun stood silently for a moment, staring at the chamber. Only one question lingered in his mind. Will this room survive? Yet despite the worry, a hint of joy crept into his thoughts. If the room were destroyed, the compensation he'd receive from the sect would be massive. If he plays his cards carefully, act a little pitiful here, exaggerate the damage there, and maybe even use the event to secure more resources. He grinned slightly. Opportunities come in many forms. Now, Yu Xian stood alone, surrounded by powerful presences. Nervousness flickered across his face as a dozen ancient beings, each a legend in their own right, turned their attention to him. Isn't this a bit much? He thought. The room shimmered with colorful and powerful auras, many so intense they looked more like divine apparitions than living beings. Most looked ethereal, almost illusionary. Are they projections? He wondered, remembering what the artifact spirit Tianling had told them, that there are clones of elders present. The first to speak was a being radiating infinite light. His form was vague, hidden behind blinding brilliance. Even so, Yu Xian felt warmth and calmness from his presence, like basking under the noonday sun. The being looked at Yu Xian and spoke in a neutral but powerful tone. Little child, you seem to possess a high light affinity. Ah, it must be destiny. His voice turned nostalgic as he reminisced, and his glow intensified, forming a halo-like effect behind him. Yu Xian felt as though every positive emotion in the world had washed over him: hope, peace, clarity. But then, a slow, cold, and dangerous voice interrupted. Light, seems fate has sent this child to inherit my legacy. Perhaps I truly am growing old. From the shadows emerged a being made entirely of darkness. His voice sent a chill down Yu Xian's spine. The light entity's glow flared in response. Damn you, darkness, always interfering. Today, I will end your life. Yu Xian immediately thought, wait, is this light versus darkness? Are we really doing this? Without warning, light shot a radiant beam across the room. Darkness countered instantly, unleashing a dark beam. The two forces collided with a blinding flash before cancelling each other out entirely, leaving nothing but a faint ripple in space. Respected Peak Masters, a voice suddenly interjected. It was Elder Kun, stepping in before things escalated further. Every head turned his way. Then came a chorus of replies. Oh, Elder Kun, you look older than I remember. Has age finally caught up with you? Do you want some rejuvenation pills? I have a recipe that'll make you look 50,000 years younger. Looking at that beard, I see white strands. And then came the most irritating voice of all. Ho ho ho, oheo Elder Kun. Elder Kun's eyelid twitched. He resisted the urge to slap them all through the floor. These were the disciples of the very masters he had once been peer with. And now, they mocked him like street vendors teasing an old customer. Especially that last one. She had a history with Elder Kun, one he preferred to leave buried in time. Still, Elder Kun sighed. Age brought wisdom, and also disrespect. These so-called youthful geniuses were all at least hundreds of thousands of years old. Could you please settle things peacefully? This level of display will destroy my humble residence, he said, trying to sound firm yet respectful. The voices ignored him. Let's decide this properly, said a figure who seemed to embody the concept of wind. His presence was formless yet graceful, like a breeze passing through the soul. Hey, little one, another voice chimed in, a curvaceous being made entirely of water. Her body rippled as she moved, and her tone was playful, seductive. Join my peak, I'll let you pick any girl from my disciples. Or all of them. You name it, I'll provide it, she said with a wink. Yu Xian stared at her. His brain froze. Then, instinctively, he recalled a math thing, LHS equals RHS. He was terrible at math, but not that terrible, and wondered what would happen if he drank all the water given to him. Before more thoughts could spiral more, the other beings exploded in outrage. Shameless witch. Deist Waterfall, control yourself. You're corrupting a future of the Kaun. Cough cough. Sect, this one sounded suspicious. You never change, muttered the Fire Peak Master, flames flickering irritably. The Water Woman sneered. Say what you want. If he joins my peak, let's see who ends up laughing. The room fell silent. She had a point. If Yu Xian truly chose her, the rest would have to shut up and accept it. Worse, they all knew young minds were easily swayed, and this one had immense potential. Supporting him now meant reaping benefits later. Their strategies changed instantly. I'll take you as my disciple, said Darkness, jumping at the chance. You insufferable fool, Light growled. Boy, join my peak. I'll not only make you my personal disciple, I'll grant you full access to my treasury, every resource you need to master your affinity. The crowd stirred. Whoa, Light's being serious. He'll burn through his resources. He must really want this boy. They weren't wrong. Training a disciple with a singular affinity was one thing, but Yu Xian, with his all affinity, would require divine effort and unending resources. But everyone here saw it clearly now. Yu Xian wasn't just talented. He was the future. Chapter 66, Offers 2. Shut up, Light, growled Darkness. Boy, join me, I'll make sure every desire you've ever had, and even those you haven't thought of, are satisfied. The great promise of fulfilling desire from Darkness oozed with temptation, his voice low and velvet smooth, like poison disguised as wine. If he had known what kind of desires Yu Xian harbored in the depths of his wild imagination, including establishing a sect of battle maidens with wings, constructing a kindergarten so he can rule the future generations, raising a fire-breathing goose army, or developing a pillow that takes away the sleeper's anxiety and heart demons, Darkness would have choked him on the spot. Unfortunately, Yu Xian was too deep in thought, distracted by his mental checklist of impossible life goals. Sensing an opening, the others jumped in with their offers like salesmen at a treasure auction. A crackling voice echoed next. Listen, child, I am Deist Thunder Jr. Pay no mind to these over-the-top fools. How about joining me for tea first? The speaker shimmered with sparks of vibrant blue lightning. Thunder, you dare poach my disciple? Darkness snarled. Deist Thunder Jr. remained composed, though the air around him pulsed with rising tension. The crackling of lightning intensified like calm before a storm. Then came a deep, rumbling voice that sounded like mountains grinding against each other. Child, join my peak. I will shape you into one as strong and unmoving as the very earth beneath the heavens. A massive projection of stone and crystal hovered mid-air. Deist Terra, the Earth Peak Master, calm and heavy like a sleeping titan. Suddenly, a distorted, echoing voice emerged, fragmented across space. Forget those fossils. Come with me, and I'll show you the wonders between the stars, said a being that looked like a figure folded through space. Deist Vastness, you dare steal what is not yours, hissed another voice. This one shimmered with emerald green light and exuded a timeless, eternal calm, ageless, yet boundless. Deist Timeless had arrived. He floated like a ripple on an ancient pond, the flow of time bending around his presence. Vastness, Timeless said coldly, you only exist because I allowed the world to move forward. Deist Vastness scoffed, his voice echoing across space. And yet without space, where would your time even pass? Admitted I am the superior. Yu Xian looked at the two figures now arguing over philosophical primacy and thought blankly. Is this the legendary time vs space arc now? Should I be taking notes? But before he could finish his thought, a slow, serpentine laugh echoed around the room. Kahuhu, child, would you like a drink? A new figure emerged, her form like violet mist, and robe trailing into black liquid. Her aura reeked of poison, elegance, and danger. Deist Venomes, mistress of the Poison Peak. Don't be scared, dear child, she said. My disciples are the most loyal, the most deadly, and very good at brewing tea. Yu Xian instinctively took half a step back. That sounded like the setup to a slow-acting assassination. Are we allowing poison cultivators to tempt disciples with bright future like me now? Light shouted. Light didn't like it. She has a license, muttered Deist Thunder Jr., shrugging. Yu Xian was getting whiplash from the barrage of offers. Then, a ghostly voice whispered into his mind, cold and emotionless. Choose me. I am Deist seeking. No attachments. No emotions. Just pure cultivation and truth. Yu Xian almost nodded before he realized, wait, this guy sounds like he'll make me a monk. And before the madness could continue. Enough, boomed Elder Kun. His sleeves flared with a powerful wave of qi, shaking the walls. The entire space trembled under his command. All of you, stop treating this like a play. Let the child breathe. The room finally fell into silence, if only briefly. And in that silence, Yu Xian looked around and asked the one question no one expected. What if I want to create my own peak? He muttered. He knew his question was stupid, but he wanted to ask that. All the auras froze. What did he just say? Darkness whispered. Deist Waterfall gasped. Deist Thunder Jr. coughed. Deist Timeless ethereally shimmered and cracked. Deist Vastness, literally fissured across space. Yu Xian replied innocently, was it something bad that I said that? Ha 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 ha, the one to laugh was Elder Kun, slapping his knee like an old sage knowing some hidden truth. The others ignored him for now. Darkness turned to Yu Xian, eyes gleaming. Surprisingly, he wasn't angry, quite the opposite. Such grand ambition? As expected of my disciple? Ha ha ha. Darkness burst into booming laughter. Darkness, he's not your disciple. Light interjected sternly. Then, turning to Yu Xian, he added, child, do you realize what you're proposing is highly unrealistic? Deist Waterfall crossed her arms, her watery form swaying, unbalancing the equations. It seems you've let arrogance cloud your judgment. Someone must teach you humility. You're right to have dreams, child, said Deist Venomas said smoothly, but even dreams require qualification. Deist Thunder Jr. chuckled softly, remaining the most neutral. Let the child dream. Every hero began as a fool with a wish. Deist Timeless observed Yu Xian quietly, his ageless eyes narrowing just slightly. Are you saying this because of your affinity? Ignore them, Deist Vastness declared, warping space around himself dramatically. Boy, come with me, and I'll show you galaxies that bend to your will. It seems Deist Vastness didn't care about his previous declaration. The bickering resumed like squabbling immortals at a family dinner until Elder Kun, Light said sharply, have you finally gone senile? Elder Kun's laughter sputtered into a dry cough, but a sly smile lingered on his face. Senile? Me? Heh. You brats think I say everything out loud, he replied, dusting his robes. The other projections exchanged puzzled glances. Was he hiding something? Still chuckling under his breath, Elder Kun turned to Yu Xian. Child, show them your medallion. The room quieted again. Why would a medallion matter? Without a word, Yu Xian retrieved it from his space ring, the golden medallion that had been given separately to him during the soul trial, the one he'd quietly kept in the space ring as soon as the crystal popped it out. As soon as the medallion was revealed, the room reacted. Chapter 67, Peak Master. Darkness was the first to react. What? An irregular? How is that possible? His usually composed tone faltered as he stared deeply at Yu Xian. Irregulars were not just rare, they were legendary. Ultra-rare beings, perhaps only a handful appearing in generations. The atmosphere in the room shifted. All eyes turned toward the glowing golden medallion in Yu Xian's hand. No one spoke, but the change in their expressions was evident. Curiosity had turned into something else, caution, and even disbelief. Everyone present knew what that medallion signified. They knew what it meant to be an irregular, a title not given lightly. More importantly, they understood the true history of the Heaven Immortal sect, and of the artifact spirit, Tianling, who personally oversaw these rare selections. Elder Kun, still standing off to the side, finally broke the silence. Yes, he's an irregular, he said with a calm smile. Now do you all understand why I was laughing earlier? A chorus of sighs echoed across the room. Each elder present knew the privileges tied to an irregular. They weren't just ordinary geniuses. And with that, the once fevered clamor of competition dulled into thoughtful silence. None of them dared speak carelessly anymore. But how did an irregular appear in the lower realms? Asked Light, his tone tinged with disbelief. Silence followed. Everyone in the room understood the weight of that question. While the lower realms occasionally produced unique geniuses or even monstrous talents, it was exceedingly rare for someone to earn the title of irregular. Most who attained it had ascended from the lower realms after countless trials, not before. Is this why we were all sent to the lower realms? Said Deist Timeless, his voice now echoing through their divine senses in a more private exchange. Don't you remember? That crazy old man came here in person, Darkness replied grimly. You know he can literally hear you even if you just think about him, muttered Deist Waterfall, glancing over his shoulder as though expecting someone to appear out of thin air. Speak carefully, added Deist Terra, sighing. He might just give your fortuitous encounter to someone else, out of spite. It was clear he had suffered a very personal and recent loss at that old man's hand. I've never understood all that fate, destiny, prophecy nonsense, Deist Vastness grumbled. That's why I rely on artifacts to protect me. He crossed his arms proudly, showing off his vast experience. No one wants to anger that old man, Deist True Flame said flatly, the usually aggressive Fire Peak Master speaking with uncharacteristic caution. Even he, the one known for charging headfirst into conflict, understood the consequences of crossing that enigmatic figure. Though they now appeared calm, the disturbances they'd caused had already echoed across the sect, and now it was time to face the consequences. In the room where the Peak Masters had been communicating through divine sense, another silhouette materialized from thin air. The pressure that descended was suffocating. Even gazing at the figure was difficult. As soon as the others recognized who it was, they instinctively bowed and chorused, "We greet the Peak Master." The silhouette shimmered with every color imaginable so vividly that no single hue could define it. Just seeing this figure caused a few to break out in cold sweat. They had assumed Elder Kun would have isolated the space, sealing their little argument from the outside world. But now, it seemed that shameless old man had left it open, causing their antics to be broadcasted to exactly the wrong person. They all glared at Elder Kun. Elder Kun only shrugged, but when he noticed one particular woman in the crowd who wasn't angry but instead smiling sweetly, his expression froze. He knew something terrible was about to happen. The multicolored figure gave off an air of laziness and disinterest, then finally spoke, still not bothering to look at them directly. "Why am I receiving multiple complaints today? And why were the mountains shaking? If I don't find your answer satisfying, your resource quota will be halved starting now." "What?" someone yelped. "Peak Master, this is bullying," cried another. "It wasn't even serious. Can't we at least explain ourselves?" pleaded Light. The Peak Master's gaze finally turned toward Light. After a moment of thought, they said, "You've got a good track record, Light. Fine. You may explain, but if I'm not convinced, half your territory goes to darkness." "What? I only asked for a chance to explain," Light said, visibly distressed. The Peak Master stared at him with an unreadable expression. Light immediately lowered his head like a scolded child, wronged for something he didn't even do. Darkness, on the other hand, looked delighted, for a moment. "And Darkness," the Peak Master continued casually, "if your explanation doesn't satisfy me, half your territory will be given to Light." "What? But I didn't even say anything." Darkness protested, then promptly shut his mouth, knowing speaking will bring further losses. Light then looked at the Peak Master with a pitiful expression and said, "It was a small matter, concerning a disciple." The Peak Master raised an eyebrow, still sounding completely disinterested. "What does that disciple have that's worth all of you fighting over?" Instantly, the rest of the Peak Masters began communicating via divine sense, throwing ideas back and forth in a silent panic. "If I go down, everyone goes with me," Light warned flatly, his tone nowhere near as benevolent as his name suggested. "No way I'm taking this hit alone. Just buy time and keep her distracted," Darkness said urgently. "Why would I listen to you?" Light replied coldly. "Because if she lays eyes on him, none of us will stand a chance," said Deist Terra, his tone unusually calm. "Cooperate now or lose everything." "Right. If even one of us starts a disciple ceremony, she won't be shameless enough to steal him outright," added Deist Venomes with a hiss of agreement. Just then, another voice echoed directly into their divine sense, smooth and amused. "Oh, a secret conversation? Mind letting me in on this little talk?" Their hearts collectively froze. The Peak Master had breached their divine sense link as easily as breathing. Chapter 68, officially claimed. With no other option left, Light had to speak. He knew that if he stayed silent, his credibility with the Peak Master would plummet. And if he tried to lie, she'd see through it instantly and the consequences would be worse. Resigned, he painfully admitted, "Peak Master, it's like this, the disciple we were all fighting over is an irregular." "Oh." The Peak Master raised a brow. "Now this is interesting." Immediately, her divine sense swept through the whole room, and her gaze locked onto Yu Xian. And then, the entire room froze. No, time itself seemed to grind to a halt. A moment later, an unseen force erupted outward, as if the very fabric of reality rejected the presence of others. In an instant, all the other Peak Masters, even Elder Kun, were forcibly ejected from the chamber like they were naturally outside to begin with. It was quiet outside. Deathly quiet. Then came the shouting. Darkness was the first to speak, utterly frustrated. "You had to open your mouth. She would have found out anyway." Light barked back. "You think she wouldn't scan the room?" Deist Terra crossed his arms. "I told you idiots to keep your mouths shut until the matter was settled." "You were the one who said we stand a chance," snapped Deist Waterfall. "Your delay tactics were pathetic." Timeless rubbed his temples. "I haven't been this embarrassed since I accidentally reversed time on my own cultivation. Do you know how painful it is to re-break through a bottleneck?" Timeless sighed. He was really time-troubled that time. "Oh, wow. Try being the one who promised the disciple an entire vault of resources," muttered Light darkly. Vastness groaned, his spatial projection flickering. "I thought this was just a talented disciple, not the sect's next generational upheaval." "You said the same thing about the last one, who became a madman in 2 weeks," said True Flame sarcastically. "That was my mistake all right." Vastness growled. Meanwhile, Elder Kun calmly dusted off his robe. "You all blame me like I planned this," he said smugly. "Yet I'm not the one who screamed about not cutting territories in front of the Peak Master." "She's going to remember everything, isn't she?" muttered Thunder Jr., staring into the horizon as if reconsidering his entire existence. "Oh, she'll remember," Elder Kun said with a smile. "And the worst part, Everyone looked at him. She hasn't even stated your punishments yet. A collective sigh ran through the group. They all knew one thing now. They had lost. And Yu Xian? Yu Xian was no longer just a promising disciple. He was officially claimed. And no one was ready to find out what kind of peak master could forcibly eject all of them with a flick of her will. While chaos unfolded outside, inside the chamber, everything was still. Time itself had halted. The projection of the peak master stood before Yu Xian, untouched by the frantic energy beyond the walls. Her gaze fell upon the boy in front of her, and for a moment, just a moment, something deep within her stirred. Memories long buried clawed at the edges of her consciousness, threatening to resurface. But she forcefully suppressed them. Silently, she stepped closer, her expression unreadable. Then, gently, she reached out and traced her fingers along the curve of Yu Xian's face. So similar, she whispered under her breath. Her eyes narrowed as she studied him, a glimmer of disbelief within them. But how is this possible? That breath, that life signature, even that face, how could I ever forget it? Now cupping his face in both hands, her voice wavered slightly. He looks exactly the same. And yet, her gaze softened, and for a fleeting instant, sadness flashed through her eyes, raw, real, and ancient, before vanishing beneath a layer of practiced calm. Could he be his descendant? She murmured, her voice quieter than before. But as her senses extended further and she studied his every aspect, she saw it, an invisible thread of fate, glowing faintly, tethering her soul to his. Her breath caught. A slow, wistful smile formed on her lips. This string, it shouldn't exist if it was someone else. And yet, here it is. She lingered for a few more seconds, soaking in the impossible truth before her. Maybe this is just an illusion. But even if it is, I want to see it through. To the very end. With a quiet sigh, she pulled her hand away and let time resume its natural course. Her expression shifted once more into that signature lazy, unreadable smirk known across the sect. She leaned slightly, adopting the casual, mysterious posture of a peak master unconcerned with worldly matters. To Yu Xian, she now appeared calm and aloof, her expression unreadable, her presence vast and multicolored like the essence of all elements bound into one form. She stood there, seemingly composed, exuding an aura of quiet dominance that made it hard to judge what she was thinking. Yu Xian looked at her closely, her form shimmering and ethereal. For a moment, he forgot how to breathe. He fumbled for words, his voice catching in his throat, but then managed to steady himself. I greet the Peak Master, he said respectfully and bowed low. The Peak Master studied him in silence for a few seconds, her gaze far deeper than it appeared. Then, with a subtle smile curling her lips, she spoke, "Child, I heard that you possess an all-elemental affinity." "Yes, Peak Master," Yu Xian replied honestly, standing straight and meeting her gaze, though it took effort. There was a weight in her presence that pressed down on his very soul. Then she tilted her head slightly, that mysterious smile never leaving her face. "Say, Yu Xian, do you want to become my disciple?" To Yu Xian the words weren't delivered with force, but the implication behind them felt monumental, like the heavens themselves had gone quiet, waiting for his reply. Something about her tone, that teasing smirk, it tickled his instincts, made him want to retreat. His mind screamed, say no, you're being lured into something strange. But his body was honest. Before he could overthink it, his knees bent and his upper body dropped into a deep, formal bow. "Please accept me as your disciple," he declared loudly, his voice clear and unwavering. The smirk on her face widened slightly. For her it felt amusing. Chapter 69, Disciple. The Elemental Heaven Peak Master looked at Yu Xian and said, "Since I'm not present here in person, the official disciple ceremony will take place once you ascend. Until then, you are my disciple in name and will receive all the benefits that come with it." Her voice turned more serious as she continued, "Now, with your unique status as an irregular, while you may maintain it, you are not permitted to accept any other masters besides me. Is that understood?" "Yes, Master," Yu Xian replied without hesitation. He was highly adaptive and understood the importance of hierarchy and rules in the cultivation world. Though the restriction was a bit disappointing after all, he had originally thought that having many masters would mean more knowledge, more techniques, and more resources. He accepted that the cultivation world wasn't as simple as it appeared. "And looking at you," she said, her gaze deepening, "I think it's finally time you start cultivating." Hearing that, Yu Xian was happy. Not just Yu Xian, everyone beyond the fourth wall was happy. Many were thinking of pouring gifts his way. Alas, due to the disconnection between dimensions, those gifts never came. It was finally cultivation time. Perfectly aligned with this chapter new, cough cough. Some things are better left unsaid. He also knew his status as an irregular was something extraordinary. When the information about it first came to his mind, he honestly thought it was a prank or a scam. He still remembered the official records in the sect regarding irregulars. Irregulars were allowed to join any peak or even multiple peaks if they chose. They had access to advanced techniques that regular sect disciples didn't even know existed. And technically, irregulars could have multiple masters. However, there was a serious clause: if a conflict broke out between the masters, the disciple would be held solely responsible. That alone made most irregulars choose a single master. It contradicted many people's idealistic notions of the master-disciple bond, but this was the cultivation world. The strong made the rules, and the rest followed or perished. "Now, give me your medallion," the Peak Master said. Yu Xian handed her the medallion without question. She held it in her hand and infused it with her power. A small multicolored dot appeared on the surface of the medallion, marking it with her official seal. At the same time, a notification, more accurately, an announcement, echoed across the sect. It simply stated, "The Peak Master of Elemental Heaven Peak has accepted a new disciple." This message was only sent to elders and peak masters within the sect's authority. Fortunately, this system wasn't connected to the main network of the Heaven Immortal sect, because if it were, the repercussions would have been massive. "Now, meet me at the peak when you're done here," the peak master said, her tone turning softer but still commanding. "Ask Elder Kun, he'll assign you a residence near my dwelling. And before you begin cultivating, come see me. I'll personally give you an awesome technique." With that, she disappeared into motes of multicolored light, leaving Yuxian standing alone in the room. He took a deep breath, processing everything that had just happened. Then he turned toward the door, pushing it open with the intent to find Elder Kun and get his affairs in order. Stepping outside, he half expected the other peak masters to be waiting, perhaps for a final tug-of-war over him. But to his surprise, the only people waiting were Elder Kun and the remaining disciples who had yet to leave. He looked around, puzzled. Where did the rest go? What Yuxian didn't know was that the moment the internal sect-wide announcement was made, everyone present had realized just who he had been accepted by and instantly abandoned their schemes. None of them dared to challenge or even linger around the personal disciple of the Elemental Heaven Peak Master. Rather than risk offending her, they had quietly blamed each other for the lost opportunity, and disappeared like scattered mist. Of course, their intentions weren't completely lost. Many of them now had only one goal, to build a friendly or at least neutral relationship with Yuxian as soon as possible. Elder Kun, seeing Yuxian approach, sighed heavily. This kid brought more chaos in 1 hour than he had expected. He glanced back at his undestroyed residence and muttered to himself, "Not even a cracked wall, now how will I file for damage compensation?" With a deep sigh, he approached Yuxian and gestured for the remaining disciples to gather. "Now that everyone has been successfully assigned to their peaks, you'll receive your official sect uniforms and sect points accordingly," Elder Kun announced. "Follow me." He led the group into a nearby room, where several senior disciples stood behind counters. Their expressions were tense, still shaken from the powerful presence that had earlier shaken the heavens and completely unaware of its source. Elder Kun, one of the senior disciples, greeted, bowing respectfully. Elder Kun nodded and gave them instructions to distribute sect supplies and peak-assigned space rings to the disciples. Then, turning toward the last two, Yuxian and Panda Po, he said, "You two, follow me." They walked through a corridor that led to a smaller chamber guarded by formation runes. Elder Kun unlocked the entrance with his personal token, and the door shimmered open. Along the way, Yuxian casually glanced at Panda Po. Po, sensing the look, glanced back. Their eyes met. This time, Yuxian smirked. Panda Po, wrapped in a dense aura of mild depression, stared blankly. Despite the heaviness hanging over him, he couldn't resist sneaking another glance. Breaking the silence, Yuxian said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Xian Yuxian." His tone was calm, but his gaze said a different story. Po hesitated. His shoulders drooped. But after a moment, he muttered with reluctance, "Hello, I'm Po, Panda Po." And like that, amid glances, a smirk, and reluctant introductions, an unusual friendship began to form. Chapter 70, Elder Kun's Mistake. Elder Kun reached into his space ring and pulled out 6 folded robes. 3 of them were black and white, their fabric inscribed with a prominent yin-yang symbol at the center. The remaining 3 were unique though white at first glance. They shimmered subtly with multicolored light under the illumination, as if the fabric held fragments of the rainbow. After giving them a once view, he took out 2 sect-issued space rings and neatly stored the robes inside them. Without much ceremony, Elder Kun tossed the ring with the yin-yang robes to Panda Po, and the multicolored one to Yuxian. "These are your official sect uniforms," Elder Kun explained. "From today onwards, wear them whenever you're representing your peak or moving around public areas of the sect. They're not just for looks, these robes offer minor defense and signify your affiliation." Then he pointed at the rings. "Those are sect-issued space rings. While they're yours to use, remember, they're still technically sect property. They track your vital signs, so if anything happens to you, the sect will know." His eyes narrowed slightly. "And, when the time is up, and you are to leave this realm and return to your home world, you'll need to submit that ring back to the section." "Yes, Elder," both Yuxian and Po responded in unison. "Now, about your residences," Elder Kun continued, shifting his gaze to Po. "Po, there's a teleportation formation behind this chamber. Use it to head straight to the Yin-Yang Peak. I believe someone will be there to receive you." "Yes, Elder," Panda Po said again, bowing politely. His round figure and belly waddled off with his usual dramatic flair. Then Elder Kun turned to Yuxian, sighing. "As for you," he hesitated, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Forget it. I'll personally take you to your residence near the Elemental Heaven Peak. With all the noise you've stirred up today, the last thing I want is another incident on the way. Better I go with you." Yuxian scratched his cheek awkwardly. "I didn't exactly try to stir anything." Elder Kun grunted. But he didn't know that his choice was the right one, because if he had left Yuxian on his own, the plot would have taken its course. Elder Kun unknowingly did the impossible of disturbing the machinations of heaven itself. Now as retribution, he would suffer from a certain elder, sometimes speaking in Japanese. Oblivious to the plot, which was now hell-bent on disturbing his peaceful life, he shook his head and continued. Now that both of you have officially joined your respective peaks, you'll begin receiving a base stipend of sect points monthly. Not much, but it's enough to cover food and some minor cultivation resources. Want more? He raised a brow. Earn them. Take up missions, win tournaments, sell products, or do any other tasks approved by your peak. The sect rewards merit, not idleness. Yu Xian nodded firmly, storing the information carefully. It wasn't just about cultivation now. Managing resources, completing tasks, and maintaining connections were also part of Cultivator's journey too. You'll both settle in with time, Elder Kun added, a rare hint of gentleness in his voice. Just don't die before that. With that, Elder Kun led them behind the chamber. There, nestled in a quiet corridor carved from smooth stone, lay a smaller but equally intricate teleportation formation nearly identical to the one Yu Xian had arrived through earlier. Runes softly pulsed with light across the floor, forming overlapping rings that hummed with spiritual energy. Elder Kun gestured toward the formation. Come on. Let's get you settled first. Po, still clutching his new space ring, waddled forward with his usual puffed-up pride. Farewell, Yu Xian, he said in an overly dignified tone, then paused dramatically. Though we part ways today, our paths are bound to cross again. Yu Xian replied simply. It's just a teleportation. We're in the same section. Still it counts as parting, Po muttered, clearly trying to act like a seasoned traveler. Elder Kun stifled a sigh. Stand in the middle. Po stepped onto the formation. As soon as he did, the glowing runes began to brighten. Elder Kun activated the array with a flick of his token, and a stream of spiritual energy surged upward, forming a glowing pillar around Po. Just before vanishing, Po struck a dramatic pose. Both paws crossed over his chest, head turned slightly upwards as if he were being photographed. Tell my followers to come and find me, he said to Yu Xian, before his figure dissolved into motes of light and vanished. Yu Xian blinked. He's really something. Elder Kun chuckled. That one may be odd, but he's got talent. The Yin-Yang Peak wouldn't have accepted him otherwise. He turned toward Yu Xian again, the air growing slightly more serious now. All right. Your turn, Irregular. The Peak Master wants you close, so I'll personally take you to your residence, Elder Kun said with a slight sigh, gesturing for Yu Xian to follow him. They began walking toward the exit of the chamber, passing through the corridor where other disciples were still receiving their uniforms and space rings. Yu Xian glanced around. Some disciples excitedly slipped on their new robes immediately, while others clutched their space rings like sacred treasures, pressing them to their chests as if they had just been handed a divine artifact. Amused, Yu Xian looked toward Elder Kun. Elder Kun, can I pass on a message from Po? Go ahead, the elder replied without looking back, voice as casual as the wind. He had lived long enough he could wait a few more minutes. Yu Xian went towards the crowd and called out, who among you is a follower of Panda Po? Several heads turned. A few disciples raised their hands lightly, their expressions curious. But Yu Xian's gaze locked onto two in particular, a white tiger walking upright, wearing sleek navy robes, and beside him, a golden-haired monkey with glimmering eyes and a long tail that swayed like it had a personality of its own. Yu Xian blinked. Po really is. Po. He cleared his throat. He said he's at Yin-Yang Peak. You'll find him there. The crowd thanked him, and he gave a small wave before turning back toward Elder Kun. Outside, the sun was beginning to go down the sky, casting light across the Sex mountaintop. Elder Kun tapped his spatial ring and summoned a sleek flying sword, the blade hovering in place with a faint hum. Well, Elder Kun said, cracking his neck, I could just wrap space around us and blink to your place in a flash, but where's the fun in that? He stepped onto the blade and gestured for Yu Xian to join him. Yu Xian kept a neutral expression, but his eyes betrayed a glimmer of excitement. Flying sword travel, what cultivator didn't dream of it? Especially one from Earth. He stepped up onto the sword and, with a mental command from Elder Kun, the sword slowly lifted into the sky. The ground shrank beneath them. Disciples looked like ants, the towns like tiny tiles on a jade board. The mountain wind tugged at Yu Xian's robes as they soared into the clouds. Below them, the checkpoint town he'd arrived from looked like a glowing node surrounded by several similar towns like petals on a flower. As they sped forward, the scenery became increasingly surreal. They passed over a forest where the trees shimmered with bronze and silver leaves, and some even swayed in patterns that seemed choreographed as if they were performing for the heavens. Giant koi leapt between waterfalls suspended in midair, their scales sparkling. One mountain they passed was entirely inverted, hanging from the sky by chains of starlight, its peak pointing downward and its base disappearing into clouds. At another point, they crossed a crimson river that flowed upward, coiling like a dragon into the sky. Dozens of crystalline towers floated above a valley, some anchored to the air by glowing arrays, others spinning slowly as if dancing with time. In the far distance, Yu Xian spotted a lake that reflected not the sky above but a night sky full of stars. Elder Kun followed a lazy curve through a few drifting cloud banks before gradually descending. We're here. Before them lay the base of a mountain unlike any Yu Xian had seen so far. The mountain was massive and glowing with ever-shifting hues. One moment it shimmered blue, the next violet, then green. Colors danced across its surface like living brushstrokes, an ever-changing mural. The entire mountain exuded a quiet aura of mystery. But what struck Yu Xian most was the emptiness. No crowds. No disciples training or talking. Just silence. Why is there no one here? Yu Xian asked. Elder Kun touched down beside him and chuckled. Because this is the elemental heaven peak. The Peak Master prefers silence. It's not a place for crowds. Then he stepped forward. Come, let's build your new residence. Tip, you can you. Chapter 71, Beautiful Peak Master +1. After arriving at the base of Elemental Heaven Peak, Elder Kun led Yu Xian up the path that coiled around the mountain. The air grew noticeably purer the higher they ascended, and soft spiritual energy caressed Yu Xian's skin like a whisper of wind. Along the way, Yu Xian noticed vibrant foliage lining the path, fields of grass in shimmering blue-green hues, and flowers blooming in unnatural colors, one with petals like crystals, another whose blossoms seemed to ripple like water. Some even gave off faint auroras, flickers of flame, sparks of lightning, gentle breeze, or droplets of mist. After reaching a certain height, Elder Kun stopped and gestured upward. Keep going. Your master resides near the summit. I'll stay here and set up your residence nearby. Yu Xian nodded. Thank you, Elder Kun. Following the ascending path, Yu Xian continued his trek upward. To his surprise, it took him nearly an hour to reach the summit, yet the climb hadn't exhausted him at all. In fact, it had felt strangely effortless. From a distance, the peak had looked impossibly tall. He was certain it greater than Mount Everest. There must be some spatial compression or trick at play, he thought. As expected of my new reality, the one and only cultivation world, he mused with a grin. Then he saw it. At the summit stood a lavish mansion. No, a palace might have been a better word. The structure appeared carved directly into the mountain's surface, with gleaming jade pillars and flowing crystal streams running through the gardens. The walls shimmered faintly, as if forged from solidified light, while ethereal mist circled the rooftop. The roof tiles changed color depending on the light blue, gold, red, silver, and intricate carvings of phoenixes, dragons, Kylan, and turtles decorated the wooden eaves. A small waterfall descended beside the front steps, flowing into a lotus pond brimming with radiant flowers. It radiated mystery, majesty, and power. Yu Xian took a deep breath and came to a halt at the ornate entrance of the palace. Then, raising his voice just slightly, he announced clearly, Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. The grand doors of the palace creaked open in response, revealing a softly lit hall filled with faint glowing motes of elemental light, tiny orbs of water, flickers of flame, wisps of air, and dancing pebbles that hovered gently in the air as if the very laws of nature were tamed within this place. Yu Xian stepped inside, unable to suppress his admiration. The architecture was divine. Every tile, every arch, every painting embedded into the walls radiated harmony with the elements present. Silken drapes floated mid-air without wind, and a stream of water ran along the sides of the hallway, illuminated from beneath by multicolored spiritual stones. And then, he saw her. Seated gracefully atop a floating jade throne that levitated a few inches above the floor, surrounded by soft multicolored light, was his master, the Peak Master of Elemental Heaven Peak. Now this wasn't a projection, he was certain. If anything, it was likely her clone in physical form, but even so, the pressure and presence she exuded was anything but ordinary. She looked to be in her late 20s, an age that was almost certainly deceptive. Yu Xian wisely refused to speculate on her real age. Her hair cascaded down to her waist in a mesmerizing display of multicolored strands that shimmered like liquid rainbows. Every shift of her posture caused the colors to subtly change: fiery reds, calm blues, soft greens, golden highlights. It was like staring at a living aurora. Her skin was flawless, smooth as jade, radiant yet soft, the kind that would make imperial concubines feel inferior. And her face. Yu Xian gulped and immediately looked away. Her face was the very embodiment of perfection, big luminous eyes with glowing irises that shimmered like galaxies, a delicately sculpted nose, and lips of the purest pink, a color so true, it made the actual pink seem dull in comparison. He blinked, snapped out of his daze, and immediately dropped into a deep respectful bow. Disciple greets master. The Peak Master, however, raised a brow ever so slightly and offered a faint, amused smile. Oh my, ogling your own master now, she said, her voice teasing yet oddly melodious, like bells chiming across a quiet lake. Yu Xian internally froze, but years of training and a silver tongue honed through both lives kicked in. Master, your disciple had no devious intentions. It's just, I've had limited encounters with the opposite gender, and your beauty was simply too divine for my mortal eyes. He delivered the line with the precision of a seasoned actor, so smooth that he could have passed a lie detector even in a courtroom of heavenly judges. She chuckled softly, folding one leg over the other atop her floating throne. So you're not looking at your master in that way? Still bowed and unflinching, Yu Xian replied earnestly, absolutely not, master. I merely lacked the vocabulary to express my admiration respectfully. A sigh escaped her lips, part content, part nostalgic. I was just teasing you, she said, waving a slender hand. It's been quite some time since I had someone to speak with informally. Yu Xian, however, didn't take her tone lightly. I'm not a playboy, he reminded himself. And she's probably older than both my lives combined. The mere thought of that made cold sweat appear on his back. But just then, her eyes narrowed slightly. Did you just think something rude about me? And not at all, master, he stammered, adjusting his posture slightly. I actually had a question. Her interest visibly piqued. Go on. He hesitated, then asked with genuine curiosity, when will I begin cultivating? And somewhere, beyond the fourth wall, a mysterious audience let out a collective gasp of relief. Finally, cultivation, at last? The crowd was really approaching the limit of their patience because of the fake promise on Cha. But some were even ready to toss imaginary spirit stones in celebration, but alas, dimensional limitations still applied to some, but to others, they were supreme beings, such minor inconvenience was not a problem at all. The Peak Master raised a brow. Oh, and who said you were forbidden to start? Yu Xian looked aggrieved. Master, please stop teasing your poor disciple. I might collapse from anticipation at this rate. That pitiful expression, those wide eyes, that furrowed brow, it was almost too much. Thought Yu Xian didn't think much about his appearance, unknown to him he was the most handsome mortal. With a faint chuckle, she descended from her throne, stepping down without a sound. As she stood before him, Yu Xian noticed she was a head and a half taller than him. She gently pressed a hand against his forehead. A warm, soft energy spread across his skin. Then tap. He felt something shift. A stream of knowledge began to transfer into his mind. Foundational energy circulation methods, the meridian map, spiritual breathing rhythm, and much more. But there was a barrier. He could access some parts, but the deeper techniques, they were locked behind some sort of restriction. His brows furrowed slightly. Master, what was that restriction? She removed her hand and gazed at him with serene wisdom. That was a beginner-level cultivation method I myself created, she said softly. You'll need to pass a threshold, in simple terms breakthrough. When you are ready, it will open on its own. Then she smiled. And besides, would it be fun if I handed you everything so easily? Yu Xian had no answer to that. Then, with a soft sigh, the Peak Master spoke again. Though cultivation may seem simple because of your all-elemental affinity, advancing to the next realms will not be easy. The higher you rise, the tougher the path becomes. I, too, faced several bottlenecks, even with talent. Her voice trailed off for a moment, lost in memories. There was a subtle exhaustion in her expression, a glimpse of the countless years she had to suffer. But, she continued, her gaze sharpening as it fell upon him, thanks to my efforts over the millennials, you won't have to endure as many of those hardships. At least, not at the beginning. Yu Xian looked slightly overwhelmed. How was he supposed to respond to that? All he could manage was a sincere bow of gratitude. Then, with a gentle flick of her fingers, she summoned a few glimmering beam of light that went to his storage ring. I've stored several resources in your space ring, items that will aid your early breakthroughs. Pills, manuals, tools, everything my disciple should have. If you encounter any difficulty, come to me. Understood? Yes, Master. Thank you for your kindness. Yu Xian bowed again, more deeply this time. I'll take my leave now. She nodded, watching him turn and walk away. Her expression softened as he disappeared from sight, and her fingers idly brushed a lock of her rainbow-hued hair behind her ear. So similar, yet so different, she whispered to herself, then returned to her throne in quiet thought. Meanwhile, Yu Xian descended the mountain path, the wind gently brushing his robe as he made his way back to where Elder Kun was waiting. Chapter 72, Strange Dream. When Yu Xian descended the mountain, he noticed something new. A small house now stood near the base, one that certainly hadn't been there when he first arrived. Its structure was simple but elegant, perfectly suited to the atmosphere of the elemental heaven peak. Beside the house stood Elder Kun, inspecting it with the quiet air of a seasoned carpenter, hands behind his back as if appraising his own craftsmanship. As Yu Xian approached, Elder Kun turned towards him and said, "It's a modest house, but it contains all the essentials you'll need. My work here is done." Yu Xian clasped his hands and bowed slightly. "Thank you for everything, Elder Kun. I truly appreciate it." Elder Kun gave a faint, tired smile, then nodded and departed, vanishing into the distance quietly. Yu Xian gazed at the house for a moment, then stepped inside. To his surprise, the interior was quite modern, almost identical to the residence he had stayed in when he first entered the sect. It was just a bit more spacious, with extra rooms. There was a bedroom, a clean bathroom, a cozy dining area, and even a small kitchen tucked into the corner. He looked at the kitchen, mildly confused. "I thought I wouldn't have to cook my own meals in a sect," he muttered. But seeing how isolated this peak was, he suspected he might need to reconsider. There wasn't exactly a bustling market nearby. Then a thought hit him, maybe I should learn to cook spirit food. He frowned. But where would I even learn that? Yu Xian shoved the question to the back of his mind and leaned against the wall, letting the events of the past few days replay in his head. First, he had arrived at the Heaven Immortal sect. Then he went on a hunting trip with his fellow Yu clan disciples. Shortly after, they parted ways to head to their respective peaks. He met Po, the panda from Pandemonium. Then Chaos. He ended up surrounded by minor peak masters. And finally, the true big shot, the Elemental Heaven Peak Master, made her appearance, and accepted him as her personal disciple. Elder Kun even gave him a ride on his sword. Now, here he was alone, in his very own residence atop a major peak. Too much has happened today, he sighed, rubbing his temple. He was mentally exhausted. Without another thought, he appeared beside the bed and gave it a gentle tap. To his pleasant surprise, it was even softer and fluffier than the one before. How luxurious, he thought, and then his body surrendered. The moment his head touched the pillow, the bed did its magic. Yu Xian drifted off to sleep instantly. A/N, dear readers, which chapter is this continued from? What do you think? Hint at end. Clad in shimmering golden armor, a hero stood alone on a battlefield soaked in dusklight. A dark sword, humming with restrained power, rested in his grip as he gazed upon the sea of demons that encircled him, thousands of them, ready to tear him apart. It hadn't always been like this. Once, after slaying the evil dragon and saving the world, he was hailed as a savior. 7 royal princesses had wept in joy and pledged themselves to him, their hearts fluttering with admiration. But then came their father, their oh-so-wise ruler, King Cunnington the Clueless 7. With all the grace of a man who couldn't locate his own kingdom on a map, he declared that the hero was unfit to marry his daughters. After all, he reasoned, the man saved the world, not the kingdom. Geography had never been his strong subject. The princesses protested. Tearfully, they vowed never to wed another if they couldn't marry the hero. Their determination was unshakable. King Cunnington's royal heart remained a stone. But a father's heart? That wavered. Before his royal court, he muttered, "Lucky bastard," and relented just barely. With his signature cunning smile, he proposed a task so absurd it would all but guarantee the hero's failure. Defeat the ruler of the demon realm, and only then may you marry my daughters. The King Cunnington the Clueless 7 was brutal and cruel. Still, the hero who specialized in impossible feats and had a certified degree of it, accepted the challenge without hesitation. He met each of the 7 princesses before his departure. With handkerchiefs, kisses, and heartfelt blessings, they sent him off on his perilous journey. Alone, but not unblessed, the hero ventured into the demon realm. Obstacles came and went, but none could match his unwavering resolve. Upon reaching the Dark Dominion, he quickly discovered that stealth was the best approach and infiltrated the ruler's castle. What he didn't know was this: in the demon realm, nothing went unnoticed by the supreme ruler. She had already sensed his arrival the moment he set foot in her land. But curious about the man who defeated her prized dragon, she decided to play along, to test him. As the hero entered the throne hall, he was greeted by a vast army demons of all shapes and sizes, surrounding him from every direction. With a bored expression, the hero muttered, "Small fries. Always annoying. Good for EXP farming, but too bad I'm already max level." He raised his sword, and mental enchantments swept across the room. One by one, the demons froze where they were, their minds whisked into fantasies of their own making, some dancing, some crying, some imagining they were famous pastry chefs. The path cleared. Before the hero stood the ornate, towering doors to the ruler's chamber. The aura behind them was overwhelming, regal, and ancient. He walked up to the doors. Bam! With a deafening crack, they burst open. The hero heard a sweet feminine voice. "Welcome, hero, to my world. I hope you didn't find it hard to come here. After all, I have a debt to collect from you for defeating my pet dragon. A/N, check the single-digit chapters." Chapter 73, Strange Dream Ends. The hero stepped into the throne room. At the far end sat a towering black throne, veined with ominous red energy that pulsed like a beating heart, pure demonic grandeur. And on it, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, was her, the Demon Queen, supreme ruler of the demon realm. She was beautiful. Dangerously so. Long, glossy black hair fell to her waist in waves, the strands shimmering as though lovingly shampooed daily with imported celestial oils. She wore a sleek black dress with elegant silver trim, paired with thigh-high stockings that accentuated her flawless legs. Her horns curved into a crown above her head, black obsidian edged with crimson glow, exuding regal menace and commanding presence. Her body was tall, sculpted to perfection, the kind that made even archangels question their career choices. Her irises shimmered crimson gold, and her smile carried a whisper of wicked charm. A single nosebleed trickled from the hero's nose. "Shugoi pressure," he whispered, clearly shaken but not by fear. Heroic translation: amazing. "Nice to meet you, hero," the Demon Queen greeted smoothly, her voice low and teasing, like velvet laced with arsenic. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Demon Queen," the hero replied, standing tall but internally wobbly. "So, how are we doing this? You know my job is literally Demon Queen, right?" she said with a shrug. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm not jobless," the hero replied proudly. Somehow that line felt very important to him. "You see, my job is tamer. And I now ride your former pet dragon to tour the continents. I didn't slay him for that." He stepped forward dramatically. "Defeating you would only destabilize the world further. So instead, I declare that I shall tame you." "Excuse me," the Demon Queen looked visibly confused. "I have no choice," the hero said, acting as if fate itself had forced his hand. She sighed. "I know you're max level, and I'm 1 level below max. So, realistically, I can only resort to a forbidden spell. Because your job is Demon Queen," he guessed. "Exactly." She stood slowly from the throne, towering over most with commanding presence. The hero instinctively raised his sword. "Activate forbidden spell." The world froze. Dark energy surged, and then boom, they were enclosed in a dome of pitch darkness, its walls humming with ancient demonic power. Even the Demon Queen herself didn't fully know what the spell did, only that it had been passed down by demon kings and queens for generations to defeat the heroes, and never fully explained. When light returned, they both opened their eyes, and found themselves in a room. A small room. A very small room. At its center was a single, heart-shaped bed, with pink pillows and kawaii plus highs. A floating sign hovered in the air with glowing instructions. "Unbreakable room. 1. All powers are sealed. 2. No damage may be dealt to either party. 3. Exit will appear only after the 4th condition is satisfied. 4. Do snoo-snoo." The Demon Queen squinted. "What is snoo-snoo?" The hero was silent. She turned to him, confused. "Do you know what that means?" The hero took a breath, then approached her slowly. She tensed. He stood just before her and narrowed his eyes. You're exactly 1.3657 centimeters taller than me, he muttered grimly. What? Hero, what are you doing? He said nothing, but inside, a storm brewed. Bacona, he said aloud in Japanese. Heroic translation, impossible. The hero clenched his fists. He had trained his willpower for years, but this was another level of hardship. His gaze accidentally flicked down toward the black stockings. He nearly lost his mind. Alas, I am truly defeated. This is a formidable foe indeed. But then hope had arrived. Wait, my class is tamer? That means I can still win. He paused, then frowned. But if I don't get out of here, I won't be able to marry the 7 princesses and enjoy my slow life dream filled with, the last part was censored. He looked back at the demon queen. Her flawless features, her shimmering hair, the way her brows were pinched in confused frustration. He decided being a hero, he would explain this to her. He approached, placed both hands gently on her shoulders, and looked her in the eye. That was a really nasty spell, he said, giving her a serious look. What is it? She blinked, nervous at his sudden shift in tone. We've lost our powers. But to get out of this hellhole, we must combine our strength. She turned her head, surveying the room again. There's only a heart-shaped bed. Exactly. And what does snusno mean? She asked, eyes wide. The hero sighed, stared into her eyes. For a moment, they both forgot everything else. He tightened his grip on her shoulders and said firmly, only you can help me now. Are you willing? The demon queen was stunned by his serious face and tone, her cheeks glowing faintly red. She looked away for a moment, then nodded slowly. I am, she said. The hero closed his eyes, ready to break the news gently. He sighed again. The hardest part was about to begin explaining what snusno meant. And when he opened his eyes to explain her, Yu Xian suddenly woke up in bed. He gasped, sat up, and shouted to the heavens. No. In fact, his shout was so loud that if he'd shouted like that in a market, even the most stubborn vendors would have handed him discounts on the spot. Unfortunately, there were no merchants here, only birds. And those birds, peacefully fluttering around the trees outside his small residence, made a collective decision. They would visit this place less often. Loud places were for cities, not serene peaks. Yu Xian let out a long sigh and stared up at the ceiling with moist eyes. Why can't it ever end a little later? He muttered, voice full of heartbreak. Truly, the greatest enemies of men were not dragons, demons, wicked tyrants, or evil spirits. They were dreams. Dreams that end just before the good part. Chapter 74, Cultivation 1. After resolving to sleep more regularly, so that he can fight with bad dreams, more often, Yu Xian rubbed the sleep from his eyes and began his morning routine. After all, he was still immortal. Then he took a warm bath, the hot water practically washing away lingering fatigue. Then, slipping into his new sect robes, he approached the mirror. Polished, youthful skin, lustrous black hair, deep, entrancing eyes that shimmered like obsidian under starlight. I am really handsome, he muttered, unable to resist admiring his reflection for a few moments longer than necessary. With his confidence refreshed and space ring secured, Yu Xian stepped out of his residence. The peak was silent and peaceful, touched only by the occasional breeze and the soft rustling of distant trees. The clouds drifted leisurely below the mountain's summit, and golden sunlight poured down in beams through the branches above. The grass had a gentle shimmer, reacting to his presence as though acknowledging his existence. Butterflies flitted through the air, wings sparkling with motes of qi, while distant spirit birds sang in high-pitched trills that echoed through the landscape. He passed by small waterfalls tumbling off cliffsides, their waters glowing faintly blue. Crystalline lotus ponds lined the pathways, and fishes of various color leapt playfully from the surface before diving back into the stillness. Trees here weren't simple, they bloomed with radiant petals, some of which shimmered like glass, others with veins of silver or gold. After nearly 20 minutes of wandering through this otherworldly realm, Yu Xian stopped under a tall tree unlike any he'd ever seen. Its towering trunk seemed carved from jade, and its wide canopy stretched like an umbrella across the sky. Its leaves resembled single lotus petals, 5 colors in total: red, brown, silver, blue, and green. A 5-elemental tree, he whispered. The leaves corresponded clearly: fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. He stepped closer, brushed away a patch of grass at its base, and sat down cross-legged under its shade. He hummed, a low, steady sound as he relaxed. It was finally time. Time to cultivate. Time to begin the journey of immortality. Now, all that remained was to remove the seal. At the age of 10, shortly after his awakening, his mother had sealed his ability to cultivate not out of malice, but to ensure he didn't accidentally trigger a premature breakthrough. His awakening might have looked ordinary, but his talent was anything but. From his space ring, he retrieved a small, glossy red pill, a candy created by his mother. She had initially refused to create such a thing, insisting that a mere mental command was enough to unseal his cultivation path. But faced with Yu Xian's exaggerated teary eyes, her resistance crumbled. Just this once, she had said. Holding the pill in his palm, Yu Xian looked at it thoughtfully, then smiled. He swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, he felt a subtle, internal click, like shackles breaking. A restriction in his body lifted, and a tidal wave of sensitivity flooded him. He could feel it now, spiritual energy. Not faintly, not abstractly. Clearly, as though it was the air itself. and without even needing to focus, he could sense the ambient spiritual energy drifting gently through the 5-elemental tree, circling the land, waiting to be drawn in. I really have final boss level talent, he muttered. Then under the right cultivation environment, not some old closed cave, his cultivation journey officially began. The first thing Yu Xian did before cultivating was organize his knowledge. There were now 2 cultivation techniques at his disposal now, one gifted by his master, and the other, unnamed, granted by the system itself. He chose to follow through with an experiment he'd been planning for some time. System, incorporate the cultivation technique given by my master into the unnamed technique I received from you. Ding! Incorporating. Cultivation technique and the way of everything cultivation technique. Do you wish to proceed? A backup copy of the original will be stored in the system space. Yes, no. As usual, the system's functionality was efficient except when it decided to be broken on its own terms. Yu Xian mentally responded, yes. Checking compatibility. Techniques compatible. Merging in progress. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Merge successful. Transferring knowledge. Transfer complete. Yu Xian felt the technique his master had passed on fade from his conscious memory. In its place, an entirely new method bloomed within his mind, one refined and optimized, crafted from the wisdom of a peak master and the impossible adaptability of the system's foundation. A single breath later, the technique settled into him like it had always belonged. His path forward was now clear. It was finally time to begin cultivation in earnest. Yu Xian accessed the first stage of his cultivation technique only to find that the rest were still locked. Probably due to my current realm, he thought, unconcerned. A stream of knowledge surged into his mind, detailed instructions on how to draw spiritual energy from the air, guiding it through his lungs and into synchronization with his body. This foundational breathing method had a name, primordial breath. The name alone feels powerful, he mused. Pushing aside all distractions, Yu Xian composed himself and settled into a cultivation posture. The classic cross-legged one. Though excitement pulsed within him, he kept his emotions in check, maintaining a calm, focused mind. During his training with his father, he'd learned the basics of breath control, how to steady one's breathing, align it with bodily rhythms, and even quiet the mind. But compared to that, primordial breath was leagues more advanced. This wasn't just about breathing, it was about harmony between mind, breath, body, and the energy of the world itself. Yu Xian exhaled slowly. Then, following the mental blueprint etched by the technique, he began his first true breath as a cultivator. A/N, this is my first time writing about cultivation. Really, if there are any mistakes in the future, please forgive me for that. Chapter 75, Cultivation 2. Yu Xian took a deep breath, his first true breath as a cultivator, and his monstrous talent didn't disappoint. The spiritual energy in the air surged toward him like metal attracted to a magnet, drawn in by his every inhalation. It was pure, vibrant, and full of life, and yet, the moment he completed the first breath, his expression changed. He fought the urge to react too strongly, exhaling slowly with control. But even then, his shoulders trembled, and then, ha 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 ha, he burst into laughter, a sharp, wild sound that echoed through the lonely mountain like a madman's cackle. It lasted nearly a full minute. Luckily, no one was around, or he might have been publicly declared insane. Ha! He wiped the tear threatening to slide from the corner of his eye, sighing as if his body had just survived an emotional ambush. His first reflection was raw and honest. Why is cultivation so weird? During the technique he used the primordial breath, the spiritual energy didn't just enter his body, it barged into his lungs, like couple reuniting from a long-distance relationship. That's where the problem started. As the spiritual energy infiltrated his lungs, it didn't feel painful, but it was odd. Extremely odd. At first, it was a gentle prickling, almost ticklish, but it soon escalated into a bizarre internal sensation like 1,000 tiny invisible fingers tapping against the insides of his lungs. It reminded him of an exhausted adult using their last ounce of sanity to tickle a baby for a laugh, while the baby, overwhelmed and unable to defend itself, could only laugh helplessly. He, unfortunately, was the baby in this scenario. The spiritual energy had become a mischievous imp, tickling him not on the skin, but directly inside his lungs. The breath he took felt like an invasion of tickles. He had no choice but to laugh until he was out of breath. But now, that ticklish storm had settled. He felt clearer, lighter. Like that, until evening, Yu Xian continued practicing his new breathing technique, immersing himself in the unfamiliar rhythm of inhaling spiritual energy and guiding it through his slowly awakening meridians. He was getting more used to the sensation of the qi brushing against his internal channels. It tickled sometimes, burned faintly at others, and every once in a while, it settled with a warm hum in his danshan. Not enough to call a breakthrough, but enough to say, something was happening. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, Yu Xian finally stopped. Sweat clung to his back. His breathing was smoother now, steadier. But just as he was admiring this quiet progress, "Girl!" His stomach roared in protest. "I'm really hungry," he muttered dryly, placing a hand on his abdomen. He glanced around. There was no one, no sect steward, no senior disciple, no maid or automaton to deliver food. Just him, the trees, a few butterflies, and an ominously curious squirrel watching him like prey. "I'm not eating that," he said aloud, pointing at the squirrel, which promptly turned and scurried away. With no other option, Yu Xian began the long, 20-minute walk back to his humble residence. Upon entering, he moved straight into the kitchen. It was still pristine, untouched except for some minor dust. From his space ring, he retrieved the canned food the clan had given him upon departure, enough to provide nutrition, but bland. He placed a cooking utensil onto the makeshift stove. At its center sat a small orange spirit stone with a carved ignition rune. He pressed the rune like a button, and with a quiet whoosh, flame flickered to life. He emptied the can, which had various nuts: gold almond, tiger heart walnut, flammberry seed, and something purple he couldn't identify. They sizzled gently in the pan. The aroma wasn't unpleasant. Taking the warmed nuts outside, Yu Xian sat on the edge of the porch, admiring the view of the elemental peak bathed in twilight glow. He slowly munched on hot nuts, letting silence settle around him. Did I really reincarnate into a cultivation world? He wondered aloud, gazing at the fading sun. Clearly, this was not the path the novels promised. No face-slapping arrogant young masters. Well, he was technically a young master. No pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No fox spirits turning into devastatingly beautiful women. No hidden stalkers watching from rooftops. No scheming girls fighting to serve tea and warm his bed. No rich young lady offering soft rice because of his looks. No good dreams, only bad dreams. Bad dreams. That last one hit hard. And the pace of life? He sighed. If this continues, I could write a novel, My Slow Cultivation Life in 10,000 B.C.E. Before Cultivation Era, Special Lazy Edition. He remembered that tomorrow, he needed to face his biggest challenge yet, asking his master where, exactly, food supplies came from. There was no grocery store. No farming puppet. No sect kitchen delivery. He took another bite of the nuts. They were slightly bitter, but warm. Comforting. In the cultivation world, elders acted young, and the young were sent to train or die. Peace was but a beast tied away from collapsing. Strength was the only truth. But shortcuts led to hidden curses, evil inheritances, or becoming someone's body double. He even questioned the system once, am I your puppet? The system gave no reply. He stuffed that thought, deep in his mental box labeled do not open until powerful. I suppose this is why sages say, willpower is the foundation of cultivation, he murmured. Boredom, he realized, was its own kind of inner demon. Still, he remained positive. Now night had fully arrived. The moon hung high, stars glittered above like tiny spirit beads cast across velvet skies. He'd been staring into the air for who knows how long. Cultivation is a long journey. I should at least keep myself entertained, he said, standing up and stretching. That was enough thinking for today. Enough philosophy. Enough nuts. Tomorrow, he'd seek answers, from his master, from the world, and from the mysterious life he'd been thrown into. With one last breath, Yu Xian stepped inside. His bed looked far too inviting. He sank into it like falling into a soft cloud. And with a whisper, today was short, yet long, he let his consciousness fade into sleep. Hoping he would not have a bad dream. Chapter 76, Talk with Master. The next day, Yu Xian woke up, completed his morning routine, checked his reflection, and then made his way toward his master's palace. After nearly an hour of climbing, he stood before the familiar grand doors and called out, Master, your disciple has a few questions. The palace doors opened smoothly, and once again he saw his master lounging on her throne, still looking like a peerless beauty with nothing better to do. Her multicolored hair shimmered, changing hues faster than he could blink. What is it now? She asked lazily, not even shifting position. She looked as if she'd spent the morning perfecting the art of doing absolutely nothing. But that art is difficult to practice, by modern standards. Yu Xian stepped inside. He said things straight to the point, and with a pitiful expression. There's nothing to eat here. His master blinked, confused. Her expression was full of question marks. What of it? Forgive this disciple's mortal weakness, but I still need food to survive. I prefer actual meals over pills. He bowed slightly, trying to make it sound noble. Her eyes lit up with understanding. Ah, that's right, you're still immortal. She extended a hand toward him. Give me your space ring. Yu Xian handed it over without question. The very next moment, poof, she disappeared. He muttered. Where did she go now? But in less than a minute, she reappeared in the room as casually as if she'd never left. I've asked the chefs to send over ingredients fit for kings and gluttons alike, she said, tossing his space ring back to him. There should be enough in there to last you 20 years. The ingredients are preserved, nothing will rot. Yu Xian caught the ring and stared at her in disbelief. Then why did I eat nuts yesterday? Before he could voice that thought, he hesitated, then began, but who will? Oh, she cut him off, eyes glinting with mischief. I'm your master, not your maid. Don't expect me to cook for you. Yu Xian wisely shut his mouth. It was better this way. She looked at him again, this time more seriously. I can sense the breath of a cultivator on you. Seems you're quite talented after all. Yu Xian scratched the back of his head. I was thinking, today might be a good day to break through. And after that, I wanted to try joining the monthly tournament. Her expression grew solemn. Well, this realm isn't as simple as it looks, she said. It's vast. Far vaster than it appears to the naked eye. There are tombs of ancient immortal cultivators scattered across the land, left behind to give disciples a chance to change their fate. And of course, there are forbidden zones and dangerous places. She gave him a meaningful look. Not dangerous for me, but for you? Certainly. Yu Xian's brows furrowed. Will 10 years really be enough to explore everything? Absolutely not. She shook her head slowly. You may experience life and death battles, yes. You may even rise quickly. But remember, in this world, your greatest enemy is not just beasts or ancient ruins. She leaned forward slightly, her voice soft but firm. It's the human heart. Yu Xian's eyes widened slightly. Desire is your enemy, she continued. Envy is your enemy. The ambitions of others are your enemy. Here in the Heaven Immortal sect, disciples are allowed to kill each other but only if it's done in the dueling arena, under official life or death challenges. Outside of that, she paused. If you're ambushed by a pack of beasts in the wilderness, who will know the truth then? She leaned back and crossed her legs elegantly. Of course she will know, but she wanted to act like a master. So choose your friends wisely, little disciple. And remember, in cultivation world kindness is a luxury. She said that last part, giving Yu Xian a deep look. Yu Xian silently nodded, digesting every word. His journey had barely begun but the mountain was already taller than it looked. Master, do you have any other disciples besides me? Yu Xian asked. He was genuinely curious about the person he now called master. No, she replied simply. You're my first. Very few possess the rare, natural talent you do, so you best cherish that. He nodded, then hesitated before adding, Master, later. I wanted to visit my sister and friends. And since I'm an irregular, am I allowed to join other peaks too? The moment the words left his mouth, his master's expression shifted slightly. Her brows furrowed, as if considering something deeply. That old witch and the old man are both here too. Should I really let him go near them? She wondered. Which peaks are your sister and friends at? She asked, giving him a questioning look. To Yu Xian, the question didn't seem complicated. In fact, he thought her reaction meant something else entirely. Ah, she's worried the other peak masters will try to steal me away. Well, not that I blame her. Of course, Yu Xian wasn't entirely innocent. He had already entertained the idea of having multiple masters from different peaks to gain varied insights and techniques. His long-term goal? Develop or find a cloning technique good enough to fool even immortals so that each clone could study under a different master without anyone noticing. Putting on a reassuring smile, Yu Xian gave her a knowing look and said, Master, don't worry. Your loyal disciple won't change masters just because someone waves a better offer in my fa. Before he could finish, a suffocating pressure slammed down on him. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xian was forced to his knees. Little disciple. His master said, her voice suddenly sweet as honey. Are we getting a little too comfortable now? She asked, appearing in front of him, crouching and lifting his chin with 2 fingers. Oh no. Kneeling, Yu Xian found himself face to face with something he hadn't prepared for. She was too close. And from this angle, the 2 things his eyes immediately focused on were definitely not her eyes. Realizing the visual danger he was in, Yu Xian immediately lowered his head like a knight kneeling for a royal decree. I'm sorry, master, he said quickly, voice low and respectful. She chuckled lightly, oblivious to the complex thoughts in her disciple's mind. Then they talked about cultivation for some time. Chapter 77, Yu Xian finally becomes a cultivator. The elemental peak master reappeared on her throne, her multicolored aura shimmering faintly as she glanced at Yu Xian. All right, you may go now, but the next time I see you, you should already be a proper cultivator. Yu Xian bowed deeply. I will take my leave, master. With that, he turned and departed. The elemental peak master remained seated, gazing for a moment at the spot where Yu Xian had vanished. Then she relaxed into her throne once more, returning to the ancient art of doing absolutely nothing. After about an hour of climbing down the mountain, Yu Xian finally arrived near his residence. The moment his foot touched the path, he smacked his forehead lightly. Damn, he muttered. He had forgotten where to go. After another 20 minutes of walking and retracing his path, he arrived beneath the multicolored tree he had chosen, the one he'd officially designated as his cultivation spot. All around him was not just greenery but vibrant, multicolored neri, as if nature itself had splashed paint across the landscape. Birds chirped lightly in the distance, and the wind carried the faint scent of spiritual energy and grass. Yes, spiritual energy too, had a scent. Yu Xian gave himself a mental thumbs up. This was the true spirit of cultivation. Serenity, beauty, and harmony with nature. He felt like he'd unlocked some ancient sage's secret. Old sages cultivated under trees, he muttered. People who lock themselves up in rooms and caves and call it cultivation, they missed the point. Fortunately, he had this place to himself. No distractions. No one to interrupt him. He was grateful for that, because if someone disturbed him mid-session and caused a chi deviation, that would be tragic. With a satisfied breath, Yu Xian sat down cross-legged, back straight, and exhaled slowly. With a satisfied breath, Yu Xian sat down cross-legged, back straight, and exhaled slowly. Today, I really begin. The wind around him stilled, as though heaven itself paused to listen. He recalled the words of his master, your body has already begun to absorb chi passively. Adjusting his posture into the tortoise lotus form, an ancient stance used to stabilize the lower dantian and spine, he began his breathing method, primordial breath technique. Inhale long, deep, and slow until form became formless. The air felt dense, almost liquid, descending not just into his lungs but deep toward the ki gate beneath his navel. Hold. Exhale equally slow, releasing warmth like a tide returning to the ocean. Heartbeat, breath, and will all must align. With each breath, the world grew more distant. The chirping of birds softened. the voice of leaves faded. Instead, he felt the pulse in the earth, the hum in nearby stones, the breath of qi in the wind. Life energy ancient, vast, and slumbering. A soft tingle ran down his arms. It began at his solace, the Yongquan gate, the entryway of earth qi, and then rose subtly, entering his body. Like fine needles brushing skin, threads of energy entered his flesh. His entire skin shimmered, not with light, but with presence. He didn't speak. He simply thought. It's real. No longer just air in his lungs, this was qi, entering his meridians. He focused inward and visualized his lower dantian, a dark, empty sea below his navel. Like an unborn universe. A flickering current of qi was beginning to pool there. The Huiyan gate, located at the perineum, stabilized this flow. The Wei Lu gate at the base of his spine opened gently, allowing qi to rise upward. Along his navel, the Shen gate hum qi digestion had begun. But raw qi was unstable. To cultivate it was to circulate it, to transform chaos into order. The small heavenly cycle was the path to that order. He recalled the meridian diagram, the updated one given by his system, into his mind, 2 major vessels forming an eternal circuit. Renmai, conception vessel rising from the perineum along the front of the body, ending at the lips. Dumai, governor vessel traveling from the base of the spine up the back, over the crown, and ending at the upper palate. These 2 vessels formed the first circuit of every human cultivator. But to activate them fully, different gates of qi condensation must open, like the ones he did. Qi gate flared next, a swirling pool at his lower abdomen igniting like a furnace. He moved his breath upward to Zhongwan gate, receiving energy from food, then split it across Zuoqi gate, yin energy on the left side of the body, and Yuqi gate, yang on the right, achieving balance. At his chest, the Tanzong gate pulsed, breathing and heart aligned, energy circulating properly. Higher still, his focus reached the Mingmen gate at his back, the life spark behind the navel, glowing like an ember. Heat filled his limbs. The Xiaowen gate, the qi sink, grounded it in the abdomen. At last, the final key, the gate of breath at the base of his throat. With one unified breath, qi rushed forward and click. The sound wasn't heard, it was felt. A resonance in his bones. The small heavenly cycle was complete. The first circuit was done. System notification. Qi condensation, substage 1, qi gathering reached. Gates, first realm pathway, 12/12 gates stabilized. Primary meridians, organs, awakened, lung, kidney, large intestine, bladder. Extraordinary vessels, renmai, dumai flowing. Minor spiritual sense detected. Initial sensory field expanded. Around him, the air shimmered. Mist recoiled, as if the world itself bowed in acknowledgement. Petals on nearby spirit flowers curled gently inward. The wind stopped, not from absence, but reverence. Inside, his blood flowed differently. His bones hummed faintly. His breath no longer merely sustained life, it carried energy. His vessels, those channels within his flesh, were no longer dormant. They pulsed softly, alive and awake. He could now sense the qi moving through his body like wind whistling through flute holes. He exhaled slowly. The sky above was gold with dawnlight. The first true step had been taken. I've begun? And far away, in hidden parts of the sect, unknown eyes opened one by one. A/N, this was the hardest part of the novel till time. I never thought it would require more than a day. Research 2. This is not the perfect cultivation system. I know that, but this is the best I could do. This novel is a world on its own, and hardcore cultivation fans, if you find mistakes, forgive me. And if there's something new, don't be surprised. Bless this author with gifts. Soon I will update or create a new auxiliary chapter for these info. Chapter 78, Old Voices. Was I mistaken? A voice murmured, echoing with doubt. No, we all sensed it. Another replied solemnly. It's real? That level of perfection, huh? We have a true genius on our hands, said a third, barely containing their excitement. But how? Someone questioned, bewildered. Is that question even necessary? Another voice cut in. Just be glad he's in our section. With a wave of a hand, a shimmering hologram appeared, Yu Xian, seated cross-legged beneath a vibrant multicolored tree, eyes closed in deep meditation. The image radiated a tranquil power that silenced the room. So cool. One voice whispered, breathlessly. Shut up with your antics, another snapped, rolling their divine sense. In the middle of this conversation, conducted, of course, through divine senses by several ancient figures sealed within stone coffins, another presence materialized. It was the elemental heaven peak master. Oh, dear high elders, she said lazily, arms folded. Why are you all eyeing my disciple with such intense gaze? Have you finally gone senile? The disciple ceremony hasn't been officially conducted yet, right? Asked an ancient voice. How about I take him in? The peak master's eyes narrowed, voice crisp with pride. Well, my disciple told me personally he'd only ever acknowledge me as his master. Even if he were flooded with offers, he'd still refuse. Little did she know, he was only talking about his main body. Shall I test that then? Another voice challenged slyly. How about I break your old bones? She retorted sweetly. I was once your half-master, the voice muttered, sounding deeply wounded. And now you're just an immortal old sack of bones. Transfer your cultivation to me, won't you? I've been a little stagnant lately, she replied, grinning. But really, how can anyone have such absurd talent? Asked another elder, his tone caught between awe and disbelief. And heaven's actually allowing it. The hologram of Yu Xian continued to glow, silently validating their awe. His road to immortality is practically guaranteed, mumbled the emotionally damaged elder. He's already opened all 12 chi condensation gates, another added, sounding like his life had been a mistake. And he just entered the realm, someone whispered, still stunned. But, why didn't he meet any resistance? Asked a more perceptive elder. That question froze the room. Is he heaven's illegitimate child? Someone finally joked. Then, ominously, one of the ancient stone coffins began to tremble. He could easily form a heavenly grade foundation at this rate, one elder said seriously. His future is limitless. Seems like the human race has found its new genius. I think your kind might actually prosper for once, said a deep voice. The last time that happened, we went to war, someone grumbled toward the elemental heaven peak master. What can I say? She shrugged, smirking. I am the genius of the era. But what about that old man? A cautious elder asked. You can't tell me he hasn't sensed this already. Why are you talking like it's even possible for him to miss it? Said another voice mockingly. If he missed this, I'll eat your handmade food. A sound of someone struggling echoed from one of the coffins. It was unclear whether they were trying to get out or just suffering from something invisible. He's still young, someone said thoughtfully. How about we bring him to our plane for a while? Don't be ridiculous. The artifact spirit would never allow it. We came here under strict terms, someone reminded flatly. Still, I'm curious, another voice admitted, sighing. Come on, share some details about your disciple. The elemental heaven peak master sighed deeply. Being surrounded by nosy old monsters was always tiring. Refusing them was harder than denying fate itself. All right, she said. But just a little. And no, you can't steal him later. Oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded behind his back, Yu Xian was still immersed in his cultivation session, his breathing slow, rhythmic, and steady. The hardest part at first had been clearing his mind. But with time and repeated practice, even that hurdle had begun to fade. He suspected it was thanks to his trait, adaptive mind, which made slipping into a state of meditative stillness as natural as breathing. Without even realizing it, time passed. Evening had already arrived by the time he opened his eyes. It's evening already, he murmured. Time really flies when you're cultivating. He stood up and stretched lightly. Rather than feeling tired from the long session, he felt refreshed, light, almost weightless. As he focused inward, he could sense a faint pulse of energy gathering in his lower dantian. Though small, it was real, tangible. His first chi. A smile crept across his face as he turned to walk back toward his residence, the setting sun casting an orange glow over the horizon. Roughly 20 minutes later, he arrived at his quiet little abode. There, a new task awaited him. All right, let's cook something. From his space ring, Yu Xian retrieved a beginner's cookbook, several jars of oil, fresh vegetables, and a sealed pack of spirit beast meat. He eyed the ingredients thoughtfully, then muttered to himself. Do I really have to cook my own food? Master literally gave me everything, but not a maid. Come on. Even a shadow maid who popped out only to serve food wouldn't be too much to ask, right? With a shake of his head, he fetched a small pot and approached a larger one filled with fresh water. He filled the small one from the larger pot, then a blue rune at the base of the larger pot began to glow, automatically refilling its water. Yu Xian watched the glowing rune with curiosity. I could watch this forever. Then, he got to work following the steps from the cookbook. He pressed a rune on the stove, and with a faint flicker, a warm orange flame flared to life, fueled by a spirit stone embedded in the center. On one burner, he placed the pot of water to boil while he diced vegetables with surprising efficiency. On the other burner, he placed a pan, added a bit of oil, and began frying slices of meat until they sizzled and browned. Once the vegetables were boiled, he removed them and then tossed the vegetables into the meat-filled pan with spices and spirit seasonings. The aroma filled the room quickly, and when he finally plated the food and took a bite, he paused. This is surprisingly good. With a satisfied grin, he devoured the rest in minutes. Today would be memorable, his first day as an official cultivator. He had cultivated. He had cooked. He had tasted the fruit of his own labor. He then washed his dishes, and then went to bed. As he lay down on the bed, his body relaxed, and his thoughts slowed. I'll probably get an auspicious dream tonight. And with that optimistic hope, Yu Xian drifted off into a well-earned sleep, full of dreams, possibilities, and unknowns. Chapter 79, Scamming Unsuccessful. After waking up, Yu Xian went through his usual routine. Though something felt a little different, his stomach felt light, as if food digestion had become far more efficient. Afterward, he used his medallion to send a message to his master about his departure. Surprisingly, it had a useful feature, the ability to customize your display name for specific people. There was also a general name others could see. He messaged his master. Loyal disciple Xian, LDX, Master, I'm going to take a simple mission and will likely be out for a few days. Once I return, we can discuss my cultivation. I broke through. His nickname sounded like a walking bomb, but the reply came almost instantly. Lord of Elements, congratulations. Lord of Elements has sent 10,000 sect points. Lord of Elements, eat something on your way. Seeing his balance jump, Yu Xian had tears in his eyes. He immediately bowed toward the direction of his master's mansion. No one deserves such a generous master except me, he muttered to himself, convinced that if others got a master like this, future generations would become too arrogant. Nodding solemnly at his logic, he departed from his house and checked his medallion's map. The nearest town was roughly a 10-hour walk away, even if he ran full speed. So today is a travel day, he said, sighing. Then he muttered, maybe I should get a spirit beast or perform a summoning. The idea of constantly walking long distances already felt exhausting. If this was going to be routine, he needed better mobility. As he moved away from the main mountain, the scenery changed, the trees thickened, and the rivers were filled with shimmering, multicolored fish. After about 5 hours, he stood by a riverside and declared with certainty, I'm going to eat a fish. He picked up a nearby twig, scanning the water. Many fish swam past, but one in particular caught his eye, slim, long, and covered with shiny patterns. Using telekinesis, he hurled the twig like a spear, impaling the fish cleanly before lifting it effortlessly into his hand. Holding it, Yuxian suddenly frowned. Couldn't I just lift it out of the river directly? Feeling stupid, he sighed and started a fire, roasting the fish on a stick before eating. After a short rest, he continued on his journey. Inspired by a certain green mutant's running posture, he tried to mimic it. Finding an open stretch of flat land, he channeled his chi, surged forward, and began gaining momentum. The wind brushed past his cheeks. He grinned wildly. Oh ho 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 ho, he laughed, feeling free. He was definitely faster than the fastest man on Earth. Fueled by excitement, he launched himself forward with a jump, about 10 meters into the air, and then used telekinesis to extend the jump another 5 meters, only to crash unevenly into the ground. His hair was a mess, and his landing less than graceful, but his body held up. After all, he had been bathing in bitter medicinal baths since childhood and possessed a unique physique. After nearly 9 hours of traveling, Yuxian finally crossed what he called an array of trees that seemed to encircle the main peak. Beyond them were open fields and, after that, more forest. Is this a natural border, or a formation to keep others out? He mused aloud. Crossing through it, he noticed a subtle difference. The grandeur of the main peak seemed absent. The air felt normal. So this is what ordinary feels like, he said. According to the medallion's map, he still had a few more hours to go. After wading through rivers, exploring a few side caves, and walking through patches of forest, he finally saw the outline of a town. Small towers peeked over the walls, cultivators on strange mounts entered and exited, and there was a bustling flow of people. As he approached the gate, 2 guards stood there, one in a blue sect robe, the other in a dark robe with a rather sinister grin. Halt! Show your medallion, said the dark-robed one, eyes gleaming with intent. Cultivators had strong memory, and he'd never seen Yuxian before and figured he was fresh meat to scam. Yuxian casually showed his inner disciple medallion. The dark-robed guard's smile froze, but he quickly recovered. Noticing that Yuxian wasn't wearing his sect uniform, he smirked again, thinking, so what if he's an inner disciple? I'm one too, and I'll be out of punishment soon enough. That'll be 100 sect points. Entry fee, he said flatly. What? Yuxian stared at him. There's an entry fee. Yuxian had intentionally left his sect uniform behind. It was too flashy for casual missions. Before things escalated further, wham! The dark-robed disciple was kicked hard by the blue-robed one beside him, a female human cultivator with average looks, though, in cultivation standards, that was still beautiful by Earth standards. Beautiful junior brother, he's trying to scam you. You may go in, I'll handle this, she said, smiling warmly. Yuxian's face looked comical. First I'm scammed, then I get called beautiful. Should I laugh or cry? Still, he nodded politely. Thanks, senior sister. Then, without delay, he entered the town. After entering the town, Yuxian noticed the atmosphere was surprisingly warm and lively. Disciples lined the streets, some selling their martial arts manuals, others offering cultivation techniques. Nearby, a few disciples displayed pills and talismans on open cloths. He even spotted a suspicious-looking old man selling picture books from behind a shaded stall, though judging from the amused chuckles of nearby male disciples, they likely weren't educational. Further down the street, he overheard spirited conversations about duels, some friendly, others seemingly full of rivalry. Maybe I should visit there once, Yuxian thought to himself, intrigued. Eventually, he made his way to the building where disciples could apply for temporary accommodations. The sky had already begun to darken. After spending the entire day traveling, he felt mentally and physically drained. For now, rest came before exploration. Chapter 80, Philosophy of Cosmic Balance and Constructs, Volume 6. Yuxian stepped into the building and was immediately greeted by a glowing inscription on a floating plaque. Pay 100 sect points here for a week, which suspiciously looked like a QR code. Not bothering to overthink it, he casually tapped his medallion against the glowing symbol. A faint chime rang, and a moment later, 100 sect points deducted from his balance. There was no mention of extended stays. For now, a week would do. As he stepped deeper into the hall, Yuxian noticed how the interior defied spatial logic. It was far larger than the exterior had led him to believe. The place exuded spatial refinement, likely built by Formation or a space expert. Approaching the reception counter, he was met with a rather unexpected sight, a bald, purple-skinned disciple with a massive build and surprisingly delicate glasses perched on his nose. He was seated comfortably, absorbed in a thick book titled Philosophy of Cosmic Balance and Constructs, Volume 6. Yuxian cleared his throat politely. Hello, senior. Where should I go to receive my room key? The purple-skinned senior looked up, touching his glasses, which flashed briefly, and then he offered a calm, professional smile. Without a word, he reached into a nearby stack and pulled out a glowing talisman. He handed it to Yu Xian and said in a deep, tranquil voice, Room 132, first floor. That talisman functions as your access key. If you're staying longer than a week, remember to renew it, and if you don't you will find yourself outside automatically. Without waiting for a reply, he flipped his book open again and resumed reading, effectively ending the conversation. Yu Xian accepted the matter as settled. Holding the talisman between his fingers, he followed the dimly glowing signs lining the corridor until he arrived at room 132. The room was modest, clean, compact, and sparsely decorated, just enough for temporary cultivation. It didn't hold a candle to the personalized residence Elder Kun had set up for him, but it would suffice for now. Setting his belongings aside, Yu Xian sank into the bed, letting his body relax. Then, with a thought, he whispered mentally, status. A sleek, golden-black screen materialized silently in front of him. The familiar interface glowed in the dim light, waiting. Status window Name, Yu Xian. Age, 14. Species, human. Title, Reincarnated, Young Master, Young Genius, Flower of Yu Clan. Traits, Soul Vision, Mental Resistance, Adaptive Mind. Cultivation Realm, Qi Condensation, 1/12. Physical Strength, 7/100. Spiritual Strength, 10/100. Soul Strength, 100/100. Spiritual Root, Origin, X. Cultivation Technique. Technique please enter name. Martial Technique. Technique please enter name. Physique, Darkness and Light Origin Physique, X. Bloodline, the darkest light, M+. Deo Comprehension, N/A. Arts, Magic Swordsmanship of the Avalon Imperial Family, E+. Skills, Telekinesis, B+. Immortal's Gaze, SS+. Fated Encounter. Talent Evaluation. Quests. System Shop. Looking at his status, Yu Xian mentally focused on the Cultivation Realm section. A new, subtle glow outlined the area. He clicked on it with a thought, and more details unfolded before his eyes. Qi Condensation, 1/12. Gates, First Realm Pathway, 12/12. Primary Meridians, Organs, Awakened, Lung, Kidney, Large Intestine, Bladder. Extraordinary Vessels, Renmai, Dumai. He blinked, a little surprised. He had expected the process to be long and demanding, each gate opening through relentless meditation, pain, and fortuitous timing. But somehow, it had been smooth. Was it the cultivation technique? His innate talent? Or something else entirely? Yu Xian wasn't sure. He remembered from the texts that ordinary cultivators typically opened at most 9 gates at every cultivation stage. That was the heavenly limit for human race, a soft cap imposed not by cultivation methods, but by heavens themselves. Humans had it hard, especially those without backing or special physiques. Other races had their own shackles, bloodline restrictions, innate comprehension ceilings, or even physical limitations. Yet Yu Xian had passed that threshold from the very start. 12 gates. Fully opened. No resistance. He didn't feel pride. Instead, a deeper determination settled in his heart. If he wasn't born a heaven's chosen, he had to become someone the heavens couldn't ignore. Besides, he had long dismissed the idea that cultivation is defying the heavens. That was too simplistic. If the heavens truly opposed cultivators, why would they allow cultivation at all? Why would they offer spiritual energy, way to open meridians, or bestow fortune? Why would tribulations come only after a certain level? He suspected there was something deeper, and he was still far too weak to understand. With a breath to calm himself, Yu Xian closed the screen. The golden text faded away into his consciousness. He always overthinks everything. He sank into bed, and the moment his head touched the pillow, a soft warmth spread across his body. The fatigue of the day caught up to him all at once. Like that, Yu Xian drifted off into his dreams. Waking up the next morning, Yu Xian's first task was to find the public bath. Having a powerful digestion system that converted nearly all of his food into energy had its benefits, but even so, a good bath was essential. The bathhouse was located on the same floor of his residence, tucked at the far end with 2 sections clearly marked, male and female. He stepped into the male section and found 10 private bathing rooms, each marked with a carving of water cascading down like a waterfall. 3 of them were glowing faintly, indicating they were in use. Yu Xian entered an available room and took a refreshing bath. Once finished, he dried off and stepped outside, this time wearing the standard robes of the Yu clan. He didn't want to stand out too much, especially not with his official elemental peak robes, which shimmered with multicolored light. The other disciples mostly minded their own business, and he preferred to blend in for now. He strolled through the streets, stomach gently growling, looking for something to eat. Along the way, he overheard various disciples whispering in groups. Though the faces and voices changed, the topic remained the same. Did you hear? The temporary discipline committee head is in town. Chapter 81, Clumsy Monk. But isn't that the punishment hall? What's with the new name? They're calling it that while we're stationed in the lower realms. They want everyone to know the rules still apply, no causing trouble just because we're here. But those disciples only just started cultivating. So, is she here for a different reason? Those senior disciples always bully juniors. I don't know. I just hope she doesn't turn anyone into an ice sculpture. If she does, I'm willing. You piece of shit. Just die already. Still, what can we say? Thanks to her, the reputation of our peak has skyrocketed. Conversations like these continued to ripple through the area, and Yu Xian listened in with growing curiosity. Who was this person that inspired both fear and admiration from the crowd? Wondering, he walked over to a nearby street stall. The scent of steaming broth and spices lured him in. He ordered a plate of dumplings. To his pleasant surprise, they were warm, soft, and perfectly seasoned. Not bad, he muttered, chewing thoughtfully. Though the dumplings were good, his thoughts were far from the food. His curiosity deepened. Just who was this person that had everyone so on edge? Still pushing aside the lingering thoughts, he turned his focus back to the reason he'd come here in the first place. The mission. He wasn't chasing glory or prestige, he simply wanted to experience what a mission entailed and see if there was anything to learn from it. After finishing his plate of dumplings and paying the bill, he followed the pull of his medallion through the streets until he arrived at the mission hall located in the center of town. The building was modest in design. As he stepped inside, he saw people browsing through parchment notices pinned to a large wooden board, each listing various tasks or assignments. Yu Xian first approached a disciple in charge. The young man was lounging casually, eating grapes, and muttering under his breath while staring intensely at his medallion. His fingers moved with such speed across its surface that they became a blur at times. So this is a true keyboard warrior, Yu Xian thought, mildly impressed. Not wanting to interrupt his clearly important battle, Yu Xian politely turned and approached another disciple nearby. This time it was a woman dressed in monk robes, her eyes closed, her expression tranquil like still water. Hello, senior. I'm new here and wanted to understand how things work, he said in a soft voice. The monk slowly opened her eyes and blinked again. Standing before her was a breathtakingly handsome mortal man, speaking in a quiet, respectful tone. For a brief moment, her monkeyish heart wavered. Though Yu Xian never placed much importance on his own looks, to others his beauty could be disarming. Be it living or non-living, beauty always had a way of drawing attention. After a brief pause, the monk regained her composure and murmured softly to herself in a voice only she could hear. Is this my heart demon? So I still haven't truly become a monk at heart, still shaken by worldly affairs. Evil begone, evil begone. Yu Xian noticed her whispering under her breath, the phrase evil begone repeated over and over like a mantra. Not wanting to disrupt her, he simply joined in with a light-hearted tone. Evil begone, my name is Yu Suan. The monk, startled, opened her eyes wide. The supposed heart demon was not only chanting with her, but also introduced himself mid-chanting, and rather oddly at that. Yu Xian, however, thought to himself with slight disappointment. That didn't rhyme. He offered a gentle smile and said, Senior, I am Yu Xian, a new disciple. It took the monk a moment longer to fully compose herself. Finally, she cleared her throat and replied softly, Hello. Yu Xian looked at her, head slightly tilted, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Is she unreliable? He wondered. Noticing the way he was staring at her, the monk gave 2 awkward coughs, then straightened up with a practiced calm and asked, So, Junior, why have you come to me? Yu Xian had the brief impulse to say he hadn't exactly chosen her but thought better of it. I'm new here, Senior, he said, and I'd like to understand how missions work. So that's your concern, the monk said, nodding with a serene expression. Listen closely, missions are divided according to cultivation level. You're allowed to take missions up to 1 realm above your current stage, but it's recommended to form a group when doing so. Judging by your aura, I'd say simple herb gathering missions should be enough to get you started. They may take time, but they pay decently and are low risk. Yu Xian tilted his head. Are there any missions that involve fighting? The monk gave a slight sigh but answered honestly, there are, yes. Some require subduing beasts at the Qi condensation or foundation establishment realms. But there's a catch, you'll need to bring them back in one piece. Most of these requests come from seniors in the food business who need the beasts intact. Yu Xian raised a brow. What if I fail to complete a mission in time? The monk's eyes brightened, clearly pleased by the question. Now that's a good question. She straightened slightly, her tone gaining some energy. Every disciple is assigned a credibility score that increases with successful mission completions. It's a simple way for the sect to measure how serious and dependable you are. For low-tier missions, it doesn't mean much, but once you start aiming for higher-tier missions, that score becomes important. Your history and completion rate will be reviewed before you're allowed to accept more valuable tasks. She gave him a half smile, almost teasing. And if you keep failing missions, well, your credibility plummets. Keep that up, and boom, you'll find it hard to get new missions, and without those, good luck earning sect points. Yu Xian gave a thoughtful nod, absorbing the information. Chapter 82, Missions. So if you want to take a mission, the monk said, gesturing lazily toward the board, just grab a parchment and bring it to me for approval. If everything checks out, you're good to go. Thank you for the information, Senior, Yu Xian replied with a slight bow. I'll be back in a few minutes. With that, he turned and made his way toward the large wooden notice board where parchment slips fluttered gently. A few disciples loitered nearby, examining missions of their own. Most had 2 or 3 lines embroidered onto their sleeves, markings denoting their cultivation level. The section for Qi condensation and foundation establishment disciples was the least crowded. Yuxian began browsing. Mission: find Elder Ji's pet. Description: Elder Ji recently acquired a hamster and named it Burger. Upon hearing its name, the creature fled the premises for reasons unknown. Locate and retrieve the hamster. Reward: 500 sect points. Seriously? An elder couldn't catch a hamster? Yuxian blinked. Maybe he just wants to give someone free sect points. Still, not for me. He moved on. Mission: capture 10 thorny goats, Qi condensation realm. Description: subdue and retrieve 10 thorny goats with minimal damage. Ensure their limbs remain intact. Report to Disciple Wu for evaluation. Reward: evaluated on delivery based on quality. He gave a nod, and thought, a beast subjugation mission, finally. But I need to see what else is available first. Mission: letter writing assistance. Description: seeking someone with decent literary skills to help draft a heartfelt letter to a long-lost flame, preferably with poetic flair. Reward: 300 sect points. Letter writing, huh? Sounds peaceful, maybe I should give it a try. He kept browsing. Mission: mine oversight. Description: supervise spirit puppets during ore extraction. Reward: 100 sect points. Easy money if you can stay awake. Puppets do all the work, he thought, but they kept it in the category of cheap labor. The amount of points he will earn from it will just be minimal. Enough to afford food one time. Mission: dog observation. Description: watch over my dog Roasty while I'm away in seclusion for 2 days. Don't let it eat random herbs. Do not let it follow birds or butterflies. Reward: 100 sect points. Yuxian raised a brow. Even watching over dogs is missions now? He smiled faintly, then noticed a few more pinned near the bottom corner. Mission: convince my junior brother he's not a reincarnated sword saint. Description: my junior brother recently woke up claiming he is the reincarnation of a sword saint after being told by a random fortune teller. He now refuses to do chores and speaks only in poetic sword metaphors. I did my best, now it's your turn. Talk sense into him. Reward: 350 sect points plus 1 thank you bun. Looking at this odd request, Yuxian thought, either it's true or not, and he really didn't want to get involved in it. Mission: escort scroll delivery. Description: deliver a sealed scroll to a reclusive cultivator. Do not peek. The scroll is cursed. Reward: 550 sect points. He took a moment, scanning through the rest. Most were either menial or odd. Still, the sheer variety made it clear disciples here could earn points through anything from battle to babysitting dogs. He finally reached for a few parchment. Yuxian appeared before the monk once more. This time, her heart remained calm, or so she thought. Believing she had improved, she silently praised herself. I am a genius, to detach from worldly affairs so quickly. Oh no, I shouldn't think like that. I am a monk. A monk. A monk. Though she maintained a serene expression on the surface, internally her mind was a battlefield of conflicted emotions. Have you selected your missions? She asked, her voice composed. Yuxian handed over 3 parchment slips he had taken from the mission board. Capture 10 thorny goats, Qi condensation realm, letter writing assistance, and escort scroll delivery, she read aloud. Her eyes skimmed the parchment quickly, checking the details. There's nothing wrong with the goat hunt or the scroll escort. You'll probably take some time, but they're straightforward tasks. The scroll one. I don't even know why someone would post such a simple errand as a formal mission, but all right, she said with a shrug. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at the third one. But the letter writing assistance has conditions. What kind of conditions? Yuxian asked. The client specifically requested someone with literary skills, and the authority to judge if a disciple meets that criteria falls to me, she said flatly, clearly displeased by the role. Yuxian grinned and said, please trust me just this once, senior. I won't disappoint you. An invisible arrow of charm pierced the monk's calm heart. She clasped her hands together and chanted under her breath, evil begone, evil begone. Then she stammered, I cannot do that. Rules are rules. Pretty please, just this once, I am new here and I will be very grateful. Yuxian said, flashing a smile again. Several more invisible arrows struck her in rapid succession. Her shoulders slumped slightly as she lowered her head and muttered in defeat, fine. I approve all 3 missions. The clients will be notified. Give me your medallion. Yuxian handed her the medallion without hesitation. Without even looking directly at it, she tapped it against the glowing cube-like device on her desk, activating a soft pulse of light. The medallion briefly flashed and then returned to normal. She tossed it back to him casually. You can go now. Yuxian caught it with ease, bowed slightly in thanks, and walked out of the hall. Left alone, the monk placed her hand over her chest and whispered bitterly, this is unfair. I am just an ordinary monk. And yet, her face gradually returned to its usual peaceful expression as if nothing had happened. She was a monk after all, and if worldly affairs should disturb her, it was for just some time. Chapter 83, Scroll and Free Tea. Walking out of the mission hall, Yuxian still had one nagging question. What was a monk doing here? As far as he knew, the Heaven Immortal sect didn't follow any monastic traditions, nor did it house monks, especially not ones meditating in public mission halls. Her presence was a puzzle. I can always ask her later, he thought, pushing the curiosity aside for now. His immediate priority was to meet the contact for the escort scroll mission. The location had already been marked on his medallion. To his mild surprise, it turned out to be a tea house. After wandering through a few winding streets in the town's outer sector, Yu Xian arrived in front of a modest little establishment. It was nothing extravagant, a few wooden chairs, a simple counter, and the smell of fresh leaves steeped in hot water. The setup was designed for direct interaction, the kind of place where the owner brewed and served the tea personally. Inside, in the far corner, sat a lone figure. Yu Xian approached the man and asked directly, "Did you post the mission for the escort scroll?" The man turned to face him. Yu Xian blinked. The man's eyebrows were entirely absent, replaced by what appeared to be swirling patches of shifting color iridescent like spilled paint. His mustache, equally unnatural, pulsed with the same strange hues, currently a deep ocean blue. "Have a seat," the man said calmly, gesturing to the chair beside him. Yu Xian sat down without comment, though he was struggling not to stare. "You've already received the mission details, haven't you?" the man asked, his eyebrows now turning bubblegum pink. Yu Xian resisted the urge to laugh. He looks like that one friend who bleached his hair golden for style only to wake up next day with it mysteriously dyed pink. The exact color he swore he hated. "Most of the details, yes," Yu Xian replied. "But it didn't mention a destination, just that the scroll needs to be delivered to a reclusive expert. I was hoping to get a little more clarity." The man nodded, reaching into his wide sleeve. "He's a friend of mine. Due to complicated circumstances, I can't meet him in person. So I need someone trustworthy to deliver this on my behalf." He pulled out a scroll, plain and unremarkable, with no markings or seals that hinted at importance. Its simplicity made it all the more suspicious. The man handed it over and leaned in slightly. "Under no condition are you to open this scroll. None. Do you understand? Do not open it." He repeated it with unnerving emphasis. Yu Xian nodded slowly. "Understood. And the location?" The man handed him a small pouch. It jingled with spirit stones. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. "What's this for?" "Travel expenses," the man replied nonchalantly. "The recipient lives in another town. I know it wasn't mentioned in the mission description, but consider this an addition. You'll need to use the teleportation array to reach the area. I'll mark a rough coordinate on your medallion, just search around that zone, and you'll find him. His surname is Zhou." Yu Xian reluctantly handed over his disciple medallion, the ordinary one. The man pressed his fingers to it briefly, and coordinates etched itself into the surface before fading. Yu Xian sighed inwardly. It was his first mission. He didn't want to start his record with a rejection, even if something felt slightly off. "Have some tea," the man offered as the shop owner arrived with 2 steaming cups. Yu Xian accepted it and stole another glance at the man, whose mustache had now turned an alarming shade of neon green. Is it some kind of illusion technique? A racial trait? Maybe a cursed dye, he thought. Then he took a sip of the tea. This tea is excellent." "Of course it is. I paid for it," the man replied, puffing out his chest slightly. Yu Xian's brow twitched. "I didn't ask, though. Why does it sound like he's bragging over a cup of tea?" Still, he sipped slowly, enjoying the warmth. The man, however, downed his in a single gulp, stood up with a dramatic flair, and said, "As soon as you deliver the scroll, your sect points will be transferred. And let me remind you, do not open that scroll, no matter what." Then, without another word, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd like a leaf in the wind. Sure. Yu Xian muttered, sipping his free tea, totally not suspicious at all. After finishing the last sip of his free tea, Yu Xian stood up, brushing his robes off lightly. One task down, he thought. The escort mission was technically underway, though he wasn't entirely sure if he'd just been handed an important delivery or unknowingly signed up for something absurdly cursed. Either way, it was now on his mental checklist. Next up, the letter writing mission. Thankfully, this one was in the same town. No teleportation arrays, no glowing eyebrows, and hopefully, no ordinary scrolls with ominous warnings. Yu Xian picked up his pace, moving briskly through the streets. He didn't know how long the letter writing would take, but he wanted to finish it today if possible. Time was precious, especially since he still had to travel to another town afterward to deliver the scroll. The sooner he wrapped this up, the better. Besides, he thought, what if finding this Zhou takes longer than expected? The man didn't even give him a proper description. He then muttered aloud, he didn't even mention what the guy looks like. All he'd been told was a surname, Zhou, and that he was a reclusive expert. Yu Xian could only hope that someone in the other town would recognize the surname. Maybe Zhou was a local big shot or some minor overlord. If so, finding him would be easy. With that thought lingering, he shook his head and focused on the current task. "Let's just hope the person who needs the letter written is normal," he said under his breath. He had no idea what kind of person would post a mission for something as personal as letter writing. It could be a love-struck cultivator, a reclusive scholar, or a spirit beast trying to send an apology to someone it bit last week. At this point, Yu Xian was ready for anything. He sincerely hoped this wouldn't turn into another strange encounter. "Please, no glowing facial hair this time," he silently prayed. Chapter 84, The Master and Maid 1. Yu Xian made his way toward the middle district of the town, where the streets bustled with more people compared to the quieter outer edge. Following the glowing direction on his medallion, he eventually arrived in front of a modest mansion. It had a small courtyard, a neatly tended flower garden, and a pond with small fishes drifting through the water. Everything about the place whispered quiet, respectable living. Stopping at the gate, Yu Xian tapped into the messaging feature on his medallion and sent a short message to the contractor. I_am_a_poet, I've arrived outside your mansion. He had chosen this particular nickname for the client, hoping that a little literary flair might make the task smoother. Just moments after the message was sent, the front door opened and out stepped a man. He was undeniably handsome, though what caught Yu Xian's attention immediately were the subtle stripes running along his skin, faint but shimmering in the sunlight. Rather than diminishing his appearance, the stripes gave him an exotic look and enhanced his charm. OMG, little brother, thank you so much for coming early, the man exclaimed with enthusiasm as he waved. Yu Xian offered a polite nod. Shall we discuss the letter, senior? This should be a simple job, he thought. Quick consultation, a little writing, and done. Let's head inside. You can call me Ban, the man replied warmly, gesturing him in. The interior of the mansion was just as modest and tasteful as the outside. It was spacious without being extravagant, furnished with care. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a beautiful maid dressed in a classic black and white uniform that made her appear cute. Like Ban, she too had stripes across her skin, but hers were softer, almost like natural ornamentation. With perfect professionalism, she bowed and said, "Welcome home, master. You didn't inform me there would be a guest today. And to our honored guest, what would you like to drink?" Ban visibly flinched when she called him master, as though the word personally offended him. Sensing a minor emotional crisis brewing beside him, Yu Xian quickly stepped in. "Thank you for the offer, but I just had tea before coming here," he said gently, diverting her attention and giving Ban a moment to recover. But the maid, seemingly determined to fulfill her duty, looked back to Ban. "Shall I prepare the guest room?" "No, that's fine. I just want to chat with my friend for a while," Ban stammered, clearly flustered. Then, without warning, he grabbed Yu Xian by the wrist and pulled him down the hallway. "Let's go to my room." Yu Xian raised a brow but followed without resistance. The maid watched them disappear down the corridor. She blinked once, then turned calmly and made her way to the kitchen. Seems like master made a new friend, she thought. I'll need to cook an extra portion tonight. She was the perfect example of a perfect maid. Ban led Yu Xian into his room, a simple, well-kept space with a bed, a cultivation mat, a study table, and a modest shelf filled with neatly arranged books. "So, Senior Ban, your request?" Yu Xian asked, although he already had a vague idea of what was coming. "You'll need to know my backstory first to understand it properly," Ban replied, striking a melancholic pose as if preparing for a dramatic performance. "Yes, please do. It would help immensely in crafting the letter," Yu Xian said, eager to hear more. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he did enjoy a good story and the occasional bit of gossip. "Then take a Dao oath that you will not say anything you hear from me to anyone," said Ban, appearing serious now. Yu Xian looked at him and his serious expression, and took the Dao oath. He didn't mind it as it would not harm him, thinking this must be a very personal thing. He said, "I, Yu Xian, swear upon the Dao." After he took the oath, he felt a connection to a mighty power. He was very surprised taking the oath for the first time, and if he broke the oath, the consequences would be serious. He knew that. After seeing Yu Xian finish taking his oath, Ban began solemnly, "Once upon a time, there was a prince with immense potential. His parents, seeking to cultivate his strength and wisdom, forced him into isolation training and later sent him to wander the mortal world to temper his heart and learn the suffering of common folk." Yu Xian nodded slightly, already picturing a familiar fairy tale setting. During one such journey, the prince encountered a small, unfortunate household, a young girl living with her elderly grandparents. Because he was traveling incognito, the prince lived among them, blending into their modest lives. Over time, he grew fond of their warmth, their bond, their simplicity. Ban paused, his expression distant, as if watching the memories unfold again in his mind. The prince thought he was unrecognizable, but the old couple, perhaps through intuition or sheer wisdom, recognized his noble aura. Knowing they didn't have much time left, they made a quiet request. They had come to understand his character during his stay, and believed that entrusting their granddaughter to him would offer her a better future. Yu Xian listened silently, observing how the sunlight streaming through the window illuminated Ban's face. His striped skin shimmered faintly as he stood with his hands folded behind his back. He could probably make a good living as a storyteller, Yu Xian thought. Ban continued, voice soft but steady. The couple believed that even if she served as a maid in his clan, she would be safe from political entanglements. At least she would be secure, protected by someone they trusted. The prince, moved by their sincerity, and harboring feelings of his own, did not refuse. There was a noticeable change in Ban's tone, less storytelling, more confession. In the short time they spent together, he had fallen for her. She was bright, full of life. Whenever they played games, she always won, and every victory came with a dazzling smile. A smile he could never forget. Ban's eyes now held a faraway look, tinged with regret. The old couple eventually passed away. On the day of their funeral, the girl wept at their graves. Seeing someone so lively reduced to tears broke the prince's heart. He didn't know how to comfort her. And then, she said something. Ban closed his eyes briefly, reliving the moment. She told him that her grandparents had revealed his true identity, that she didn't want to serve anyone else, so she asked, "Can I be your maid?" His voice dropped to a near whisper. And so, she became the maid of the prince. There was silence in the room now, a stillness thick with memory and unspoken emotion. Yu Xian, uncharacteristically quiet, felt a strange heaviness settle in the air. Ban's eyes glimmered, not just with nostalgia, but with something more complicated. Chapter 85, The Master and Maid 2. But at that time, the prince didn't realize that accepting her as his maid would draw a firm line between them, Ban said softly, his voice tinged with regret. He sat down slowly, hands resting on his knees, eyes distant. So the prince ended his incognito journey and returned to the empire, bringing the maid with him. At first, the emperor and empress were shocked. Their little genius son had brought home a mortal girl. They assumed he was just playing around. Ban smiled faintly. But after hearing his explanation, they accepted her. They offered her a position as the prince's personal maid. Then came the matter of cultivation. After officially becoming the prince's maid, she couldn't remain mediocre. She would be constantly seen beside royalty. The emperor and empress didn't want their son to be heartbroken by a fragile, mortal companion. So, as parents, before being rulers, they sought to elevate her talent. He paused briefly, his smile softening. To support their efforts, the previous emperor, his grandfather, brought out a treasure. One capable of giving mortals a chance at cultivating. Ban's tone shifted slightly, taking on a thread of awe, but their concerns turned out to be unnecessary. The girl had immense talent, so much so that it bordered on the abnormal. Upon further testing, it was revealed that she possessed the ancestral spirit physique, which is said to appear only once in a generation. A blessing of the ancestors. Yu Xian listened in silence, fully absorbed. This physique usually awakens within the royal bloodline. When it appears in outsiders, those individuals are often married into the royal family to preserve and honor the bloodline. Anyone who awakens it gains instant prestige. He gave a short, humorless laugh. So when it was discovered that the prince's ordinary maid possessed this rare physique, the entire royal court erupted in uproar. Whispers turned into shouts. Some even suggested the emperor and empress adopt her directly. But, she was stubborn, just like the ancestors who once carried the same spirit. Ban's eyes dimmed, lost in memory. She was still young, still innocent, guided by emotion more than politics. One day, before the court could reach a decision, she made a vow. Not just any vow, she swore upon the great Dao itself that she would serve the prince, and only the prince, as his maid. She said it was her wish, and her grandparents' will. Yu Xian inhaled sharply. He understood the weight of swearing to the Dao. Just few moments ago he did one, it could not be broken. The royal court was stunned. Some called for punishment. They said she had made a rash, reckless choice. But it was too late. The vow was binding. Ban's expression darkened. In the aftermath, the emperor made a decree. What happened that day would stay in the court, and all who were present had to take a vow of silence. But even so, many in the court never forgave her. Not for the vow, but for defying the natural order. He looked down. The prince was embarrassed as well. The girl he had fallen in love with, openly declared herself his servant. But he held on to hope. He found a loophole. The vow stated she would be his maid, but it said nothing about other types of relationships. So technically, there was still a chance. A glimmer of bittersweet amusement flickered in Ban's eyes, but faded quickly. Yet the biggest problem wasn't the vow. It was her. Ban's voice softened, almost a whisper now. After her grandparents passed, her smiles grew fewer and fewer. She became quiet, dutiful, focused. The prince wanted to confess his feelings, but the words never came. And she no longer saw him the same way. Maybe she'd once thought he was just a noble. When she learned he was the prince, everything changed. She poured herself into being the perfect maid, learning to clean, cook, wash, serve. Day by day, she became more of a servant, and less of the girl he had come to love. Ban closed his eyes, his hands clenched faintly. And when she began calling him master, she never used his name again. A heavy silence filled the room. The air felt thick. Ban slowly opened his eyes again. The royal court still wanted to cultivate her. Her talent couldn't be denied. Among her peers, she shone brighter than all. But to resolve the growing pressure and to preserve harmony, the emperor issued another decree. Both the prince and his maid would be sent to the Heaven Immortal sect. The officials protested, saying the empire could provide all the resources she needed. But the emperor insisted. He wanted her to compete with the geniuses of the worlds, to grow beyond the court's shadows. Ban exhaled. And so, reluctantly, the prince and his maid arrived here, in this sect. But because of everything that happened, the prince could never bring himself to express his feelings. He buried them, suppressed them. His voice trembled slightly. But not anymore. I see, it's time, Yu Xian said, in a deep voice. Yes, it is time, Ban replied, matching his tone. There was a brief pause. It's a good thing your name is Ban and not Fan, Yu Xian muttered absently, thinking that Ban, Fan, and Xian sounded odd, or maybe even together. What was that? Ban blinked, clearly confused. Yu Xian coughed twice. Nothing, Senior Ban. Just a stray thought. Then he grew serious again. But truly, after everything you've gone through, why write a letter? Why not confess directly? I don't think courage is something you're lacking. Ban fell silent for a long moment, his eyes drifting toward the window as if searching the sky for answers. She has a peculiar habit, he finally said, voice quiet and thoughtful. Yu Xian leaned in slightly, curious. She loves letters. Not just receiving them, she collects them. Preserves them. She says they hold a kind of sincerity, words spoken aloud sometimes lack. Ban smiled faintly. Even when we lived together, she would keep old grocery lists, festival flyers, any written words that had even the slightest emotional trace. Once, when I left her a small thank you note after she bandaged my hand, she pressed it like a flower and tucked it in her journal. Yu Xian blinked. That's oddly specific. She says paper remembers, Ban added with a wistful look. And I thought, maybe if I write it down, in a way that she can keep, maybe it'll reach her heart better than anything I could say out loud. There was a weight to his words that silenced even Yu Xian's usually ready wit. I understand, Yu Xian finally said. Then let's write something worth keeping. Chapter 86, The Letter 1. Yu Xian found the habit of collecting letters a little odd, but it wasn't his place to judge. In this modern era of cultivation, where communication talismans could send voice messages, text, or even real-time projections, handwritten letters were nearly obsolete. They existed more as a formality, often used by scholars on the literary path or eccentric cultivators with a passion for calligraphy. Still, if someone found happiness in preserving letters tied to their memories, who was he to mock that? If helping Ban express his feelings brought joy, or even healed a broken connection, then maybe it would bring him some good karma too. Besides, today Yu Xian wasn't just a cultivator. Today, he was a matchmaker. That meant it was time to refine the poetry skills he'd once learned in his clan, and maybe even carried over some from his past life. Maybe if I recite a verse and the heavens rumble in approval, or golden light descends, I'll become a legend overnight, he thought, already imagining lotus appearing and butterflies fluttering behind him, petals dancing in slow motion as his words caused a ripple in the dao itself. His imagination was, once again, overactive. Ban's voice pulled him back to reality. This is why I specifically requested someone with literary skills, Ban said, glancing at him with anticipation. The moment the words literary skills were spoken, an invisible pressure settled on Yu Xian's shoulders. If I mess this up now, after hearing that whole tragic love story, he thought, feeling sweat form at his temple. If she misunderstands the letter, thinks he's firing her or something, because of my phrasing, I might doom their relationship permanently. Worse yet, his status as a reincarnator from Earth would be at risk. How can yourself call myself an Earthling if you can't even help two cultivators fall in love? If this leaks to the reincarnated community, I'll lose massive face. They'll say I wasted my previous life. My Earth history will be called into question. He shuddered at the imaginary headlines. Earth reincarnator fails basic romance quest, hasn't even read a proper poem since high school. Pushing those thoughts aside, Yu Xian straightened his back, cleared his throat, and put on the air of a professional scholar. So, Senior Ban, he said solemnly, bring out your finest paper and ink. We're writing a letter that'll move her soul. Like that the quest to love began. Ban returned carrying a small stack of premium quality paper, a bottle of dark, shimmering ink, and a delicate writing feather that looked like it had been plucked from the wing of some unknown spiritual bird. The feather shimmered faintly under the afternoon sunlight, catching Yu Xian's eye. That is a nice quill, Yu Xian remarked, raising an eyebrow. It's from a dreamweaver crane, Ban said, a little too quickly. Yu Xian gave a slow, approving nod. Taking his seat on a cushion at the low writing table, he gestured for Ban to sit opposite him. The air between them shifted calm, focused, yet oddly intense. It felt like the two were preparing to draft a top-secret martial arts manual, or launch a rebellion. But no, they were writing a love letter. All right, Yu Xian said, cracking his knuckles with seriousness. First, we'll sketch the structure. Once we've finalized it, you'll copy it neatly onto one of the good sheets. Ban nodded, visibly nervous. His fingers twitched slightly as he uncorked the ink bottle. Before we start, Yu Xian added, I never asked, what's her name? Ban hesitated, glancing away. In a soft, almost embarrassed voice, he replied, Yaqin. Yu Xian blinked, noting the faint blush rising to Ban's cheeks. The man wouldn't even meet his eyes. He's blushing just saying her name. Yu Xian thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. Where did all that confidence go? Shaking the thought aside, he dipped the quill lightly into the ink. Let's begin with something classic, he said. How about, to my dearest Yaqin, whose smile has never left my heart? Ban stared at him. Isn't that a bit forward? Yu Xian shrugged. Depends. Do you want her to know this is a romantic confession? Ban nodded slowly. Then yes. We lead with that. But don't start a love letter like you're submitting a sect report. He scribbled the line down and continued. Next, let's recall your shared memories. Maybe, the days I spent with you at the countryside manor are among my most cherished memories. Too cliché. Ban gave a faint, nostalgic smile. No, it's true. She smiled a lot back then. Perfect. We keep that, Yu Xian said. And so they continued, brainstorming, debating, revising line by line. Some suggestions were rejected on the spot, like when Ban said, you are the moonlight in my cultivation chamber. Nope, Yu Xian muttered, striking it out. Sounds like a stalker. Despite a few clashes in style and tone, they corrected each other, argued a little, and slowly shaped the letter. It took far longer than either of them expected. By the time they neared the final draft, the sun had already begun to dip low in the sky. Then Yu Xian wrote a final line. Ban reached across the table, stopping his hand mid-stroke. That one, keep that exactly as it is, he said quietly. Yu Xian looked up, smiled faintly, and nodded. Then let's finish this. Now the most important part is yours, Senior Ban. Write it with your heart. If this works, then you're my sworn brother for life, Ban said with sudden conviction, grabbing the finest sheet of paper and beginning to copy. Even as he wrote, he made small mistakes, his strokes sometimes too long, or characters slightly skewed. Yu Xian scolded him every time. Focus? This is for love, not your daily diary. For some reason, Ban began sweating. As Yu Xian loomed beside him, correcting his every stroke, Ban had the bizarre image of a stern man with a small mustache in a military uniform bearing a weird symbol yelling at him through a whistle. The pressure was real. Because Yu Xian wasn't just a critic, he was a true artist and even a young master. He'd once painted Ming Tian Miai, and that portrait was still considered a masterpiece by her. With a deep breath, Ban steadied his hand. It was time to finish what they started. Author's request. A/R, if possible purchase privileged chapters. We are nearing the tier 1 for win-win mission, though I don't know if we can complete it by the end of the month. So to all my readers, support this work, it means a lot. Chapter 87, The Letter to Dear Yaqin. Perhaps the time we spent together was brief, just a fleeting moment in the grand river of our lives. Or perhaps, it was longer than eternity itself. After all, time is not measured in days or seasons, but in the weight of memories left behind. And to me, those memories with you are the most precious I have ever known. I still remember the first day we met, the light in your eyes, the effortless grace with which you moved, and that dazzling smile that seemed to brighten the world around you. The way you spoke, the soft glimmer of your stripes in the morning sun, it all lives within me. Each time I see you, I relive that moment, again and again, as if my heart refuses to let it fade. To my dearest Yaqin, whose smile has never left my heart. There are times when I speak with you and find myself at a loss for words. Not because I have nothing to say, but because everything I feel seems too vast, too overwhelming, to express. Around you, I forget how to be composed. I stumble. I falter. Perhaps I seem strange, or distant. But please, believe me when I say, that is my fault, not yours. You are not the cause of my silence, you are my voice. I remember your kindness. The way you would care for every small detail in that household, dusting shelves, tending the garden, placing fresh tea just where I liked it, without ever being asked. I remember the warmth of your laughter, the softness of your tears, the fierce light in your eyes when you spoke of your grandparents. I remember the way you quietly tucked away that little thank you note I once left you, as if it were some priceless treasure. You have remembered me with such quiet care. Let me now remember you with words. There came a time when your smile began to fade, and with it, a part of me shattered. Never in my life have I known pain like the ache of seeing joy disappear from your face. I wished it were a dream. But reality, as it often is, was far less kind. If I could steal even a sliver of your sorrow and make it mine, I would. All I want is to see that smile again, not just in memory, but here, now. Let us not bury those golden days in the soil of duty and silence. Let us not pretend we were only ever prince and maid. Let us begin again. A whisper through time, I still hear your name. A spark in the cold, in a world gone tame. I'd trade every breath for one last embrace. Just to see light return to your gentle face. If fate grants me only one vow in this life, then let it be this. I wish to stand beside you, not as your master, but as the man who loves you. Your Ban. Wiping his nose discreetly, Yu Xian reread the letter one more time. Yes, it was good. Emotional, sincere, and beautifully written. He glanced over at Ban, who was still staring at the letter with a dazed expression. It's not that Ban lacks confidence, Yu Xian thought, he just doesn't have the words to express what's in his heart. Well, maybe he does lack some confidence, too. If Ban had written this letter alone, Yu Xian could only imagine the result, probably 5 rigid lines, delivered in a tone closer to a order than a confession. Now, Senior Ban, Yu Xian said, breaking the silence, you just need to find the right moment and give this to her. Timing is everything. Ah, yes, Ban murmured, still gazing at the letter as though it contained the secrets of the universe. After a moment, he looked up. How about you stay for dinner tonight? Yu Xian was about to respond when a knock came at the door. Ban froze. His eyes widened slightly, and he quickly set the letter down before tiptoeing to the door. He cracked it open just a little. Master, I've brought snacks for you and the guest. May I come in? Came Yaqin's voice from outside. Ban tensed up immediately. Tea, that's fine. I'll take it here, he stammered, and gently took the tray from her hands without fully opening the door. Yaqin blinked, confused. All right then, she said softly, turning to leave. Ban shut the door with great care and let out a deep sigh. Then, without a word, he handed the entire tray to Yu Xian. On it were freshly baked choco chip cookies, still warm and aromatic. Yu Xian took one, bit into it, and blinked. They were sweet. He didn't have the energy to think where the choco chip cookies came from, in the cultivation world. Will I get dental problems from these? He wondered while munching, but made no move to stop. Meanwhile, Ban sat beside him again, staring at the letter with the focus of someone preparing for battle. And so it went, Ban watching the letter, Yu Xian slowly consuming the cookies. After a while, Yu Xian stood up and stretched. Senior Ban, I'll take my leave now. Ban looked up. Would you like to wait for dinner? I appreciate the offer, Yu Xian said with a polite smile, but I have other missions to complete. Also, the cookies were excellent. I see, Ban replied, then suddenly added, wait before you go, let me add you as a brother. Show me your medallion. Yu Xian blinked, confused. There's such a function. Without answering, Ban tapped their medallions together, 6 times in quick succession. So it is 3 for friends and 6 for brothers, he thought. A soft chime echoed from both tokens. When Yu Xian accessed his medallion again, he noticed something new. Above the usual Friends tab, a hidden section had appeared, Sworn Brothers. There was only one entry. Yu Xian was quite impressed. He looked up at Ban, who now had a rare, relaxed smile on his face. Take care, brother Yu. You too, brother Ban. And with that, Yu Xian turned and left the mansion, the lingering sweetness of the cookies still on his tongue, and the weight of a new bond settled gently on his shoulders. A/N, maybe try those lines in real life and give the OG feedback. Author's request. A/R, if possible purchase privileged chapters. We are nearing the tier 1 for win-win mission, though I don't know if we can complete it by the end of the month. So to all my readers, support this work, it means a lot. Ingzhou 1. Evening had settled over the town like a gentle veil, and the skies began to darken with a faint lavender hue. After the emotional roller coaster of writing Ban's heartfelt letter and stuffing himself with overly sweet choco chip cookies, Yu Xian decided to keep things simple for the rest of the day. He'd have an early dinner, rest well, and deliver the letter to Zhou tomorrow. After that, only one mission would remain, beast hunting. That one, at least, felt more straightforward. With that plan in mind, he strolled casually through the middle district. The streets were still lively with cultivators, the glow of spiritual lanterns beginning to light up in succession as the sun dipped lower. Eventually, he made his way toward the inner district, where the vibe shifted from residential calm to full-blown commercial chaos. There were no houses here, just rows and rows of specialized shops and vendor stalls. Tailors offered enchanted robes that never wrinkled. Alchemists sold pills that could suppress hunger for days or promised great stamina. Talisman makers hawked defensive slips with loud promises like block a sword with a sticker. And of course, the mission hall too was in the inner district. Yu Xian's accommodations were conveniently located between the middle and inner districts, so the walk wasn't far. He wandered aimlessly at first, letting the lights and smells guide him. That's when a curious red and white sign caught his eye. UFC, Ultra Fried Chicken. The logo showed a young woman in pristine white robes, smiling while holding a tray of golden brown chicken wings. A/N, pizza is a gift option but not chicken. I demand a chicken. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes. Is this plagiarism? No way, that's not that old man. Still, curiosity and hunger now, he stepped inside and found the place surprisingly packed. Disciples in uniforms and caps written UFC on them bustled around behind the counter, some with 2 stripes on their sleeves, meaning they were at least in the foundation establishment realm. He raised an eyebrow. They've got cultivators working fast food shifts now? Tough economy. He thought, as there were no servant disciples here and everything was needed to be done by disciples. He got in line, and within a few minutes, it was his turn. 1 3-piece combo, Yu Xian said, selecting a middle-tier meal option from the glowing talisman menu. There were several options, some outrageously expensive, promising dishes fried in expensive oil or having special seasoning, but Yu Xian wasn't in the mood to spend much. Still, when he tapped his medallion and saw 300 sect points disappear, he winced slightly. That better be some heavenly chicken, he thought. Within a minute, he received his order, 3 crispy golden pieces of fried chicken, a portion of spirit grain rice, and a small container of deep red sauce that smelled dangerously spicy. He scanned the room and found a single unoccupied chair tucked away in the corner. Sitting down, he sighed and muttered, apparently you and I are both single, addressing the lonely chair across from him. The weight of the day, not just the letter, but the quiet realization of how much emotion he'd poured into someone else's love story had left him oddly introspective. He took a bite of the chicken. To his surprise, it was unbelievably crisp on the outside and soft, tender, and juicy on the inside. The dark red sauce added just the right amount of heat and flavor, with a hint of spiritual herbs beneath the spice. His eyes widened. Better than any chicken I had in my past life. Cultivation world cuisine really hits different. As he ate in silence, the noise of the crowded shop faded slightly into the background. For just a moment, everything was warm, simple, and peaceful. A meal alone. A quiet evening. A letter sealed and ready. And tomorrow a new mission. Like that, after finishing his food, he made his way to his temporary residence and then slept soundly. The next day, Yu Xian woke early. After completing his morning routine and a brief round of breathing exercises, he bathed, changed into his usual Yu Clan robes, and prepared himself for the next task, finding Zhou. As the first rays of sunlight spilled across the horizon, gilding the rooftops in soft gold, Yu Xian stepped out, medallion already glowing faintly as it guided him toward the teleportation formation connecting this town to surrounding towns. The transfer point were located in the inner district, a circular platform engraved with runes that shimmered with residual energy. Despite the early hour, a few disciples were already there, some chatting, others silently waiting for their turns. Yu Xian walked calmly through the area, his long robes rustling faintly with each step. He moved with ease, unhurried and assured. Most disciples glanced at him and quickly looked away, some ignoring him outright, while others, upon recognizing the robes of not of the sect, narrowed their eyes subtly. A few saw his casual approach as bold. Very few disciples dared to walk with such nonchalance around the teleportation platform. He approached a disciple stationed near the formation, a young man who looked irritated and tired, his expression tight as if he'd already dealt with one too many requests in the morning itself. Before the man could speak, Yu Xian calmly raised his hand, revealing his glowing golden medallion. Town a JJK-10, he said simply. The disciple stiffened slightly. The golden medallion in Yu Xian's palm marked him as an inner disciple, someone with elevated privileges. Though the man's initial annoyance was clear, he immediately swallowed it, shifting his tone with practiced neutrality. Please wait a moment, he said. Yu Xian gave a polite nod and stepped aside, folding his hands behind his back as he waited. The disciple busied himself with the formation, likely adjusting the formation's coordinates. If Yu Xian had been an ordinary disciple, he might have been charged spirit stones or sect points for the teleportation. Some gatekeepers even preferred spirit stones over points; they could pocket a few extra on the side that way. But inner disciples were allowed free use of the formation within a certain monthly limit, a privilege that ensured smooth movement for those with higher status. Moments later, the disciple called him forward. Author's request. A/R, if possible purchase privilege chapters. We are nearing the tier 1 for win-win mission, though I don't know if we can complete it by the end of the month. So to all my readers, support this work, it means a lot. Chapter 89, Finding Zhou 2. Yu Xian stepped onto the familiar glowing circle. The intricate runes beneath his feet began to light up with flowing spiritual energy, humming softly as the formation activated. He exhaled slowly, centering his mind. With a final flash of light, the world around him dissolved, and a heartbeat later, he reappeared in another town, the teleportation's afterglow fading behind him. The air here was slightly cooler, the streets quieter, and ahead of him, the search for Zhou began. When Yu Xian arrived at the teleportation platform on this side, he found it nearly deserted. Only a handful of disciples loitered around the transfer point, either just arriving or preparing to depart. Without paying them much attention, he pulled out his ordinary medallion and activated its tracking function, trying to locate the man known only as Zhou. The coordinates quickly lit up. He now knew that the destination was a short distance outside the town's boundaries. Just as Yu Xian turned to leave, one of the disciples nearby took notice. The disciple's eyes narrowed when he saw the ordinary grade medallion in Yu Xian's hand and the fact that Yu Xian was alone. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face. Without a word, he tapped his medallion and sent a message. Then a confirmation message came to him. In his mind, this was nothing short of a windfall, a fresh sheep walking straight into the wilderness, alone and unaware. Because there was always someone ready to play the role of a wolf. Completely oblivious that the plot was taking its course for the first time, Yu Xian studied his medallion, adjusted his direction, and began walking out of town toward the marked coordinates. As he left, the watching disciple turned to one of his fellow gatekeepers. With a serious expression, he said, "Brother, I just got an urgent message from a friend outside the town. He needs immediate help. Can you cover for me for a bit?" The other disciple raised an eyebrow, not fully convinced. "Again? You help your friends more often than you train. You should focus more on cultivation." Despite the complaint, he didn't refuse. He knew that whenever this particular colleague took a day off, he always returned with gifts, usually good wine or a rare herb, as an apology. All right, the disciple sighed. "But don't make it a habit." The first disciple grinned and gave him a grateful nod before dashing off, quietly but swiftly, following the path Yu Xian had just taken. Yu Xian wanted to finish his task quickly and return to his town. The sooner he found this Zhou and delivered the scroll, the better. However, on his way out of the town, something caught his eye: a small, suspicious-looking stall just off the main road. Its black banners fluttered in the morning breeze, boldly displaying the words, "Your future is predictable." The stall was pitch black from top to bottom, with a narrow entrance that looked more like a shadow than a doorway. The design was intentionally ominous, clearly meant to grab attention. Naturally, Yu Xian grew curious. "I've got a few minutes to spare," he reasoned. Without hesitation, he stepped through the strange little doorway. From a distance, the disciple tailing him facepalmed. Why is he entering a fortune-telling stall?" he muttered to himself. "His fate is already sealed. Now I've gotta wait even longer." Inside, Yu Xian found himself surrounded by black drapes embroidered with arcane symbols, abstract drawings, and strange numerical charts. The faint scent of incense lingered in the air. At the center of the room stood a small round table in front of a large mirror, with a single empty chair. No one else was inside. Yu Xian cautiously sat down. As soon as he did, the mirror shimmered, turning translucent. A figure slowly appeared into view: an alluring woman draped in a fitted, black robe. Her long, lustrous black hair fell past her waist, and her veil concealed the lower half of her face. Her black eyes gleamed with mysterious energy. "Well, she certainly fits the all-black aesthetic," Yu Xian mused. He wasn't particularly surprised. In a world of cultivators, mystics, spirit beasts, alchemists, this kind of thing was more common than one might think. The woman spoke in a voice laced with forced mystery. "Young man, which prediction do you seek?" To Yu Xian, it sounded less like a seer and more like a struggling theater artist putting on her best performance. Then, as if on cue, 3 rectangular cards slid down from the mirror and landed on the table in front of him with a soft thud. 1. Day prediction, 50 sect points. 2. Day prediction, 100 sect points. 1. Week prediction, 500 sect points. Each card glowed faintly, etched with glittering symbols and decorative flourishes. If you choose the week-long prediction, you'll get a massive discount, the woman said, her mysterious tone slipping into obvious sales enthusiasm. In seconds, the mystic aura crumbled and she sounded like an eager vendor trying to hit her daily quota. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow but remained unmoved. I'll take the one-day prediction. The woman's shoulders dropped slightly. I see, she said with the dramatized sigh of someone used to customer disappointment. She snapped her fingers. The cards vanished, and in their place, a medium-sized crystal ball materialized on the table, pulsing with faint blue light. Place your hand on the crystal, she instructed. Yu Xian complied, resting his palm on the orb. It shimmered briefly, then began to glow brighter until a multiple golden dollar signs, dollar, appeared in the center, surrounded by swirling sparkles and shimmering effects like a celebratory game reward. The fortune teller stared, clearly baffled thinking, what is that symbol? But seeing that it was golden, she quickly adjusted. Ah, yes. A sign of fortune. You will experience a significant increase in wealth. Yu Xian, meanwhile, was frozen. He stared at the floating dollar sign, and in his mind, a strange scene played out, tiny chibi versions of himself dancing with bundles of green bills falling around them, accompanied by a booming jingle. Dollar, dollar, dollar. He blinked rapidly and snapped himself out of the daze. He pulled his hand back and gave a polite nod. Well then, thanks for the insight. The veiled woman bowed elegantly. May fate be ever in your favor, traveler. Accidentally reincarnated in Cultivation World. Chapter 90, Getting Robbed. Chapter 90, Getting Robbed. Yu Xian stepped out of the strange fortune-telling stall, still a bit dazed from the crystal ball's bizarre prediction. A golden dollar sign? That was a divine prophecy, the dream of poor disciples. If she's right, he thought, then something's about to happen that'll make me rich. But what exactly could that be? Excitement buzzed in his chest at the thought. Maybe he'd stumble upon a hidden treasure cave. Maybe someone would accidentally transfer him a fortune in sect points. In a world like this, even absurd things had precedent. As he walked further toward the forested outskirts, two figures trailed him from a safe distance. Another disciple had joined the one who'd been shadowing him since he left the teleportation formation. According to his medallion, Yu Xian was getting close to his destination. He'd expected Zhou to be a notable figure, perhaps a respected older disciple living in a private courtyard or even a small mansion. But apparently, this Zhou was a reclusive type, tucked away in the woods for isolated cultivation. Soon, he arrived in front of a small hut hidden among the trees. The roof was slightly sagged, and moss crept up the stone path like it had no intention of leaving. Despite the silence, Yu Xian had sensed the presence of his followers the moment he left town. Their concealment techniques were ordinary. Of course, he was not saying he was extraordinary, definitely. Still, he didn't acknowledge them. Not yet. He wanted to see where this was going. Standing in front of the hut, he called out casually, "Is anyone with the surname Zhou living here?" The door creaked open a moment later, and what happened next might as well have come from a villain's handbook. A man in red sacked robe stepped out, three thin lines on his sleeve denoting his cultivation realm. He had an average face, average build, but what stood out most was his unfortunate hairline. Clearly he was suffering from hair loss. He smiled in the most villainous way an average man could muster. "Well, new disciple, I'm Zhou. And you are?" "Senior Zhou," Yu Xian replied politely. "I'm Yu Xian. I came to deliver a scroll to you." He retrieved the scroll from his personal space ring, the one not issued by the sect, subtly flexing his resources. Zhou's eyes flicked to the ring, and his grin widened. "Oh ho, a personal space ring? Junior brother must be from a rich family." Yu Xian smiled, playing along. "Of course. My parents are very wealthy." "Let me see the scroll," Zhou said, reaching out. Yu Xian handed it over. Zhou unrolled it and, to Yu Xian's amusement, it revealed a highly detailed painting of a fairy wielding a sword, elegant, ethereal, and possibly slightly seductive. "Top quality," Zhou muttered, admiring the artwork. Then he rolled it up, his expression shifting. "Now then, junior brother," Zhou said slowly, "hand over your space ring." "What?" Yu Xian appeared confused. Zhou smiled wider. "I'm robbing you, junior you. But don't worry, if you cooperate, I promise not to break any bones." Yu Xian stepped back slightly, face contorting into a perfect performance of mild panic. "I'll report this to the sect." Right on cue, two more disciples emerged from the trees behind him. One was the same man from the teleportation platform, and the other was a broad-shouldered cultivator with a muscular frame and matching red robes. 2 stripes each. They flanked him lazily, clearly confident. Their robes look authentic, but maybe they're forged, Yu Xian thought. Or maybe they just look stupid enough to try this in uniform. The muscular one grunted, "He's not even in sect-issued robes. I knew he was that guy. Hihi, I recognized him right away," the other disciple said, smug. "Who else walks around in outer sect territory with ordinary robes?" the muscular one added, trying to sound intelligent but failing spectacularly. Yu Xian widened his eyes and decided now was the time to play his next card, the ultimate defense a young master could muster. You don't know who my father is? Do you know which noble clan I'm from?" It was a cheap move, and he knew it. But, by going all out, he might as well enjoy the performance. Predictably, the response came quickly. "Does it matter what clan you're from?" Zhou scoffed, his grin now openly mocking. That pretty face of yours makes me want to punch it, the muscular one growled, cracking his knuckles. And nothing beats robbing the rich. Can we start already? The third one added, hands visibly itching. Yu Xian sighed inwardly, a slow smile spreading across his lips. So, this is today's fortune, huh? He thought, recalling the golden dollar sign from the crystal ball. He looked at Zhou and asked, so this was all planned? The mission itself was a trap. Zhou chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Well, yes. Obviously. Only greenhorns like you fall for something this sloppy. But damn, I didn't think you'd look this punchable in person. He sneered and added, also, that guy who set you up said you weren't even that rich. Honestly, I'm just hoping you've got something in that ring. So the person who handed him the mission whose eyebrows changed colors was in it too. So the plot runs deeper than expected, he thought. He took a step back, still playing the part of the panicked newbie. But why are you doing this? Don't you know this could ruin you? You'll be hunted down by the sect. The muscular guy scoffed, clearly itching for a reason to speak. Hunted down? Please. You think you're someone important enough for the sect to care? There and there he raised a flag. A massive one at that. He then crossed his arms, trying to look wise and composed. We can always swap towns, change our names, dye our hair. It's a big world out there. And besides, what's it got to do with you? There was a slight pause. Then he added with great effort, you're just a small variable in an opportunistic equation. Zhou turned to look at him, puzzled. What? I read it in some texts once, the muscular guy muttered defensively. Yu Xian blinked. Yep. Definitely trying to look smart. Too bad the brain's still lagging behind the biceps. But behind his smile, Yu Xian's mind was calm. He casually rested his hand behind his back. Chapter 91, Misfortune Turns into Fortune. So this is what it means. Misfortune turns into fortune literally, Yu Xian muttered aloud, his tone calm, almost sage-like, as though he had just unlocked a profound truth of the Dao. Zhou stared at him, blinking. Has he gone crazy? He definitely has, the muscular guy grunted. I'm really itching to loot him, boss, the other disciple added eagerly. Zhou waved a hand. Then beat him already. The two disciples rushed forward, flanking Yu Xian. Just as they closed in, Yu Xian slowly turned to face them, his expression unreadable. He locked eyes with the muscular one first. Without a word, he activated his skill Immortal's Gaze. For a brief instant, his irises turned golden, radiant with a divine glow. The light faded almost instantly, but the effect had already taken hold. The muscular disciple skidded to a halt. His entire body froze mid-sprint. Then, his expression twisted. Eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream, sheer terror flooded his features as if he were staring into the abyss itself. The disciple beside him faltered, noticing his partner's sudden halt. What the, hey, are you? He reached out to touch him. The moment his fingers brushed the frozen man's shoulder, the muscular disciple let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his head and collapsed to his knees, howling as if his soul were being torn apart. The second disciple stumbled back, wide-eyed. What's wrong with him? Zhou's voice rang out, frustrated. What happened? I don't know. He just stopped. You saw it too, right? He screamed the moment I touched him. Zhou gritted his teeth. Forget him? Finish that bastard? Beat him down. The second disciple hesitated for only a second before charging forward with a roar, throwing his full strength into a punch aimed at Yu Xian's chest. The punch landed. And did absolutely nothing. Yu Xian didn't move an inch. He just stared at the man, calm and unbothered, as though a leaf had floated gently onto his robes. The disciple's confidence shattered in an instant. What? That was a full-force blow. He was a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator and his punch was enough to shatter trees. What he didn't know was that Yu Xian's physique had long surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Even though he was only at Qi Condensation First Realm, his body had been tempered to extremes. He wasn't just strong for his realm, he was strongest in it, maybe even in the whole major realm and the next one. The disciple backed away, eyes flickering with fear. Yu Xian blinked once. Immortal's Gaze again. Golden light flared in his eyes for a second time. And just like before, the disciple froze. His face went pale. Then slowly twisted into the same mask of horror his companion wore. Both of them now stood trembling, caught in invisible nightmares only they could see. With a slow exhale, Yu Xian turned his gaze toward Zhou. The smile was gone from Zhou's face. All the confidence, the smugness, the control of the situation it drained away in an instant. He looked at the two disciples trembling on the ground, and then at Yu Xian, who was now walking toward him without the slightest urgency. Oh no, Zhou muttered. This went really wrong. Zhou couldn't comprehend what had gone wrong. From everything he'd seen, Yu Xian looked like a standard low-level cultivator, nothing out of the ordinary. Easy money. Sure, geniuses existed, even those who could fight a realm above their own. But such people would not go taking simple missions, and even then, they often needed experience, tempering, or heavenly fortuitous encounters to become a genius. Yu Xian didn't look the part. He was young, quiet, and seemingly fresh to the sect. And yet, Zhou gritted his teeth. No matter how talented he is, I'm still an early-stage core formation realm cultivator. Even if I'm not top tier, I'm no pushover. A mere Qi condensation brat shouldn't be able to force me into this. Without hesitation, he retrieved a profound grade sword from his space ring. The blade gleamed with sharp spiritual light, humming faintly with killing intent. Then he lunged straight at Yu Xian. Seeing Zhou charge with a weapon, Yu Xian's gaze sharpened. A direct hit from that could actually hurt. Core formation might be a few leaps ahead of chi condensation, but that sword enhanced with spiritual force was enough to draw caution. Zhou was fast, very fast, but he shifted slightly and, at the last moment, dodged the attack with graceful precision, sidestepping the lethal arc of the blade. Zhou skidded to a stop, preparing for a second strike. But before he could reposition, telekinesis. Yu Xian's hand flicked gently, and an invisible force surged through the air. The sword in Zhou's grip suddenly jerked, yanked cleanly from his hands as if pulled by an unseen force. It spun midair before landing several feet away with a loud clang, embedding itself partially into the forest floor. Zhou blinked. F***ck. He didn't waste another second. Without sparing a glance at his fallen comrades, who still writhed in terror, Zhou turned and ran, his mind racing faster than his feet. What kind of monster is this? An early chi condensation cultivator taking on someone in the core formation realm without a scratch? And such reaction speed? There were only two possibilities, either Yu Xian was an old monster in disguise, or a supreme tier genius. Both options were terrifying. I'm out. I can't fight this. I'll vanish before the punishment hall even hears of this. But just as Zhou gained momentum, an otherworldly force gripped his body mid-run. His limbs froze. He was lifted clean off the ground, arms flailing, his chi surging as he tried to resist. He activated defensive techniques, and even talisman barriers to break free. All of it failed. So, it can be resisted, Yu Xian said calmly, observing Zhou's struggle. His brows furrowed slightly, but not by much. With a smooth motion of his hand, he pulled Zhou through the air as if reeling in a fish. The older cultivator came flying toward him, helpless to stop his trajectory. Yu Xian caught him by the neck mid-air, planting his foot and holding him there, effortlessly. Zhou coughed, legs dangling. Yu Xian looked at him and said, "Now then, Zhou, how about we have a little chat?" Zhou just had a single thought, demon. Chapter 92, Getting Rich. Zhou had encountered many so-called geniuses in his life, some truly terrifying, monstrous talents who defied common sense. But in this moment, he cursed his luck for ever crossing paths with Yu Xian. Just what kind of freak is this kid? For a single person to so effortlessly overpower multiple opponents above his cultivation level, it could only mean one thing: this wasn't just any genius. This was a rarity, someone whose existence would eventually shake entire sects. Yu Xian released his grip. Zhou collapsed to the ground, coughing and clutching his throat, gasping for air. "Don't try to run again," Yu Xian said, his voice eerily calm. "And believe me when I say this, if I have to break a few bones to get answers, I will. And I promise, the pain will be worse than anything you've ever imagined." A cold chill ran down Zhou's spine. He had no doubt the boy meant every word. Still, full cooperation? That wasn't an option. He could give Yu Xian just enough to get out of this situation with minimal damage. Losing face or even a few items was better than being dragged to the punishment hall. Those bastards were demons in human skin. Yet, even though their clash had been brief, Zhou couldn't fathom how someone at the first layer of chi condensation had completely subdued him. His thoughts must have shown on his face, because Yu Xian tilted his head slightly, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. Then, without a word, he activated it again. Immortal's gaze. Zhou's eyes widened. He felt some unnatural pressure, cold, ancient, oppressive, crashed down on him like a mountain. His breath caught in his chest as he felt that dreadful force wrap around his soul, as if a grim reaper ready to take his life. He had no idea what this technique truly was, but one thing became very, very clear. This wasn't just a genius. This was a monster in human skin. Zhou struggled fiercely. Unlike the two earlier victims who were paralyzed almost instantly by Immortal's gaze, he fought back. His body trembled under the pressure, his chi surged erratically, and veins bulged along his neck and forehead. But in the end, resistance was futile. The moment the invisible force overwhelmed his mind, he dropped to his knees, gasping for breath, his gaze blank for a heartbeat before regaining control. Yu Xian observed calmly, analyzing every twitch of Zhou's muscles and every fluctuation of his chi. So, the skill's effect is weaker on him, he thought, narrowing his eyes. Must be due to the cultivation gap. He called out the description of Immortal's gaze. Equals skill Immortal's gaze, SS+, upgradable. You can briefly overwhelm someone one realm above you. Use wisely. Though from the description, the skill should work on someone one realm above him, but above that the skill's effectiveness is reduced. So 100% for one realm above, and above that the percentage varies, he thought. But he didn't think it would work for everyone. No matter what, there are always exceptions. And Yu Xian thought he had not used Immortal's gaze to its full potential. Not when he was only chi condensation realm. When he was immortal, his maximum limit for using this skill was 3 times a day. If he pushed more, then he would feel drained and his eyes hurt like hell. Compared to mortals, cultivators naturally have stronger existence. Like comparing a level 1 player to level 5, there is a difference. Their souls were tougher, their minds more resilient. Even within cultivation tiers, the difference between realms was vast, like crossing mountains. Fighting someone a realm above was always a challenge, unless you are those few exceptions. And Yu Xian himself believed that, he was not one of them. Better to keep a low profile and arrogance in check, than to regret later. If his natural temperament changed to that of those young masters, believing he is superior to everyone, then there will be problems. He definitely believed so. Without a word, he dragged the two collapsed disciples and placed them beside Zhou like broken puppets. They were still pale and twitching, mentally locked somewhere between panic and confusion. He splashed water over their faces with a sharp flick of his hand, forceful, not gentle. Both men gasped awake, coughing, blinking rapidly as reality reassembled itself around them. Their eyes darted wildly, still haunted by what they had seen under Immortal's gaze. Their bodies were here, but their minds, not quite. Only Zhou seemed remotely composed. But even he watched Yu Xian with undisguised fear now, like one might eye a monster cloaked in human skin. Yu Xian smiled faintly. Well, now that you're all awake, let's get started, shall we? He squatted down casually, still smiling, but his eyes were not. First order of business, hand over everything in your space rings. Zhou hesitated for a breath, just a breath, and then removed his ring. It was the smart move. Yu Xian emptied its contents with a simple gesture, scattering items across the ground. He schemed over them briefly, then tossed the empty ring back to Zhou without a second glance. Seeing that, the two others immediately followed suit, practically tossing their rings at him. Neither wanted to feel that hellish fear again. Pride was a luxury they could no longer afford. Yu Xian sorted through the loot with professional detachment. Talismans. Good. Pills and potions. Very useful. Cultivation manuals. Low tier for him, but someone might buy them. Sparkling spirit stones. Jackpot. By the time he finished, a soft hum buzzed in his chest, simply because of satisfaction. He tucked the valuables into his own ring and gave a pleased sigh. So that fortune teller wasn't lying after all, he muttered. 50 sect points for a prophecy that paid this well? Totally worth it. He glanced at the trio still kneeling on the ground, now stripped of both items and dignity. I feel rich already. Author's request. A/R, if possible purchase privilege chapters. We are nearing the tier 1 for win-win mission, though I don't know if we can complete it by the end of the month. So to all my readers, support this work, it means a lot. Chapter 93, CC, Cultivation Court. Yu Xian looked down at the three defeated disciples sprawled in front of him. His voice was casual, but his gaze was sharp. So, how long have you all been doing this? And why not just cultivate like normal people? You must have known you'd be caught eventually. Zhou gritted his teeth. You'd never understand. Someone born with talent, born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow, then shrugged like it wasn't worth the effort. All right then. I don't need to know. He refused the backstory itself. Wait. At least listen. Zhou shouted, panic rising. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. If the good guy didn't hear the villain's backstory, how was he supposed to get sympathy points and mercy? Yu Xian sighed, clearly reluctant. Fine. Let me take a wild guess. He clasped his hands behind his back, taking a thoughtful posture like a sage storyteller. You come from a prestigious clan. You were born with below-average talent, so everyone ignored you. Then, by some ridiculous twist of luck, a mysterious manual, a wounded ancient beast, or maybe a talking rock, you suddenly got a chance to prove yourself. He raised one brow and pointed dramatically. Then you got selected in the Heaven Immortal sect, fueled by anger and resentment, and wanting to prove your worth, you did everything you can. Now you're on a path of vengeance, robbing new disciples to fund your rise. He gave a slow, satisfied nod. How close am I? Zhou stared blankly. My story's different. Yu Xian's smile faded. His forehead had black lines. Great. All that deduction, wasted. He grumbled to himself, shaking his head. Even cannon fodder villains get original backstories now? This world's getting way too unpredictable. Zhou, too confused to respond, simply remained silent. He watched as Yu Xian turned toward him with that same half-smile and said, enough about your tragic lore. Time to finish the paperwork. He narrowed his eyes. Send the mission completion status. Right now. To that guy with the color-changing eyebrows. Zhou's lips twitched. Even after looting him, the brat wanted that reward too? Still, he wasn't in a position to argue. With a reluctant sigh, Zhou pulled out his medallion and tapped through the interface. After a moment, he said bitterly, it's done. Yu Xian gave a satisfied nod. That was mission number 2 completed. With his scroll delivered and letter written, all that remained now was the beast hunting. And with the loot he'd gained from these three, he was no longer the broke new disciple he'd been just days ago. Not that he needed it, of course. If he counted in the resources the Yu clan had given him, he wouldn't have to rob anyone. But as they say, from droplets, oceans form. Besides, stealing from thieves didn't count. It was karmic recycling. Still, there was one last issue to handle. He pulled up his alternate profile and messaged Brother Ban for advice. I_M_A_poet, Brother Ban, I caught some thieves. What now? Urgently waiting, on transmission. To his surprise, Ban responded immediately. Not _A_prince, just report it to the punishment hall through your medallion. Make sure it's not a prank, or you'll be in trouble. I_M_A_poet, thanks, Brother Ban. Yu Xian closed the chat and navigated to the punishment hall's interface. Since this was official, he had to use his real name, and apparently this was the default setting. Yu Xian, I caught a group of swindlers. Currently near town at JJK10. The response came within 2 minutes. strict_disciple_110, hand them over to the guards at the town gate. We'll begin the investigation. You may be contacted later if necessary. No fuss, no questioning, just clean execution. Yu Xian chuckled softly. In this world, the strong really do get the final say. He looked back at the 3 trembling disciples, now quiet as lambs. It was time to make his way to the gate. Yu Xian arrived near the outskirts of the town once more, the 3 swindlers trailing behind him like dejected puppies. Their steps were sluggish, weighed down by fear and defeat. The guards at the gate seemed to have already been notified. As soon as Yu Xian came into view, a female disciple approached him. She stood out immediately, short green hair framing her face, and skin that shimmered like polished gemstones. Upon closer look, it wasn't just an illusion, her skin truly gleamed like diamond dust had settled upon it, or perhaps it was diamond altogether. After a brief exchange of words, Yu Xian handed the 3 criminals over to her. She received them without question, commanding an aura of quiet authority. They'll be interrogated shortly, she said. If they claim innocence, they may request a trial in the cultivation court at the sect. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow, curious. Trial. She nodded. Their memories will be reviewed directly. If they're guilty, the evidence is absolute. If they're innocent, the truth will speak for itself. She spoke the words with ease, but they sent a ripple of thought through Yu Xian's mind. So they even read memories as testimony. Once again, he was reminded of the sheer depth of this cultivation world. In his past life on Earth, a person could lie, fabricate, twist the truth. Justice was rarely clean. But here, if the sect deemed it necessary, they could review your very soul, and the truth would be laid bare like an open scroll. Wow, it was terrifying. And brilliant. Yu Xian's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. So all those cliché stories about being framed and going on long, grueling quests to prove your innocence, those wouldn't work here, huh? In one corner of his mind, he imagined a typical villain protagonist screaming, "I didn't do it," as cultivators dragged him away only for the court to review his memory and say, "Yeah, no, you actually did." Guess that's the end of that plot line, he mused dryly. Still, he knew there were ways to tamper with memory's techniques, forbidden arts, dangerous methods that could forge or alter one's past. But those came with massive risks. The mind was a delicate thing in cultivation. Break it, and you lose yourself entirely. He offered a polite bow to the green-haired disciple. "Thank you, senior sister." She gave a brief nod in return. "Stay out of trouble, junior brother." With that done, Yu Xian turned on his heel and made his way toward the teleportation formation. 2 missions complete. 1 unexpected fortune fulfilled. Only the beast hunting remained. As the formation glowed faintly ahead of him, Yu Xian allowed himself a small smile. From writing love letters, to robbing robbers. This really is the start of a proper cultivation journey. Chapter 94, Not for Kids. Yu Xian returned to his temporary home base. The familiar streets greeted him. Only 1 mission remained on his list now, just 1 last task before he could call the day a true success. Opening up his medallion to check the mission details, he stared at the location and immediately facepalmed. The thorny goat's habitat is almost an hour away from town. He muttered, exasperated. Still, there was no helping it. Before setting out, he figured he might as well refuel, that is, fulfill the desire of his stomach. After all, his master had given him a generous number of sect points specifically to spend on food. It would practically be disrespectful not to eat well. And so, with full conviction and a hungry stomach, Yu Xian made his way back to UFC Ultra Fried Chicken. There, he casually ordered another 3-piece combo. The aroma alone made him temporarily forget about the long walk ahead. "This sauce is really good," he mumbled between bites, dipping the crispy meat into the dark red glaze. Once he finished his meal, he wiped his hands and stepped outside into the cooling afternoon light. His gaze lifted to the horizon. If he left now, he could finish the mission before dusk. But another thought tugged at the corner of his mind, one he'd been toying with since his return. The arena. Every major town had one, a local dueling arena where sect disciples could register and battle others at their cultivation level. It wasn't just about ego or sparring, it was a path forward. Disciples who ranked highly in the monthly leaderboards earned not only sect recognition but also valuable rewards. And if they stayed at the top long enough, they qualified for the annual Peak Tournament, an event hosted by the major peaks of the Heaven Immortal sect. Even better, those who dominated at the Peak Tournament were eligible to compete in the Interpeak Grand Tournament, a once-in-a-decade event, known across the entire sect. Yu Xian had heard stories, rewards that could launch a disciple into stardom, rare techniques, divine materials, even personal guidance from the elders of the 10 Great Peaks. He wasn't dreaming about that yet, but planting his foot in the arena seemed like a good idea. "First, I should finish the goat hunt," he muttered to himself, adjusting his sleeves and stretching lightly. "Then, I'll test myself in the arena. 9 months is plenty of time to climb the ladder." His eyes sparkled slightly at the thought. He wasn't just here to complete missions. He was here to rise. And step by step, he was starting to understand how. Yu Xian finally arrived at the location marked on his medallion for the Thorny Goat's mission. It was a wide-open grassland, with gentle hills and tall grass swaying under the late afternoon breeze. On the surface, the scene looked peaceful, picturesque, even. But then he saw them. Dozens of thorny goats scattered across the field. A few were nibbling on grass quietly, but the majority were not. Instead, they were engaged in their so-called personal activities, the kind that made Yu Xian freeze mid-step and question his life choices. My came one particularly loud bleat. Bay. Another followed, rhythmically, almost like a cursed chant echoing across the meadows. Yu Xian's face darkened immediately. So this is why they're called thorny goats. He muttered under his breath, glancing at their distinctive horns curved and lined with tiny natural thorns, like the one on flowers, perfectly matching their enthusiastic nature. These beasts weren't just named thorny, they were morally thorny, too. Sighing deeply, he summoned a slender arrow from his storage ring. It shimmered with a subtle spiritual luster, balanced for speed and precision. Lifting it with telekinesis, Yu Xian targeted a pair of the particularly distracted goats, their eyes locked with each other in what could only be described as mutual passion. He aimed. Fwish. The arrow zipped through the air in a blur of silver light and pierced straight through one of the goats' hearts. It collapsed instantly, the sound of its fall muffled by the grass. Yu Xian didn't stop. In swift succession, more arrows floated into the air, and more goats, caught mid-worldly indulgence, fell without realizing what had hit them. Their eyes wide open in surprise, they never even got to finish their bleeding. 10. That was the number required. He made it exactly 10, choosing the most oblivious ones to avoid triggering a stampede. Without wasting a second, he swept the bodies into his space ring. The goats were still warm. The mission's description had said limbs intact and minimal damage, and his method had ensured just that. He dusted his robes, gave the field one last disdainful look, and turned away. This place is cursed, he muttered. Definitely not for children. Or the faint of heart. Behind him, the remaining goats hadn't even noticed their fallen kin. Most were still engaged in compromising positions. Others were cheering, bleeding, or chasing each other around in bizarre rituals that Yu Xian refused to analyze further. They really have no shame, he said aloud, shaking his head. Well, I guess they're safe. Cultivators won't come hunting in a place that feels like the scene of a scandal waiting to happen. He thought of a certain clan elder's private collection of spirit beasts and suddenly felt a strange connection. At least these guys don't have to worry about being caught on a crystal recording formation, unlike a certain CEO back on Earth. And even if they were caught, they were goats, and to them the most important thing was their worldly affairs. And with that, Yu Xian left the morally questionable field of thorny goats behind, the final mission complete. Now, all that remained was returning to town. He had to report his mission completion to a certain monk, who was definitely not worried that her inner peace would be disturbed by someone and then she would need to engage in worldly affairs. It was just talking to a real person, but because the monk was introvert, this was a challenge. Xian's Chronicles, My Ordinary Life. Continued from chapter 63. After poking the blue koi for a bit longer, because really, who could resist? I finally left it alone and made my way toward the back mountain. On my way, I saw several elders flying on their swords, moving at lightning speed. My eyes sparkled with envy. I could already picture it, me, soaring through the skies with my robes fluttering in the wind, looking all mysterious and powerful. I could even hear the junior clan disciples down below whispering, "So cool. I want to be like young master." Ah, the dreams. Leaving those thoughts aside, I snuck into the back mountain. As I arrived at the familiar yet still slightly mysterious forest, I saw floating rocks suspended in the air around me. Even though such things were normal in the cultivation world, I still found them amazing every single time. As I walked past a tree I remembered well, it sneezed and puffed a cloud of pollen at me. Thankfully, I nimbly dodged it. Guess it remembered me too. I continued exploring the forest, venturing into areas I hadn't seen before, not even during my last visit with my sister. Soon, I came across a very familiar sight, the apologetic rock turtle. I owed it an apology for our last encounter, but then an evil idea struck. Hiding behind a tree, I activated telekinesis, lifted the odd little turtle gently into the air, and spun it 180 degrees. The once peaceful turtle was now staring blankly at the sky, utterly confused. It let out a pitiful little whimper. I chuckled. Until the sky darkened behind me. A towering shadow loomed over me. Slowly, I turned my head and came face to face with a much larger turtle, easily 10 times my size, with ancient, intelligent eyes that bore straight into my soul. From her look, the mother turtle knew what I did. I instinctively fell to my knees and began profusely apologizing like my life depended on it, because it probably did. Trying to fix my karma, I rushed over to the little turtle. Seeing its hurt expression, I actually felt bad. I pulled out a few sweets from my pouch, my precious candies, and offered them. Its face lit up instantly. I sighed in relief. The mother turtle was still watching. I just hope the little turtle does not get any teeth problems, otherwise I would be blamed. To seal the peace, I rubbed the little turtle's head a few more times. It let out a soft purring sound. Yes, turtles purr in this world. Don't question it. I gave it some extra candies and whispered, "We'll meet again." Then I turned and walked away as calmly as possible, thankful that all my limbs were still attached. Going deeper into the forest, I stumbled upon something, or someone I thought was a hallucination. Standing there, regal and silent, was a nine-tailed fox. Its fur shimmered like pure snow, and its golden eyes stared directly into mine. Chapter 95, Monk Knows the Joke. Yu Xian stood once again in front of the familiar mission hall. Now that all 3 of his missions were complete, it was time to collect his rewards, the part he enjoyed the most. Sure, his master had already granted him a generous number of sect points, but that didn't mean he would pass up the chance to earn more. After all, one never knew when more points or spirit stones might be needed. He walked inside with casual ease and made his way directly toward the monk, who sat at her usual post like a still mountain, her eyes closed and presence serene. As he approached, the monk opened her eyes with practiced calm and gave a slight nod. Amitba, she intoned. Have you even completed your missions? It was a reasonable question, spoken with light skepticism. In her experience, new disciples often came back empty-handed or with incomplete results, especially those who returned within just 2 days like this one. Yu Xian clasped his hands respectfully. Senior, I really have completed all my missions. The monk raised an eyebrow and said nothing, merely lifting her hand to review the status of his missions. As a cultivator, her memory was naturally sharp, and the task took only a few moments. After a pause, she looked at him with a frown of confusion. 2 of your missions are marked complete, she said, her voice calm but firm. But the 3rd one isn't yet submitted. Did you just lie to a monk? Yu Xian scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish smile. Not at all, senior. I have the thorny goats right here in my space ring. I was just wondering how much I can earn from them. So I came to ask you. The monk's serene face twitched slightly, contorting into an expression that was if Yu Xian wasn't imagining things, one step away from becoming a full-on deadpan glare. I don't mind jokes, she said dryly. But you really came to a monk to discuss animal meat sales. Before Yu Xian could respond, a light invisible force smacked him squarely on the forehead. Ow, he yelped, instinctively stepping back and rubbing his head. He glared toward the monk, who sat there motionless, though he was sure she had flicked her fingers just a moment ago. Young one, she said with calm authority, you came to a monk to discuss pricing for slaughtered beasts. Truly, your brain must be knotted like an overused prayer bead. Yu Xian mentally facepalmed. Why did I even think this was a good idea? Of all the people in the sect, why did I walk up to a literal monk to ask about selling goats? I apologize, senior, he said, bowing slightly. That was indeed foolish. Please, can you tell me how to contact Disciple Wu? The monk gave him a long stare, then sighed. You really are hopeless. If you'd bothered to look at the mission details, you'd see that the contact information for Disciple Wu is listed right there. All you had to do was use your medallion. Yu Xian felt his soul leave his body briefly. So he had been running around like a genius only to be undone by his own stupidity? He paused thinking, why I am acting stupid. He seriously felt something was wrong, but decided to ignore it. In his heart, he vowed to one day drag a hungry street vegan to the nearest UFC, ultra-fried chicken, branch and force-feed them spicy wings just to pass along the suffering. Suppressing his shame and stray thoughts, he gave the monk another bow. Understood, senior. I'll be back shortly. With a flick of his fingers, Yu Xian opened the interface on his medallion and quickly sent a message to Disciple Wu to arrange their meeting. To his surprise, the reply came almost instantly. Disciple Wu, I'll meet you in the mission hall in 15 minutes. Since he now had time to spare, Yu Xian looked around and spotted a stack of sect newspapers nearby. With nothing better to do, he walked over, grabbed one, and returned to his seat like a retired elder with too much free time. He took this habit of watching news from his old man. The monk watched him from the side, eyebrows twitching slightly at the sight of this young cultivator sitting leisurely and flipping through a newspaper like it was morning tea time. Her lips parted as if to say something, but in the end, she chose silence. With all the grace of an old man lounging in a tea house, Yu Xian opened the newspaper and gave an approving nod. The texture of the paper felt thick, like high quality was used to make it, but it shimmered slightly every time he turned the page. Wait, is this a self-upgrading newspaper? Yu Xian blinked, slightly amused. Then he remembered this is a cultivation world. Of course even a newspaper might have spiritual enhancements. He gave up trying to understand it and began his routine. First, he skimmed through the entire paper, flipping rapidly from page to page, studying all the pictures like a child reading a storybook. After making absolutely sure that he had seen all the pictures, yes, even the small ones in the corners, Yu Xian finally began reading the actual articles. Peak Master Yin Yang has a new pet, turns out it's his disciple. He blinked at the headline, slightly amused. Below it was a large, somewhat dramatic image of a familiar face, the one and only Panda Po, looking solemn while chewing on a stalk of bamboo. Yu Xian snorted. I knew that Panda was suspiciously wise. It was a bit tragic, though. He hadn't added the panda to his medallion's friend list when he had the chance. A missed opportunity indeed. If I ever run into him again, Yu Xian muttered to himself with a suspicious glint in his eye, that's the first thing I'm doing. He only wanted to add a friend to his friend list. Yes, add a friend. Chapter 96, Heart Demon of Monk. Yu Xian continued reading the newspaper headlines. He muttered to himself, same as always. Alchemists complaining about rising herb prices, outer sect disciples caught sneaking into male quarters. Wow, and what's this? A fortune teller stall gets shut down for using illusion arrays to fake predictions. He paused, wait a minute. He coughed awkwardly, folded the newspaper halfway, and glanced away. Forget it. My fortune teller was a real one, it even showed a dollar sign. I'm rich now. And with that, he returned to flipping through the newspaper, fully enjoying the quiet moment, oblivious to the fact that Disciple Wu had already entered the hall and was now looking at him from across the room, wondering whether to announce her presence or wait for him to finish reading the entertainment column. Still not wanting to waste time, the woman approached him directly. Hello, are you the one who took the mission to hunt thorny goats? She asked. Yu Xian lowered the newspaper and glanced up, then froze for a second. What he saw was a lizard person. Disciple Wu is a lizard person? No, he wasn't being judgmental. It was just that his earthborn instincts, deeply rooted in old conspiracy memes, whispered the words secret world government at the sight of her. But she was beautiful, undeniably so. Her face was perfectly symmetrical, her green-tinged scales shimmered faintly under the sunlight, and she had a dignified, sharp-eyed look. Also, she was taller than him. And, yep, that was a tail. Okay, she's not a dragon variant. Just, lizard people exist here too, Yu Xian thought with mild resignation. He knew not every lizard people were sub-dragons, they were species on their own. Yes, senior. Where should we speak? He asked politely, standing up. Let's go to a business room, she said. The mission hall offered several private rooms for negotiations, evaluations, and other official matters. The two made their way down a hallway lined with doors, eventually entering one furnished with a low table, cushions, and a luminescent orb for recording formal exchanges. Once inside, Wu gestured toward the center. Place the goats. I'll assess the quality. If they're too damaged, you'll only get 40 sect points per corpse. Yu Xian summoned 5 goats into the room with a wave of his hand. They're all like this. Clean kills, just their hearts destroyed. Disciple Wu knelt down, inspecting one of the goats with the critical eye of a seasoned trader. Their hearts are indeed punctured. That's a loss. Makes heart-blood soup impossible. Yu Xian blinked. Heart-blood soup? Who in their right mind eats that? She continued professionally, but the organs and meat are otherwise intact, and the pelts are untouched. That's good enough. Curious, Yu Xian asked. So what do people even use these goats for? What kind of dishes? Wu glanced up at him, narrowing her eyes slightly. What's your age? 14, Yu Xian replied. You're healthy, young, and far too innocent to ask that question, she said coolly. Now hand over the rest of the goats. Then we'll discuss your compensation. As she stored the 5 corpses into her space ring, Yu Xian reluctantly summoned the remaining ones. But his face twitched. He was the one who'd caught them. He had seen what they were doing. He had a fairly strong guess now what kind of dishes they were being used for, and it wasn't anything you could serve to a child. Please don't turn these into weird dual cultivation tonics or aphrodisiac hot pot, he silently prayed. That would be some heavy karma. Still, it raised a philosophical question: were suspicious things done in secret? Or were the most suspicious things always done openly, so that nobody would suspect them at all? Either way, he had a feeling he didn't want to eat at UFC for a while. The negotiations concluded smoothly, and Yu Xian walked out 900 sect points richer, 90 points for each of the 10 thorny goats. Not bad for a single day's work and some mildly traumatic goat-related experiences. Disciple Wu offered him more tasks on the spot, clearly impressed by his efficiency, but Yu Xian politely declined. For now, I won't be taking any more missions, he said with a respectful smile. With business wrapped up, he returned to the mission hall front desk. A familiar face waited there, the calm, ever-composed monk who had become something of an opponent in his recent journey. Seeing Yu Xian walk toward her with a confident little smile, the monk's serene expression flickered. My heart demon has arrived, she thought grimly. She didn't know why, but this junior seemed to gravitate toward her specifically, always bringing nonsense with him. Maybe he's fallen for my charms? No, stop it. I'm a monk. A monk? A monk. Even if she is a monk and had taken vows, at the end of the day, a girl was still a girl at heart. Senior, Yu Xian said cheerfully, you can check now. All my missions should be marked as complete. The monk sighed inwardly but checked his mission status. Her brow furrowed slightly, then smoothed. Yes, all 3 missions completed. Well done. Now, do you wish to store your points here? You'll receive an annual interest rate of 3.14%. Or do you want to withdraw now? Yu Xian thought, there's interest? Wait, the mission hall is a bank too. He paused, gears turning. Then suddenly said, I want to take a loan. What's the procedure? The monk stared at him, utterly speechless. The interest on loans is 9.9% yearly, she said flatly. Yu Xian's face darkened with seriousness. He said, this is evening light robbery. She glanced toward the window. The sun was dipping toward the horizon. Technically, this is evening light robbery, I guess, but your wording is wrong. I don't make the rules, the monk continued, voice cool and increasingly done with him. Her tone, however, carried the deadly calm of an experienced loan collector. Fine, fine. Yu Xian raised his hands in surrender. I'll withdraw for now. Wise choice, she said, resisting the urge to throw her prayer beads at him. She processed the transaction, handing him his medallion with the updated balance. Yu Xian accepted it with the smug satisfaction of someone who believed they'd just outsmarted a bank, when in fact they were simply leaving with what they earned. And as he turned to go, the monk rubbed her temples and exhaled. May Buddha preserve my sanity. A/N. We reached the 100k words mark. It's been a long journey, so today the author will shamelessly ask for gifts. And also we will reach 100 chapter mark this week. Thank you all the readers, you make this work awesome. Chapter 97, The Arena. Evening had arrived, and with his missions complete and points in hand, Yu Xian finally set his sights on the place where all grudges could be settled and every punch was legal. The arena. To his surprise, it was located just behind the mission hall, tucked deeper into the town's inner district. Despite all his time wandering around, he had never ventured this far before. The area was lively, more crowded and chaotic than anywhere else he'd visited. The energy in the air was electric. Disciples patrolled the streets with heightened alertness, and further ahead, Yu Xian spotted a massive colosseum-like structure, its towering archways and glowing formation lines pulsing with spiritual energy. A roaring crowd surrounded the entrance. There was even a line to get in, a long one. Whoa, they treat fighting like a festival out here, he murmured. Curious, he stopped to ask a few passersby about the arena. A kind, older disciple, who wore the uniform of the Water Peak and had a gourd strapped to his back, took the time to explain. Apparently, this area was the combat core of the town, one of the few places that attracted disciples from multiple peaks, though high-level visitors were rare. That said, due to this town's close proximity to the main elemental heaven peak, traffic from other peak was more common. The main Colosseum, the senior disciple said, stroking his beard. That's where core formation disciples and above fight. Those matches are part of the monthly ranking battles. Bettings are wild, but so are the fights. 1 second you're watching someone duel, next second they're in the healer's ward. Yu Xian gulped. Below that level, Qi condensation and foundation establishment realm fights in the underground arenas. There are multiple entrances, see. The man pointed to several inconspicuous-looking stairwells near the side of the main arena structure. Those smaller duels are where fresh blood gets noticed. Sometimes scouts from the various peaks keep an eye out. Make a name there, and you could jump ranks fast. Yu Xian nodded, his interest piqued. So, can I fight there? You can. To challenge a core formation duel, though, you'd need to be at the top of the foundation establishment rankings, or already be in the core formation stage. Until then, underground's your battlefield. The atmosphere here was exhilarating. Cheers echoed from the Colosseum, hawkers shouted about odds, and betting stalls flickered with illusionary projections showing live matches. Cultivators really did treat fighting like a second nature. It was sport, pride, and profit all rolled into one. Yu Xian, of course, wasn't here to fight just yet. Today was for observation, maybe even placing a bet or two. Who knows? If luck favored him, he might just walk out with more points than he came in with. And so, with bright eyes and a curious grin, he walked toward one of the underground entrances, eager to learn the rhythm of this place where fists decided fate. As Yu Xian descended into the underground arena, a wave of heat and adrenaline seemed to hit him all at once. The atmosphere was even more intense here. Dozens of floating platforms hovered midair, each with different matches going on. The roar of the crowd echoed throughout the vast underground chamber like thunder. Beat him? I bet all my sect points on you. Yeah? Punch his face. I don't like that shit-eating grin. Shit. Don't lose now, you idiot. The shouts came from all directions, a chaotic symphony of desperation, bloodlust, and raw excitement. Yu Xian wandered until he stopped at one platform where the crowd seemed especially engaged. There, 2 disciples were mid-battle. One was a towering man with a shock of flaming red hair, skin like sun-scorched bronze, and a massive build that looked more beast than human. His chest was bare, revealing tattooed muscles that rippled with each movement. His expression was wild, eyes gleaming with combat frenzy, and every swing of his arm was like a boulder crashing down from a mountain. His opponent, a scrawny, wiry kid who looked like he should have been selling scrolls in a library rather than fighting in an arena. But surprisingly, he wasn't going down without a fight. He ducked low under a brutal punch, spinning like a leaf on wind, and retaliated with sharp sword strikes that shimmered with faint spiritual light. The crowd gasped as the blade left a shallow gash across the red-haired man's arm. But it only seemed to excite him further. Not bad, the man growled, before lunging forward. His next punch was a blur, but Yu Xian easily followed it. The fist connected squarely with the scrawny disciple's abdomen, sending him flying across the stage like a rag doll. He crashed into the far barrier, coughed blood, and collapsed with a dull thud. The crowd erupted. Yes. Worth every dim point. Huh? Told you he'd flatten him. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow. Well, that was brutal. There was no need to check who won. The scrawny kid wasn't moving. A team of medics quickly rushed in from the sides of the arena, lifting him onto a stretcher. Yes, they even had stretchers here. As the poor kid was carried off, the red-haired victor stood tall at the center of the stage, arms raised high in triumph. With a wild grin stretching across his face, he bellowed, "Who dares to challenge me?" The crowd roared in response, the bloodlust in the air intensifying. An open challenge always fired them up. There was something primal and thrilling about watching another disciple walk into a lion's den willingly. Suddenly, a new figure stepped into the arena. A thin youth in red robes walked forward, his pace slow but measured. His face was pale, and deep shadows circled under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days. His hands were tucked inside his sleeves, his expression unreadable. He didn't exude raw power or flashiness like the red-haired brute. Yu Xian checked the rankings. As expected, the red-haired brawler was currently ranked number 1 in the Qi condensation realm for this town. But his eyes shifted back to the sickly-looking youth. No, that guy is stronger, Yu Xian thought, a subtle frown forming on his face. He doesn't look strong, but his cultivation, it's deep, probably sealed. He's hiding something. He smirked and crossed his arms, eyes locked onto the unfolding scene. This place might be dangerous, he muttered under his breath, but it's definitely entertaining. Chapter 98, Truly Getting Rich. While the match was just about to begin, Yu Xian made his way toward the betting counter. The gambling area was in chaos. Disciples were placing bets in every possible way, divine sense transmissions, local betting talismans, even good old-fashioned shouting. The staff member at the counter looked up and asked briskly, which one, and how much? Without missing a beat, Yu Xian pointed toward the pale youth with dark circles under his eyes and said coolly, 10,000 sect points. On him. The clerk froze mid-motion. Say that again. I said 10,000, are your ears clogged with beast dung? Yu Xian replied with a faint sneer, perfectly embodying the smug arrogance of a rich young master. He suddenly had the thought of becoming one. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried far and wide, and the immediate area around the counter went silent just long enough for a wave of chaos to follow. Did he say 10,000? Bro's got that young master energy. Who the hell is this kid? Is he spoiled disciple of some elder? Damn, he's pretty. But crazy. Pretty crazy. Ha ha ha. He's either gonna cry or become a legend tonight. The noise intensified, drawing more attention to the betting booth. Some disciples looked at Yu Xian like he was an idiot about to donate his entire savings to the sect's underground arena. Others eyed him with admiration, as though watching a rare beast in its natural, chaotic habitat. Yu Xian, meanwhile, was calm as a lake in winter. He casually glanced at the betting odds, 110 in favor of the red-haired brawler. That meant if he won, he'd walk away with a whopping 100,000 sect points more than most outer disciples earned in months. Perfect. He leaned against the counter, hands folded, basking in the spotlight like it was his personal stage. The looks of disbelief, mockery, and awe didn't faze him one bit. Laugh all you want, peasants, he thought very young master-like. I got a future prophecy for 50 points, and I intend to cash it in. He was now really grateful. He made the future prediction and it really added a layer of mental security. As far as he was concerned, Lady Destiny had already spoken and it was dressed in black, with a crystal ball and dollar signs. This was it. The moment he became rich, again. Yu Xian completed the transaction and received a small slip of shimmering paper, his betting receipt. He glanced at it briefly and smirked, then made his way back to the viewing area. By the time he returned, the fight had already begun. The red-haired, bronze-skinned brute was like a raging beast, fists thundering through the air as he launched relentless attacks at the pale, sickly-looking youth. The youth, however, weaved through the blows with graceful ease, his movements almost lazy in how little effort they seemed to require. Not bad, slippery little rat, the red-haired man growled between throwing punches. But how long can you keep dancing? Then, something changed. The brute's expression shifted, his grin narrowing into a focused scowl. He stopped, drew in a slow breath, and stepped back. A hush fell over the crowd as he dropped into a new stance, his center lowered, his muscles tightening like coiled serpents. His eyes closed for a fleeting moment, then snapped open with a glint of savage focus. In the blink of an eye, his figure blurred, vanishing from his position. Boom! He reappeared right in front of the pale youth, fist already mid-swing. The sickly youth's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden burst of speed, but instead of dodging he countered. Their fists collided with a sound like thunder cracking the earth. A shockwave rippled outward from the impact, rattling the barriers around the platform. Both combatants were pushed back, skidding, but not falling. Not bad, the pale youth said, his voice surprisingly deep and steady, like distant rolling thunder. The red-haired man blinked, taken aback. That frail frame had just matched his full force? Heh, not bad, huh, he grinned, eyes gleaming. Let's take this up a notch. His bronze skin shimmered as energy flowed through his body. His muscles twitched, then bulged as if preparing to erupt. With a shout, he charged again, this time even faster, more precise, his fists blurred. The sickly youth was forced to retreat, step after step, deflecting or absorbing each blow. But Yu Xian noticed something most didn't. Even as he was pushed back, his expression never changed. Calm. Controlled. Calculating. Yu Xian's grin deepened. I've won. 100,000 sect points are mine, he thought, the glee almost overwhelming. He wanted to laugh but restrained himself. On the stage, the tables turned. The pale youth stopped retreating. With a twist of his foot, he lunged forward and struck, not wildly, but with deadly precision. Every movement was measured, targeting tendons, joints, and pressure points. The red-haired man grunted as pain shot through his body. His attacks began to slow. Did you see that? He hit his shoulder joint. He's crippling his punches, a disciple shouted. No way, that skinny guy's reading him like a book. Whispers and gasps filled the underground arena. Some were in awe, some cursed under their breath. They had bet against the quiet youth. Then it came the finishing blow. The sickly youth's fist began to glow with a faint yellow light, as if it had captured the fire of a distant sun. He stepped in, lowered his stance, and drove his glowing fist into the brute's abdomen. Boom! The red-haired man's eyes bulged. His body lifted off the ground and was sent flying across the arena like a broken cannonball. He landed hard, skidding across the platform's edge, barely conscious. Silence fell. Then, I forfeit, the brute gasped, raising a trembling hand. An uproar exploded. He forfeited. Damn, I lost everything. Who is that guy? What a comeback. Yu Xian stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed, basking in the glorious chaos. I knew that sickly guy was a hidden monster, he thought smugly. Best 10,000 points I ever spent. He could practically hear the heavenly melody playing in his mind. Dollar, dollar, dollar. Chapter 99, Plot Collapses. Yu Xian made his way back to the betting area, the small receipt in his hand now feeling as if it were made of pure gold. He held it like a priceless artifact, every step imbued with the swagger of a man who had just won the heavens lottery. The clerk at the counter looked up, instantly recognizing him and froze. Just earlier, he had thought Yu Xian was just another arrogant rich kid throwing sect points down the drain. Now that same idiot had just won big, really big. Yu Xian approached the counter with the kind of arrogance only young masters could properly wield. He casually flicked his medallion and receipt onto the desk with practiced ease. Transfer the amount, he said coolly, as if he hadn't just won 100,000 sect points but was collecting pocket change. The clerk caught the medallion midair. His hand trembled slightly when he saw the golden trim of an inner disciple's medallion. His eyes darted back to Yu Xian, now realizing this was no ordinary gambler. Without another word, the clerk tapped the medallion to his own and processed the transaction in record time. A soft glow confirmed the points had been transferred. As he handed the medallion back, the clerk subtly signaled to a pair of nearby guards with a series of taps on his bracelet. Yu Xian noticed it but didn't comment. He simply smirked. A moment later, two figures approached. Both wore brown robes and their presence pressed down like heavy air. Late-stage core formation. Serious strength. Yu Xian raised an eyebrow. The two disciples stopped in front of him and cupped their fists respectfully. Junior brother, congratulations on your win. We've been asked to escort you. Yu Xian blinked. Escort? I just made a single bet. You made a loud bet, one of them replied politely, the corner of his eye twitching. And drew too much attention. This is for your own safety. But I haven't even started earning real money yet, Yu Xian muttered, almost in protest. Still, they didn't argue. One positioned himself on Yu Xian's left, the other on his right. Before he could object further, they gently but firmly lifted him by his arms and soared upward. In the next instant, Yu Xian was airlifted out of the underground arena like a valuable treasure and deposited safely back onto the main street. The noise and chaos of the betting halls faded behind him. The moon was rising, casting silver light across the rooftops of the sect town. Yu Xian stood there for a moment, still holding his medallion. Heya, he sighed, gazing up at the sky with the expression of a man burdened by wealth. So this is the price of being rich. He tightened his robe slightly. I won't be robbed anyway, he muttered confidently. And it was true. The medallion was directly bound to a disciple, so unless the owner willingly transferred their sect points, no one could steal them. So much for the classic plot of being hunted down after getting rich. A pity, really. He could almost hear the author groaning behind the scenes. Besides, open robbery was rare, not because of morality, but because of the discipline committee, a rebranded version of the old punishment hall. If they caught anyone doing something stupid like theft, the consequences would be so severe that even demons from the netherworld would take notes. Yu Xian made a wise, knowing face and muttered, I heard the discipline committee's head is in town. Wonder if I can meet them. He was curious. The infamous blood-soaked enforcers of sect law, how did they look? Ruthless and scarred? Or polite and dead-eyed? Still, the night was settling in, and his energy after that goat mission had all but evaporated. He wasn't even in the mood to go to UFC. The idea of fried chicken made his stomach twist a little. Instead, he wandered toward a quieter part of the town and found a small, humble stall tucked between two alleys. The soft orange glow of spirit lanterns illuminated a simple sign above it. No flashy decorations, no talismanic menus floating in the air. A single wooden board listed just 3 dishes. Flame spirit dumplings, soft on the outside, exploding with heat and vitality within. Said to raise yang energy and clear minor internal injuries. Also makes one more hungry. Spirit lotus broth with cloud carp sashimi, a delicately balanced soup brewed with petals of spirit lotus and paired with translucent slices of cloud carp, a fish that floated in the high-altitude mist rivers. Known to calm the nerves and improve spiritual clarity. Jade fruit snow jelly, a moon-cooled dessert made from crystalline jade fruits, harvested only under full moonlight. Sweet, slightly tangy, and said to aid dream meditation. Yu Xian's eyes sparkled. A middle-aged man stood behind the stall, calmly looking at any potential customers, but none came. His face was weathered, but his posture was firm. Yu Xian couldn't sense his cultivation, but that meant nothing. In a place like this, hidden dragons and crouching tigers were more common than broke disciples in sect. Yu Xian took a seat on a small stool at the counter, giving a light cough and saying, Hello, elder. I'll take everything on the menu. The man looked up and offered a small nod. Coming right up. The stall was quiet. Most people now preferred instant food, grilled meats, or mass-produced spiritual food. He even saw a couple of disciples heading toward the distant glow of UFC with hungry grins. But here, in this unassuming corner of the town, under soft lantern light and surrounded by the faint aroma of lotus and spice, Yu Xian finally exhaled. Sometimes, he thought, peace tastes better than sect points. The dumplings sizzled. The broth steamed. And the jade fruit jelly, nestled in a chilled obsidian bowl, sparkled like starlight. With no hurry, the elder was making food, and then he suddenly asked Yu Xian, Young man, do you dislike fast food? Chapter 100, A Talk. No, Yu Xian said calmly, before leaning back in his stool, eyes still observing the gentle steam rising from the flame spirit dumplings. It's actually the opposite. I like it. The noise, the crowds, even the fast food has its own charm. But I can imagine higher level cultivators, those whose senses are razor sharp, would find it unpleasant. To them, those things would taste hollow. The middle-aged man paused. His gaze shifted toward Yu Xian with quiet interest. You're not wrong, he said at last. The higher one climbs, the more silent the world becomes. Their senses heighten, their patience thins. Most begin to reject anything mediocre, not just in food, but in people, in art, in conversation. Everything must be refined. But I guess fast food still makes the most money, right? Yu Xian asked, half joking, half serious. The middle-aged man's brow twitched, perhaps intentionally, perhaps not. Yu Xian didn't catch the nuance. He simply assumed the man was resigned to the decline of traditional taste, beaten by flashy chains and cheap food. He thought it was just a quiet lament from someone whose business struggled in the face of convenience. A moment later, the dumplings arrived, steaming hot and delicate in presentation. Yu Xian picked one up with practiced ease, taking a bite and paused. A surge of warmth filled his chest. His chi stirred slightly, not in battle, but in harmony. The flavor was potent, savory with a hint of subtle spice that lingered. He finished the dumpling quickly, and oddly, he felt hungrier than before. That's good. Really good, he thought, diving into the rest. Time passed quietly. As he reached for the final dumpling, the middle-aged man asked, young man, who do you think is the most powerful person? Yu Xian raised an eyebrow and smirked. Elder, that's quite the philosophical question. But how about we discuss it after I have the spirit lotus broth with cloud carp sashimi? These dumplings have awakened a hunger I didn't know I had. The middle-aged man's brow twitched again. Yu Xian, now noticing, thought it might actually be his signature trait. Moments later, the main dish was placed before him. A bowl of luminous broth shimmered in front of him, filled with translucent slices of sashimi that seemed to ripple like mist. The fragrance was subtle, calming like spring rain falling into a sacred lake. As Yu Xian admired the soup, his mood grew thoughtful. I think the most powerful person is one who holds the ability to take life, but also grant life. He took a sip of the broth. A strange clarity spread through him. All the idle noise in his mind, the imagined worries, scattered thoughts fell away. It was like his mind exhaled for the first time in days. The middle-aged man stood silently for a moment, and then said, that's a different answer than I usually hear. He poured himself a cup of tea and sat down across from Yu Xian. Most say the one who can destroy their enemies is strongest. That's a shallow view, Yu Xian replied softly, spoon hovering over the broth. Yes, the ability to kill brings fear. But true power isn't just destruction. It's restraint. It's the strength to live by one's ideals, even when you could do otherwise. He took another sip and let the warmth spread. Power without vision is just violence. Between those truly powerful, it's not about cultivation levels, I think. It's about who they are, what values they live by, their pride, their patience, their worldview. The middle-aged man leaned back. His eyes narrowed not in annoyance, but in contemplation. Sounds noble. But give me something real. An example. Yu Xian was happy to talk while eating. He didn't stop chewing as he said, all right. Imagine two warriors. One fights bravely on the front lines for his country, dies without fame. The other, a nobleman with the right connections, never fights, yet becomes vice-general and gains all the glory. Who is the real noble among them? Clearly, the one who died is the noble one, the middle-aged man replied without hesitation. Then why didn't anyone remember him? Yu Xian asked. Why does history sing of the vice-general instead? The middle-aged man frowned, because he had influence. Wrong. Yu Xian tapped his spoon on the edge of the bowl. Because of the society. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. Explain. In a corrupt society, the unworthy are treated as worthy. In a world that worships power, only the powerful are remembered. If a society values strength, then even tyrants can be honored. If a society values wisdom, then sages flourish. What we remember, what we reward, it's all shaped by what the world believes is worth remembering. He paused, and then added with a light chuckle, so the one who changes what society values, maybe that might just be the most powerful of all. The middle-aged man looked at him for a long moment. Then, a rare smile touched the edge of his lips. Your thoughts are interesting, he said calmly. Yu Xian, still savoring his food with visible delight, waved a hand. Interesting or not, it hardly matters. I'm just a small-time cultivator, barely at the early stage of qi condensation. Talking philosophy doesn't feed you, and reality rarely bends to ideals. He paused, then glanced toward the stall's small banner again. Oh right, I forgot to ask earlier, there's no price listed anywhere. How much does this meal cost? The middle-aged man tilted his head thoughtfully, then replied with a straight face, 50 million sect points. Yu Xian immediately choked mid-bite, coughed hard, and stood up, pointing at the man's calm, ordinary-looking face with disbelief. What? The middle-aged man chuckled, a faint sweat drop forming at his temple. Relax, young man. I was joking. It's just 500 for the full meal. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, sitting back down with exaggerated caution. Old people really shouldn't make jokes like that. My heart almost ascended out of fear. This time, the middle-aged man's brow actually twitched. A/N, a milestone? We've reached 100 chapters for this book? It's been 2 months, and it still feels like yesterday. I'll be doing a Q&A, so feel free to drop all your questions in the comments of this chapter. And like every shameless author out there, I'm asking for gifts.